Genesis and structure of Hegels. Phenomenology of spirit. I. Introduction. The upsurge of interest in Hegel in France in the years immediately following World War II was linked with the question of Marxism, a link which was reinforced by the participation of the Communist Party in de Gaulle's government. Far from being a matter of historical or intellectual curiosity, the problem of Hegel was one of actuality. At stake was not so much Hegel himself, as the use to which his work was to be put, whether Hegel was to be seen as leading toward Marxism or as the last line of defense against Marxism. Typical of this problem is a statement by Alexander Kojève, written in 1946, thus we can say that for the moment, any interpretation of Hegel, if it is more than idle chatter, is but a program of struggle and of work. And that means that the work of an interpreter of Hegel is equivalent to a work of political propaganda. 1. Recent work on Hegel, especially in France, bears witness to a similar concern. Jean Hyppolite, in the last article he wrote before his death in 1968, remarked, "The current state of our planet leads to new questions about Marxism, to a return to the works and fundamental texts of Marx, which cannot be separated from Lenin's interpretations." 2. The central question with which we must concern ourselves is not whether Hippolyte's work is an objective commentary on Hegel's phenomenology, but the extent to which Hippolyte's reading is historically determined. To a certain degree, every generation, every tendency has found in Hegel what it sought, a phenomenological Hegel, an existential Hegel, a Marxist Hegel. The question is whether a given reading of Hegel is arbitrary, or whether it both conforms to the text and is a projection through time of a certain tendency or aspect of Hegel's work which is illuminated by the current situation. Many of the questions which will be raised by the publication in English of Hippolyte's Genesis and structure of Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit will doubtless bear a certain resemblance to questions which were discussed in the period after World War II, when it was first published. Any discussion of it, and of Hippolyte's translation, must therefore take these historical questions into account if it is not to be condemned to a farcical repetition of history. Hippolyte's translation of Hegel's Phenomenology rendered not only this book, but, given the almost total lack of French translations of his works, Hegel in general accessible to the French. Published from 1939 to 1941, its effect was felt immediately after the war. Hippolyte's thesis commentary appeared in 1946, followed in 1947 by the publication of the lectures Alexander Kojève had given at the Sorbonne from 1933 to 1939, Introduction to the Reading of Hegel. And although the post-war period is usually associated with the triumph of existentialism in the persons of Jean-Paul Sartre and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, the moment of existentialism's triumph was also, in proper Hegelian form, the moment of its death. For the famous manifesto of the first number of Les Temps Modernes in October, 1945, signaled a turn by Sartre and Merleau-Ponty away from Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger and toward Hegel and Marx. To understand fully Hippolyte's position in the history of this period, the role of his written works, and even more that of his courses on Hegel and Marx at the Sorbonne from 1949 to 1954 and on the phenomenology at the Lycées Henry IV and Louis I. Grant during the war, we must go back to the developments which prepared and made possible the expansion of interest in Hegel after the war. 3. The development in France in the I-930s of various philosophical currents, especially phenomenology, must be seen against the double background of academic philosophy and the rise of, and response to, fascism. The mainstream of academic philosophy and sociology since Marx and Engels constitutes, even if sometimes unconsciously, an effort to construct an alternative to Marx and Hegel. Max Weber, George Simmel, Emile Durkheim, Karl Mannheim, Henry Bergson, among others, can be included in this tradition. And although, as Jean Wall has pointed out, there has always been a slim Hegelian tradition in France, his influence was relatively minor. 4. One can point to a few essays of Émile Meyerson, to courses of Charles Endler or Alain. 5. But the line is slim indeed. The most important opposition to French academic philosophy at that time, represented by the twin poles of Bergson and Leon Brunswick, was phenomenology. Not insignificantly, the relation of phenomenology of Husserl, Max Scheler, Nikolai Hartmann, and Heidegger to Hegel and Marx is more complex than that of other academic philosophy. T.W. Adorno, for example, has said that after Hegel, Husserl discovered the North Pole for the second time. This is not the place to enter into the relation of phenomenology to Hegel and Marx as far as the German originators were concerned. However, we will restrict ourselves to this relation insofar as it affected the French. 6 Beginning roughly with the publication of Heidegger's Being and Time in I 927, interest in phenomenology and the philosophy of existence, especially Husserl and Heidegger, grew rapidly. In I 929, Jean Cavaillés and Maurice de Gandeluc organized a Franco-German philosophical encounter at Davos, which brought together Ernst Cassirer and Heidegger on the German side, and on the French side Leon Brunswick, the leading representative of French academic rationalism, and Albert Speer, later a founder of the influential Recherches philosophiques. 7 With Cavaillés and Gandeluc came a number of students from the École Normale Supérieure, which was to become one of the centers for both phenomenology and Marxism. Shortly thereafter, a small but steady stream of French students began to go to Germany to study with Husserl and Heidegger, Gandeluc, Emmanuel Levinas, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty among the best known. In 1930, Alexander Koyer published the first translation of Heidegger in the Revue Bifer, and Emmanuel Levinas published his important little book The Theory of Intuition in Husserl's Phenomenology. The first issue of Recherches philosophiques published a text of Heidegger, and Husserl's Cartesian Meditations were published in French translation by Levinas and Gabriel Pfeiffer in 1931. Many of the students or young philosophers who, like Levinas, turned toward phenomenology and the philosophy of existence did so because of the glaring insufficiencies of French academic philosophy, which appeared irrelevant, bourgeois, and part of the establishment. It was, as Levinas has suggested, like a fine lace network, fragile, possessing a certain attractiveness on the surface, but useless, and in fact more like a cobweb than lace. French philosophy represented moribund idealism which had to be fought. Phenomenology, on the other hand, appeared serious, down to earth. The famous call for a return to the things themselves appeared like a call to relevancy. It offered something to believe in, and that was both its strength and its weakness. It was the fight against subjectivist idealism which Marxism and the otherwise extremely diverse forms of phenomenology had in common, and which accounts for apparently incongruous alliances. Thus, for example, Georges Politzer, one of the leading intellectuals of the French Communist Party, shows a certain sympathy for phenomenology in his early book on Bergson when he says that in a systematic confrontation of Husserl with Bergson, even though Husserl is no god, the comparison would not be to the advantage of Mr. Bergson, then we would see what tricks he uses to pass from psychology to the theory of knowledge and to metaphysics. 9 For most of those who became interested in phenomenology, the question of breaking from Bergson was important, since it represented a break from idealism. The turn away from university scholasticism toward phenomenology was crystallized in the Recherches philosophiques, which was founded by Koyer, H.C.H. Puech, and Speer in 1931 and appeared yearly in some 500 or more pages until 1936, when the last number appeared. A simple list of those who wrote regularly for it, or were published in it, is indicative of its importance: Henry Guhire, Gaston Bachelard, Gabriel Marcel, Wall, Kojève, Aaron Gurwitch, Eric Well, Karl L. Sixsworth, Pierre Klossowski, Bernhard Grothusen, Levinas, Koyer, Gandeluc, Etienne Sauria, Georges Baudelot, Heidegger, even the omnivalent Raymond Aron. It included reviews of Sartre's first book, Imagination, of Jacques Lacan's thesis on paranoia, of Scheler, Hartmann, Grothusen's Dialectique der Demokratie, Ernst Bloch, Jaspers. In particular, it included influential articles by Grothusen, De quelques aspects du temps, e. Well, de l'intérêt que ron prendre l'histoire en L6 with l'équivement de la philosophie classique par Hegel et sa dissolution chez Marx et Kierkegaard. Underlying the phenomenological orientation of the Recherches was an interest in, and existential reading of, Hegel. Jean Wall's study of Hegel, Le Malheur de la conscience dans la philosophie de Hegel, appeared in 1929, and exercised a significant influence on Sartre. In addition, Coyer published two major articles on Hegel, Notes sur la langue et la terminologie hegelienne, in the 1931 Hegel issue of the Revue Philosophique, and Hegel Alina, in the Revue d'Histoire et de Philosophie Religieuse 11, which translated for the first time many of Hegel's texts from the period 1803 to 6, which lead to the Phenomenology. The importance of these works was no doubt as great for others as it was for Hyppolite, who later said, "I should say that the first real shock came from Jean Wall, and that reading La conscience malheureuse dans la philosophie de Hegel was a sort of revelation. Reading Hegel Alina was for me as basic as La conscience malheureuse. 12. The phenomenological reading of Hegel is unmistakable, witness Coyer's statement that the Hegelian dialectic is a phenomenology. To which he immediately adds in a note, we can see from the above analyses that the famous triad, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, in which interpreters have, quite wrongly, tried to see the basis of the Hegelian method, does not at all play a preponderant role in his phenomenological labors. 13. During this period of the mid-1930s, it was impossible to ignore either surrealism or the rise of fascism. The presence and influence of the surrealists was still great. Breton especially was interested in Hegel, seeing in him a powerful force for liberation as well as the grand master of the dialectic, the greatest game of all. This interest was no less real for being mainly formal, since most important texts of Hegel were unavailable in French. In particular for Jean Wall and Georges Baudelet, the surrealists occupied an important place. While teaching in the provinces, Hyppolite became well acquainted with surrealist positions and knew Roger Vitrac, whose works have recently been rediscovered. At that time, the surrealists were still maintaining their valiant effort at assimilating their literary activity with political activism, combining Rimbaud and Marx. Transformer ie monde dit Marx, changer la vie dit Rimbaud, ces deux mots d'ordre pour nous en enfant chuan. 14. This effort lasted until Breton's exclusion from the Writers' Congress in June, 1935, for treating Tia Ehrenberg as he deserved. Beginning with Hitler's takeover, the interest in social questions among philosophers began to be more explicit. The question of the brief active period of Heidegger's membership in the Nazi Party no doubt contributed then, as it has repeatedly since then, to obliging the phenomenologists to deal explicitly not only with political questions, but even more with the possible political implications of philosophical positions. 15. Although the interest was latent from the beginning, and was accentuated by the presence of a certain number of German Jewish refugees such as E. Well or Grothusen, it was substantially augmented by an influx of refugees from Nazism, in particular by the presence in Paris of Walter Benjamin and the Frankfurt School Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, Max Horkheimer. Benjamin was the key figure of the group, not only because he was the most brilliant and had the closest relations with people around the Recherches, but mainly because Benjamin himself combined the Marxism of the Frankfurt School with a substantial interest in mysticism which was shared by many members of the Recherches Levinas and Gandelik in particular. Benjamin reviewed issues of the Recherches for the Journal of the Frankfurt School, the Zeitschrift für die Soziale Forschung, 16 and regular contributors to the Recherches such as Coyer, E. Well, C. Bougie, and R. Aaron also wrote as an ally for the Zeitschrift. Although there was little intellectual sympathy, and even overt hostility, both groups shared an interest in the same figures, Husserl, Kierkegaard, and Hegel. Surrealism, the Frankfurt School, the problem of an appropriate response to fascism, all raised the question of Marxism and with it that of the French Communist Party. Henry Lefebvre's translations of selections from Hegel, his dialectical materialism, and especially his edition, with Norman Guterman, of Lenin's notebooks on Hegel's dialectic, along with Cornu's thesis on the left Hegelians, were universally recognized. The fact that Lenin had spent 6 months in the midst of World War I reading Hegel could not but modify the Stalinist image of him then being put forward. In addition, the obvious importance Lenin accorded Hegel not only went against the Stalinist image, but was also in tune with the philosophical preoccupations of many non-Marxists. To cite only 2 of the more notorious passages, 1t is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, a half-century later none of the Marxists understood Marx, and one intelligent idea USM is closer to intelligent materialism than stupid materialism. Dialectical idealism instead of intelligent, metaphysical, undeveloped, dead, crude, rigid instead of stupid. 18 Although there was a certain respect on the part of left intellectuals for some of the CP intellectuals, such as Poutzer, Lefebvre, and Auguste Cornu, any serious development toward the French Communist Party was probably effectively stifled by the crude form of Stalinized Marxism that was de rigueur in the party. While the phenomenologists were attacking nationalism and its relation to fascism, leading CP intellectuals like Poutzer were churning out attacks on the phenomenologists and philosophers of existence as being obscurantists, mystics, and reactionaries. These attacks were written in the name of French nationalism, of la pensée franchise, which had always been that of reason. 19 To any serious Marxist, it makes no sense to privilege, as did Poutzer, Descartes over Husserl, or even over Heidegger. One has only to compare some texts of Poutzer with, for example, the texts of Contre-Attaque, a group of intellectuals and surrealists. I violently hostile to any tendency, whatever form it may take, which cuts short the revolution to the profit of the ideas of a nation or fatherland. We address ourselves to all those who, by any means and without reservations, are determined to bring down capitalist authority and its political institutions. 5. We say that the current program of the Popular Front, whose leaders will doubtless gain power within the framework of bourgeois institutions, is doomed to failure. The constitution of a government of the people, of a leadership of public safety, re. This declaration was signed by Breton, Georges Ambrosino, Georges Bouteille, Roger Blin, Paul Eluard, Pierre Klossowski, and Benjamin Parrott, among others. As crystallizations of a mood, written forms such as journals, however important, lag somewhat behind the prevailing intellectual atmosphere. Much harder to seize and define, this atmosphere is nonetheless crucial. 2 of the most important focal points of interest in both Hegel and the philosophy of existence were the courses on Hegel's Phenomenology given by Kojève and the social meetings at Gabriel Marcel's. Kojève's legendary courses were taught on the margin of the Sorbonne since he had only a part-time and not a regular AP appointment. Further, the presence of Alexander Kojèvnikov, Russian émigré and sympathizer with the Soviet Russia of Stalin, the most powerful man in the world, 21 must have been rather disconcerting to proper French university professors such as, for example, the then influential Leon Brunswick. Kojèvnikov's courses were attended by Raymond Queneau, who later published them, by Merleau-Ponty, E. Weil, Lacan, Levinas, Coeur, and Sartre, among others. These were the people who formed the center of the group with which Kojève continued discussion over coffee and beer in a local cafe after formally adjourning the class. Kojève's course consisted essentially of a translation and running commentary on the Phenomenology. Since at that time there was no French translation, students were forced to rely on notes and impressions. Even with complete notes, like Queneau's, it was impossible for most students to check Kojève's reading against Hegel's text. Despite this limitation, the course served as an indispensable preparation for the renewal of serious interest in Hegel after World War II. In large part, it is fair to say that Kojève created the reading public for Hyppolite's translation and commentary. Kojève shared with many others what was then considered an existential reading of Hegel. Jean Wall's 1929 book, as well as important articles by Coeur, had emphasized the early Hegel, the Hegel of Jena. Whereas received university opinion had stressed almost exclusively the late Hegel of the Logic and the Encyclopedia. Those interested in phenomenology and the philosophy of existence tended to privilege the phenomenology as opposed to the logic. In retrospect, however, one is struck not so much by the common effort of those interested in existentialism to break from previous interpretations of Hegel dominant in France, but by the wide differences among them. At one pole, Kojève's Hegel is shorn of the absolute. His reading insists on an atheistic, anthropological interpretation with the master-slave dialectic at its center. I shall return to the question of different interpretations later. For the moment it is enough to say that Kojève can be taken as representing a distinct pole pointing in the direction of Marx. The opposite pole of interpretation, which stresses Hegel's religion, or at least the absolute at which his philosophy arrives, has always tended toward using Hegel in opposition to Marx. This view is defended by people as different as Jean Wall, who sees Malha de conscience as the key to an interpretation of Hegel, the Jesuits in charge of the official Hegel congresses, and a variety of mystics of one sort or another. Initially, at any rate, it was in this direction that many of the phenomenologists and existentialist philosophers developed, which was the reason for the numerous attacks against them from the left. At that time, the mystical pole was represented by the soirees at Gabriel Marcel's. These were a curious mixture in that they brought together atheists such as Sartre and Grothusen, explicitly religious men such as Marcel, even neo-Thomists like Jacques Maritain, and were mediated by writers who occupied complex positions somewhere in between the two poles, such as Butoli, Vladimir Jankelevich, Klossowski, and L. Wieniawski. By viewing these historical data as symptomatic, we can say that the curious discussion which took place just before the end of the war, in March, 1944, represents the intellectual culmination of these meetings. Point 22. The topic for discussion was a lecture by Georges Butoli on Hypocrisy, sin, which he wanted to give before a mixed Christian and non-Christian audience. Among those present were Gabriel Marcel, Marcel Moore, Jean Denisleau, Dominique Dubarle, and Augustin Madiot on the Christian side. Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, Maurice Blanquat, Gandelic, Hyppolite, Klossowski, Michel Léris, and Jean-Paul Hahn on the non-Christian side. Butoli viewed Hypocrisy paradoxically both as negativity, decline, the search for néant, and, positively, as necessary and liberating, the drive on which the highest morality is based. Point 23. Butoli played on different meanings of the term because he wants, and as Hyppolite pointed out in the discussion, needs to maintain a position which is neither Christian nor totally atheist. Hyppolite and Sartre joined forces in their critique of Butoli. They saw not a play on multiple meanings but an equivocation in Butoli's choice of vocabulary and his non-Christian mysticism. Hyppolite accused him of misusing terms. Sartre formulated the problem as follows: either we are plenitudes and what we seek is nothingness, or we are vacuums and what we seek is being. Butoli took the first position and Sartre and Hyppolite the second, which sees sin not as an effort toward transcendence or, as Butoli ambiguously puts it, toward l'autre and communication, but simply as negation. Butoli was concerned with the final resolution in the absolute, whereas Sartre and Hyppolite were concerned with a phenomenological analysis of the negativity of actual conditions. Thus Butoli's Hegelian interpretation of sin, which stresses the conscience malheureuse and yet through it, the final reconciliation in the absolute, poses an opposite pole to Kojève, or in a slightly different way, to Sartre or Hyppolite. In looking back over the period leading to the publication of Hyppolite's translation of Hegel's Phenomenology and to the outbreak of World War II, it is clear that a number of thinkers reacted to the stultification of the French university and the chauvinism which dominated French intellectual life by attempting to return to serious philosophical roots, whether these appeared in the German phenomenologists or elsewhere. They shared in some vague way the sense of crisis which Husserl expressed in his Crisis of European Sciences. On the one hand, political events forced them to the left and toward Marxism, On the other hand, they were repelled by the narrow patriotic chauvinism of the French CPO. It was therefore natural and inevitable that they should come to grips with the greatest of all bourgeois philosophers, the philosopher of the French Revolution, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. In the midst of the intellectual ferment of this period, Jean Hyppolite occupied a position which was distinct from that of any of the major groupings and at the same time typical. As his obituary in Le Monde put it, he served as la conscience de notre temps. 24. Born in I-907, Hyppolite combined his ability in mathematics and in philosophy to succeed in entering the École Normale Supérieure. 25. Although, like so many others, he had heard Alain lecture on Hegel in his year in Cagny, it was not until leaving the École Normale in I-929 that he became seriously interested in Hegel. When Hyppolite began his round of teaching in provincial lycées, which was then the path of all aspiring French academics, he began seriously to read Hegel in Limoges in I-929. At that time, however, there were almost no translations of Hegel, none of the Phenomenology in particular, and Hyppolite knew no German. He therefore began to teach himself German by reading the Phenomenology in the original. He continued laboring over the German text during the spare moments of his military service and indeed for the next half-dozen years. By the late I-930s, Hyppolite had climbed the academic ladder to a post in a Paris lycée. In Paris, he scrupulously avoided attending Cogiv's lectures, as he put it, for fear of being influenced. 26. Spurred on by what he himself later referred to as the twin stimuli of Jean Wahl and the essays of Coeur, about I-936 Hyppolite decided to translate the Phenomenology, even though he had no publisher, no assurances. He had learned German by reading Hegel in isolation. He began his translation, A Travail de Benedictine, 27 in isolation. Hyppolite worked rapidly, arguing terminology with friends who knew German well, such as Maurice de Gandeluc, and the first volume appeared at the beginning of World War II, in 1939, with the second in 1941. Beginning in 1941, Hyppolite taught the Cagny at the Paris lycées Henry IV and Louis Le Grand. He elaborated his commentary on the Phenomenology, which was to become Genesis and Structure. In common with his students in Cagny during the war and the Nazi occupation, his anti-fascist readings of Hegel, and statements such as that for Hegel, insofar as we seek the universal, we are all Jews, impressed many of the students. Immediately after the war, Hyppolite received a position at the University of Strasbourg. In 1949 he was appointed to a chair at the Sorbonne, where he taught until 1954, when he became director of the École Normale Supérieure. He headed the École Normale for 10 years, until being appointed to the Collège de France in 1963. Hyppolite's immediate influence was as much due to his role as a teacher as it was to his publication of the Phenomenology in French or his commentary on it. Some of the most important figures in the current alignment of the ever-changing constellation of French intellectual stars were students of Hyppolite at one level or another. Thus Michel Foucault and Gilles Deleuze were introduced to Hegel by Hyppolite's classes in Cagny, and Jacques Derrida studied under him at the École Normale. Hyppolite's major works, the translation, his commentary, and Logique et existence coincided with the apogee of interest in Hegel. The major works on Hegel by Hyppolite, Cogiv, H. Neal, and E. Weil were all written or published in the period from 1945 to 1950 or slightly thereafter. Both Hippolyte's Logique et existence and his studies on Marx and Hegel represent continuations of this period. In the case of the latter, all the essays were written before 1952. It thus seems correct to say that this was the period of the main spurt in interest in Hegel. Furthermore, there was a clear change in atmosphere after about 1950, concomitant with the temporary cessation of publication of Critique between September 1, 1949, and October, 1950, the strength of the wave of Hegel studies was broken. After about 1950, Les Temps modernes also turned entirely away from directly philosophical subjects. Further, it was in the first years of the 1950s that the first articles by what would be the next generation begin to appear in Les Temps modernes and Critique. Claude Lévi-Strauss, Georges Poulet, Jean Starobinski, as well as the novels of Alain Robbe-Grillet and Michel Butor. Roland Barthes's writing degree 0 AP. Paired in 1953. By the time Hyppolite went to the École Normale, the first wave of Hegel studies was over. This is not to say that interest in Hegel disappeared, for at the École Normale Hyppolite came into contact with the next generation, but merely had it re-emerged in the 1960s in a different form, to which I shall return. What, then, were the major lines of interpretation at the height of interest in Hegel, between the end of World War II and the outbreak of the Korean War, or slightly thereafter? The first point that should be stressed is the broad range of interests. We have already noted the undercurrent of interest in the 30s which prepared the way for the post-war upsurge. Coyne's comment on the phenomenology was typical. Sartre's debt to Hegel in the process of developing his ontology has been sufficiently commented on to make superfluous a further presentation here. Finally, if Husserl was largely unaware of Hegel, the same is not true for Heidegger, who devoted a crucial section at the end of Being and Time to Hegel's conception of the relation of time and Geist. Heidegger's other major essay on Hegel, Hegel's Begriff der Erfahrung, though somewhat later, is also important. After the war, there was a unanimity among intellectuals who occupied otherwise widely divergent positions. Kojève continues the passage which we quoted at the head of this essay by saying, "It is possible that in reality the future of the world, and thus the meaning of the present and that of the past, depend, in the last analysis, on the way in which the Hegelian writings are interpreted today." 28 Georges Baudelot, the founder and driving force behind critique in the period immediately after the war, wrote, "The economic interpretation of history in the precise meaning of class struggle is already given in Hegel." 29 And, in an attempt to reconcile Marx and Kierkegaard, Baudelot states, "The primacy of life over thought takes these two forms. Marx affirms the primacy of need, the primacy of a desire which goes beyond the satisfaction of needs is given in Kierkegaard's position. I will first speak of the primacy of desire." 30. In a much different vein, Brice Perrin, who attempts to equate communism with the religion of the future and on that ground consider it progressive, concludes that Marx is but a left Hegelian. 31 In Les Temps Modernes, Merleau-Ponty, summarizing a lecture by Hyppolite, wrote, "Hegel is at the origin of everything great in philosophy for the last century." 32 Finally, Coeur, looking back over this period in I-96 concluded that among the multiple reasons for the Renaissance in Hegel studies, was last but not least the emergence of Soviet Russia as a world power and the victories of the communist armies and ideology. Hegel genuit Marx, Marx genuit Lenin, Lenin genuit Stalin. 33. There seemed to be a common agreement on what has been traditionally termed a left Hegelian position. But this unity was primarily a negative one. It was a unity against both idealism and anti-communism. Even Eric Weil, who by all accounts is far from being on the left, wrote a number of articles in critique devastating anti-communist books and tracts. It is generally accepted that the main intellectual characteristic of the period after the war is that of existentialism, even if lip service is sometimes paid to the divergences between, say, Sartre and Gabriel Marcel as representatives of atheistic and religious existentialism. This characterization is also frequently applied to Hegel studies, including, for example, Hyppolite's attraction to existentialism. On closer examination, however, this characterization does not stand up. At least as important as the fragile negative unity against idealism and anti-communism were the differences among Hegel interpretations. It is possible to distinguish at least three major interpretative trends. First, there were those who stressed in Hegel the philosopher of the absolute, the mystic, the religious, traditionally, the right Hegelians. Although it is somewhat surprising in view of his personal attitudes, Jean Walls Le Malheur de la Conscience dans la philosophie de Hegel revitalized this position both through his presentation and through his stress on the texts of the young Hegel. Wall's work was extremely important in renewing interest in Hegel, but it did so within a basically religious context. His existential reading is one which goes from Hegel to Kierkegaard. Wall's next major work after L'Image de la Conscience was his Études Kierkegaardiennes. Thus, for Wall, the motif of division, sin, torment, little bv little is transformed into that of reconciliation and beatitude. As for and if Hegel goes beyond traditional Christianity, it is toward a new religion of man, but a religion just the same, in which the depth of Christian reconciliation would be united with the beauty of the Greek vision. 55. Finally, Wall presents the unhappy consciousness and the enormous power of the negative in such a way as to effectively neutralize them. So that what is negative in him EIJ is something absolutely positive. Not only does the torment of the soul bear witness to the spirit, not only is it the affirmation through belief of the divine apparition. Not only does the unhappy consciousness find its place in the happy consciousness, but even more, we can say that the unhappy consciousness is but the darkened image of the happy consciousness. 53. More explicitly, religious interpretations could therefore find support in Wall's work. Grouped around Emmanuel Mounier and Esprit, around the Revue du Vivant after the war, and, of course, around the Jesuits, there were many efforts at salvaging Hegel for religion. Henri Neif's De la Médiation dans la philosophie de Hegel, published in 1945, was perhaps one of the most important works. In the same vein were numerous articles in Dieu Vivant. Maurice de Gandillac, in his review of Kojève, concludes that it is certain that Hegef's effort to go beyond what he considered Christianity can furnish the Christians themselves with an enrichment, or at least a valuable prize de conscience of their patrimony. 87. This line of reasoning is carried to its logical conclusion by Brice Perrin in an article in Dieu Vivant, Critique de la dialectique matérialiste. Perrin argues that any system which is indeed a system, which culminates in a synthesis, is fundamentally religious, and that the synthesis, being absolute, is in reality a metaphor for God.as misunderstanding Marxism as a system in the traditional metaphysical sense. Perrin concludes with his extraordinary statement that Marx is a left Hegelian. Second, basing themselves primarily on the Phenomenology and thus again indirectly showing the importance of Hippolyte's translation were those who stressed an anthropological, atheistic, even materialistic Hegel who led to Marx. Thus Merleau-Ponty's somewhat tendentious summary of Hyppolite, 1f the Hegel of 1827 can be reproached with idealism, one cannot say the same of the Hegel of 1807. 39. First among these was of course Kojève, who insisted at length on Hegel's atheism. 1. In fact, the theology was always an unconscious anthropology, man projected into the beyond, without realisget, the idea he had of himself. How if Jean Wall made L'Image de la Conscience the center of his interpretation of Hegel, Kojève privileges in a similar way the master-slave dialectic. Kojève's courses were frankly tendentious, taking what could be used from Hegel and minimizing the rest. Thus Kojève reads the endpoint of the system, absolute knowledge, as an anthropology, rather than a theology. The single reality of the Christian notion of God is, for this philosophy, Manelden taken in the totality of its historical evolution within nature. 41. Or again, concerning the master-slave relation. The complete, absolutely free man will be the slave who has overcome his slavery. If idle mastery is an impasse, laborious slavery, in contrast, is the source of all human, social, historical progress. History is the history of the working slave. In the raw, natural, given world, the slave is slave of the master. In the technical world transformed by his work, he rules or, at least, will one day rule as absolute master. And this mastery that arises from work, from the progressive transformation of the given world and of man given in this world, will be an entirely different thing from the immediate mastery of the master. The future and history hence belong not to the warlike master, but to the working slave. If the fear of death, incarnated for the slave in the person of the warlike master, is the sine qua non of historical progress, it is solely the slave's work that realizes and perfects it. Point 42. Finally, a third major trend, which existed mainly in the intellectual atmosphere and has left few traces, is what might be termed phenomenologico-Marxism. Although this remains a significant tendency in Italy, and is currently represented in the United States by the review Telos, in France the major work is undoubtedly that of Duc Thao, Phenomenology et Materialisme Dialectique. In his introduction, Thao states categorically, Marxism imposed itself on us as the only conceivable solution to the problems posed by phenomenology itself. Or again, a statement with which many would have been in agreement. The principal merit of phenomenology was to have liquidated definitively formalism within the very horizon of idealism and to have posed the problems of value in the field of the concrete. 43. Jean-François Lyotard has attempted to define the relation between phenomenology and Marxism as follows. Phenomenology's ahistoricism, its intuitionism, its intent of being radical, its phenomenalism, are so many ideological factors destined to mask the real meaning of the crisis, to avoid drawing the unavoidable conclusions. The third path, neither idealist nor materialist, is the reflection of this equivocal situation. The philosophy of ambiguity translates in its way an ambiguity of philosophy in this state of bourgeois history, and that is why intellectuals grant it a certain truth, insofar as they live this ambiguity and insofar as this philosophy, hiding its real meaning, fulfills its ideological function satisfactorily. It is thus clear that no reconciliation can seriously be attempted between these two philosophies, for one must undoubtedly see much of the work of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty as being shaped by this tendency which, without ever directly taking on Hegel, attempted to go from Husserl and Heidegger to Marx directly. Though neither Sartre nor Merleau-Ponty wrote direct commentaries on Hegel in the way that most of those we have been concerned with did, their works are nonetheless informed by the presence of Hegel. It is well known that many of Sartre's analyses presupposed Hegel. If we leave aside the question of the relation of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty to Hegel, it is both because it would require a far too lengthy exposition and because it has so often been dealt with. Hyppolite accurately portrays the attitude of the phenomenologico-Marxists toward Hegel when, in speaking of the phenomenology, he writes, "No doubt the work ends with an absolute knowledge which seems to close off existence, but it is worthy of consideration because of the concrete details and the complexity of the itinerary of consciousness." 45 interpreters of Hegel who stress the links between Hegel and Marx, the way in which Hegel leads to Marx, were faced with a dilemma. For if Hegel leads to Marx, why restrict oneself to Hegel, why not become a Marxist? Some, such as Kojève and Hyppolite, ultimately refuse to become Marxists, others, such as Sartre, nominally claim to be Marxists, and a very few, such as Louis Althusser or Duc Thao, join the Communist Party. Any consideration of the relation between philosophy and Marxism in the immediate post-war period must take into account the question of Stalinism. Stalinist Russia emerged from the war with considerable military and political prestige, and the French CP wore the laurels of the resistance. Despite Stalin's deals with the West and the opportunism of the French CP, the Stalinists seemed a powerful political force. On the other hand, the question of Stalinism was posed sharply in Arthur Koestler's anti-communist diatribes, the beginning of the Cold War, and Merleau-Ponty's defense of the Moscow trials in his articles in Les Temps Modernes in I-946, which were published as Humanism and Terror in I-947. Merleau-Ponty's articles were an effort to pose the problem of political power, which had always disturbed the liberals, from a philosophical as well as a political point of view. In the political sphere, de Gaulle could successfully oust the CP from the government in I-947 only because the policies of the CP allowed, and even encouraged, him to do so. Over and over, one finds pro-Marxist articles whose authors feel obliged to separate themselves from the actual practices of Stalinist Russia. Roland Caillois's review of Merleau-Ponty's Humanism and Terror in Critique is a good example. In speaking of the influence of the French CP he says, "What has become of proletarian consciousness? It has become the consciousness of a schoolboy who does his homework but no longer tries to understand. 46. And he continues. Of course the critique of the capitalist world remains valid, and any humanism which criticizes Marxism in the name of an individualistic and liberal spiritualism is on the near side of proletarian humanism, but on the condition that one does not make of Marxism a science of the future and that one does not justify anything at all in the name of the end of history. 47. Similar quotations abound. The casuistry to which Marxism was reduced by the Stalinist bureaucracy was all too evident, witness the cases of Henry Lefebvre, who was still struggling to remain in the CP, and Georges Politzer before he was shot by the Nazis. The repeated criticism that Marxism had become a theology, if self-serving for those who made the charge, had all too much foundation in the practice and theory of socialism in one country. Stalin's uncritical assertion in 1936 that socialism was definitively established in Russia, the attitude towards socialist realism, the assertion that the party of the working class could not be mistaken because it embodied an inevitable historical force, these and other positions had strongly fatalistic, and hence ultimately theological overtones. When they are combined with the social patriotism of the CP, which on the day the Allies entered Paris, headlined El Humanite with Vive la France Immortelle, it is small wonder that the policies of the CP repelled serious leftist intellectuals. 4b Given the situation in France, the hungry intellectual Welcome given a relatively accomplished and sophisticated Stalinist like George Lukács can easily be understood. Merleau-Ponty's glowing description of Lukács' participation in a congress of intellectuals from East and West, the international encounters in Geneva in I-947, is typical. Although never actually proclaiming himself a Marxist, Merleau-Ponty positively gloats over Lukács' ability to defeat resoundingly his bourgeois and anti-communist opponents in any debate. 9 Similarly, the reviews of Lukács der Junge Hegel are generally complimentary if somewhat reserved. 50 Given the hopeless state of the intellectuals of the French CP, Lukács' work no doubt did a great deal to rehabilitate the intellectual reputation of Stalinism. For with the half-hearted exception of Merleau-Ponty and of a few articles in Les Temps Modernes by Claude Lefort, there was no turn to the only Marxist alternative to Stalin, Trotsky, and the heritage of the Lenin of the notebooks on Hegel's dialectic. 1 And attracted to Marxism and to the real achievement of Soviet Russia, repelled by the Stalinized party, having neither a political nor a philosophical alternative to the practice of the CP, the only solution appeared to be that of an intellectual Marxism à la Sartre, which agitated in intellectual reviews but which had no politically organized force other than the individual prestige of the writers. Like so many others, Hyppolite was also fascinated by Marx and the question of Marxism without being willing or able to enter a communist movement. Indeed, since he voluntarily restricted himself to the role of commentator, the tension between Hegel and Marx is perhaps greater in his work than in that of others who claim to have found a purely intellectual solution. In rejecting Marx, he never claimed to have achieved a reconciliation between Marx and Hegel. On the contrary, he saw clearly the necessary relation between them. At the beginning of his I-95 review of Lukács der Junge Hegel, Hyppolite wrote, "The understanding of Hegel, and the variety of interpretations of his philosophy, force upon us a confrontation with Marxism. It has to be recognized that Marx is one of the best commentators upon Hegel." 52 And in an article he wrote shortly before his death in 1968, he said, "The current state of our planet leads to new questions about Marxism, to a return to the works and fundamental texts of Marx, which cannot be separated from Lenin's interpretations." 53 Being named to the Sorbonne in 1949, Hyppolite introduced Marx to the sacred halls of French academia and also taught Heidegger and Hegel. Both his students and his contemporaries agree that one of his prime qualities was his openness and ability to pursue various possibilities of the relation between Marx and Hegel, a relationship analogous, as Hyppolite himself remarks in Logic et Existence, to the relation between the phenomenology and the logic. The key difficulty of Hegelianism is the relation between the phenomenology and the logic, or, as we would say today, between anthropology and ontology. 54. Throughout his writings, Hyppolite refuses to adopt unequivocally either an interpretation that privileges the logic and the absolute, and hence leads toward a religious interpretation of Hegel, or one that privileges the phenomenology, the master-slave dialectic of recognition, and hence leads toward Marxism. However, when forced to choose, there can be no doubt that Hyppolite leans to the latter approach. The very fact that he translated and commented on the phenomenology and not the logic is significant. Although Hyppolite himself was not necessarily conscious of the significance of his decision to translate the phenomenology, the fact itself bears witness to the force of the events outlined here. Further, although he ostensibly restricts himself to the role of commentator, there are repeated instances in which his commentary leans toward an anthropological reading of Hegel. This was clear to everyone at the time, and Hyppolite was alternately reproached for sneaking in an interpretation while pretending not to 55 and for not developing his interpretation sufficiently. 56. In a more explicit way, in his review of Lückexterjung Hegel, Hyppolite speaks of Hegel's remarkable description of the rise of capitalist society. Hegel's prophetic vision of the contradictions in this society. The impossibility of resolving the contradictions in capitalist society which he perceived in such a profound manner. 57. It is also in this light that we should view the discussion of Baudelaire's presentation of sin in I 944, where Hyppolite joined forces with Sartre to oppose a Hegelian reading of sin culminating in a final resolution, albeit a resolution, for Beataia, in a far from Christian manner. In fact, Hyppolite's openness and his choice of becoming a commentator rather than an interpreter already implies an interpretation. Apparently standing somewhat outside the traditional categories, Hyppolite places the process of negativity at the center of Hegel. Hegel's philosophy is a philosophy of negation and of negativity. 58. Over and over, Hyppolite quotes and stresses Hegel's reference to the enormous power of the negative, and the seriousness, the torment, the patience, and the labor of the negative. In addition, and here Hyppolite clearly draws the line which, for all his sympathy, separates him from Marx, he privileges a universal alienation over and above Marx's objectification. To the extent that his insistence on negativity as a key concept in Hegel places Hyppolite in fur opposition to any form of spiritualism, he can follow and ally himself with a materialist analysis. It is this orientation which explains his generally favorable review of Lücke's book on Hegel, and his ability to grasp Marx's method in Capital. It is obvious that this work Capital is not comprehensible for anyone who does not know Hegel's Phenomenology, for it is the living response to it. Whereas in the Phenomenology, it is absolute spirit become its own object which raises itself to self-consciousness, in Capital, it is alienated social man, this total product or this common labor of man, namely capital, which phenomenalizes itself, if we may invent the term, and presents itself to the consciousness of the proletariat. 59. Here again we find the link between Marx, Hegel, and Phenomenology, the desire to combat idealism. But Hyppolite's stress on negativity has certain limitations. He is able to analyze acutely the partiality of both a Kojève and a Jean Wahl. He can analyze the crisis of philosophy, but when it is a practical matter, he turns to the Popular Front or to Mendes France, as he did during the late 1930s or toward the end of the French War on Indochina, for salvation. When Jean Wahl asks somewhat rhetorical why, is this interest in negation a sign of the crisis of our time? The question is at least worth asking. 60. He captures unconsciously what is at stake. Hyppolite's approach is precisely a sign of the period, neither more nor less. He can ask the appropriate questions, but has no answer for them. Hyppolite's self-limitation to the role of commentator, what one reviewer termed his modesty, also dictates that he remain a Hegelian and not become a Marxist. If Hyppolite was uncomfortable in his position, a Hegelian against his will, he would have been even more uncomfortable as a Marxist. His position comes out clearly at the end of the review of Lücke's, where he privileges Hegel over Marx. Besides negativity, the other central point of Hyppolite's interpretation is the problem of alienation. Whereas for Marx, Alienation is only the specific form in which objectification appears under capitalism, and is therefore historically determined rather than inevitable. For Hegel it is more than that. Marx accused Hegel of identifying alienation and objectification. But Hegel, Hyppolite Says, cannot have confused the historical alienation of the human spirit with objectification without some valid reasons, other than those one might find in the economic structure of the period and the stage reached by the capitalist system. By objectifying himself in culture, the state, and human labor in general, man at the same time alienates himself, becomes other than himself, and discovers in this objectification an insurmountable degeneration which he must nevertheless try to overcome. This is a tension inseparable from existence, and it is Hegel's merit to have drawn attention to it and to have preserved it in the very center of human self-consciousness. On the other hand, one of the great difficulties of Marxism is its claim to overcome this tension in the more or less near future and hastily to attribute it to a particular phase of history. 61. Clearly, this is the point at which Hyppolite firmly sides with Hegel against Marx. His choice, however, seems to be more personal than philosophical, for in choosing Hegel he does not claim a philosophical resolution which would dissolve the tension between Hegel and Marx. Ultimately, then, the position in which Hyppolite finds himself is one traditionally identified as that of the left Hegelians. By insisting on the one hand on a non-idealist, almost materialist Hegel, he opposes the bourgeoisie. By refusing to advance to the position of Marx he inevitably becomes susceptible to the pressures of the bourgeoisie, witness his support for the Popular Front, for Sartre's RAR after World War II, and for Mendes France in the early 1950s. It is to Hippolyte's credit that he drew the greatest possible philosophical benefit from this ultimately untenable position. Whether one views his dilemma as that of a tortured Hegelian who wanted to escape from the dilemma and who could not bring himself to write on Marx between 1952 and 1965, or as that of a man who had for his projet the reconciliation of logic and existence, is a matter of sympathy. The dilemma is the same. By 1953, the date of the publication of Hippolyte's Logic et Existence, the historical problematic entered into and explored by the generation that took up phenomenology and turned to Hegel had produced its major works. Yet the first chapters of Logic et Existence on language marked the beginning of the depassement of that problematic. If the triumph of existentialism was also the moment of its death, that moment when Sartre proclaimed himself a Marxist also marked the beginnings of rebirth. It is precisely the fact of choosing Hegel over Marx without claiming a false philosophical resolution which no doubt accounts for Hippolyte's ability to indicate developments that go beyond the range of Hegel interpretations prevailing in the period 1945–50, of which he himself was one of the best illustrations. Reacting against these interpretations as too individualistic or humanistic, the late 1950s and early 1960s saw the rise of structuralism and with it a rejection of Hegel. Beginning with Levi Strauss's articles collected in Structural Anthropology, structuralism rapidly infected other areas as well. In particular, the articles of Althusser and his disciples collected in For Marx and Reading Capital marked a sharp break from Hegel. For Althusser, Marx is not the dialectical continuation of Hegel, but represents a sharp break, so much so that it simply does not make sense to place the two in relation or to examine Hegel closely. Althusser's anti-humanistic reading of Marx presupposes a humanistic reading of Hegel which is to be rejected in the name of science. Most often, however, this science disguises a retreat to formalism. Francois Châtelet's Logos et Praxis and Michel Foucault's History of Madness and even more Les mots et les choses continued the trend that proclaimed, Hegel is dead. Recently, however, there has been a marked renewal of interest in Hegel and the Hegel-Marx relation which coincides with a reaction against structuralism. An important sign of this tendency has been the republication of Lefebvre's edition of Lenin's notebooks on Hegel's dialectic and the increasing importance being accorded to Lenin as an interpreter of Hegel. Recent attempts to develop a reinterpretation of Hegel tend to use Saussure and methods inherited from structural linguistics. This is by no means an attempt to return to a humanistic reading of Hegel or Marx, but rather to develop a materialist theory of language. Whereas both the phenomenologists of the 1930s and Hegel center on the question of consciousness, recent work has centered on the question of language. Hegel begins from consciousness and ultimately reaches absolute knowledge. Recent work begins and ends with language, eliminating the subject. Thus, for example, an article by J.J. Guinthion d'Ensemble tries to read parallel to Marx's development of money as alienation in capital. Bearing more directly on Hegel, Jacques Derrida's L'époux et la pyramide, Introduction à la Semiologie to Hegel is also an important article. 62 It should be stressed that this is a direction which is only now beginning to be explored. None of the more traditional academic work on Hegel has ceased, nor have the religiously oriented given up hope. But in light of these developments, it is easy to see why Hippolyte's logic et existence again becomes attractive. Hyppolite stresses that for Hegel, one language is the Dasein of spirit. Further, language is not a replacement for, or reflection or derivation of, anything else. Language unfolds and determines itself without being previously given in an ineffable form. Language refers only to itself. Meaning as it appears. In language, meaning as the becoming of the concept in speech, are prior in relation to the movement which seems to engender them. There is no meaning without language. 6. It is as if the endpoint of major work on Hegel after the war has become a starting point for a rebirth of work on Hegel. This has also been true in the past. While talking with various people who knew Hyppolite and the atmosphere in which he worked, I was struck to discover that each generation represented by Jean Wahl, Emmanuel Levinas, Jacques Derrida felt that it had discovered or rediscovered Hegel. Hippolyte's genesis and structure, which represents an effort at a commentary on the entire phenomenology, should not only help make Hegel more available, but should, in the continuing process of rereading Hegel, serve as a guide against which to measure and evaluate the adequacy of successive rediscoveries of the phenomenology. 1/Meaning and method of the phenomenology. We know that Hegel wrote the prefacial to the Phenomenology after he had finished the book, when he was able to take stock of his voyage of discovery. It was meant primarily to establish the connection between the phenomenology, which, by itself, appears as the first part of science, and the Wissenschaft der Logik, the science of logic, hereafter logic trans, which, from a different perspective, is to constitute the first moment of an encyclopedia. We can understand that in a text linking the phenomenology and the logic, Hegel should be particularly concerned to give a general idea of his entire System. In an earlier essay, Differenz de Fichte Links Systems der Philosophie, the difference between the systems of Fichte and Schelling, hereafter Differenz trans. He had risen above his predecessors, appearing to adopt Schelling's view but in fact moving beyond it. In the preface, but this time in full consciousness, he locates himself among the philosophers of his time and shows his philosophic originality. Also, referring back to many of the obscure points in the Phenomenology, he gives valuable indications of the pedagogical significance of the work, of its general relation to the history of the world, and of his own concept of negativity. The introduction to the Phenomenology, however, was conceived at the same time as the book itself, and written first. It seems to contain the original thought from which the whole work emerged. It is literally an introduction only to the first 3 moments of the book, that is, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason. The content of the last part of the book, which contains the especially important arguments on spirit and on religion, exceeds the phenomenology, as the latter is defined stricto sensu in the introduction. Hegel seems to have inserted something into the framework of the phenomenological development which he had not at first meant to include. For the moment, we shall be content with this observation, without which we could not understand the precise scope of the introduction. But we shall return to this question when we study the structure of the book. We mean to analyze the introduction as closely as possible. More so than the preface, it allows us to determine both the meaning of the work that Hegel wished to write and what the technique of phenomenological development was for him. The preface is an hors d'oeuvre. It contains general information on the goal that Hegel set for himself and on the relation between his work and other philosophic treatises on the same subject. The introduction, on the contrary, is an integral part of the book. It poses and locates the problem, and it determines the means to resolve it. First, Hegel defines how the problem of knowledge is posed for him. In some respects he returns to the point of view of Kant and Fichte. The phenomenology is not a noumenology or an ontology, but it remains, nonetheless, a knowledge of the absolute. For what else is there to be known if only the absolute is true, or only the true is absolute? 3. But instead old Nilsson knowledge of the absolute in and for it set I pound, Hegel considers knowledge as it is present in consciousness, and it is from considering the self-criticism of this phenomenal knowledge that he rises to absolute knowledge. Second, Hegel defines the phenomenology as the development and the formation of natural consciousness and its progression to science, that is to say, to philosophic knowledge, to knowledge of the absolute. He indicates the necessity of an evolution of consciousness and, at the same time, the end point of this evolution. Finally, he specifies the technique of phenomenological development, showing how this development is the work of consciousness engaged in experience and how the internal necessity of this development can be thought out retrospectively by philosophy. 1. The problem of knowledge, idea of a phenomenology. In the philosophy works that Hegel wrote in Jena before the phenomenology, he criticized all propaedeutics to philosophy. One cannot, he argued, remain like Reinhold, forever in the square before the temple. Philosophy is not a logic, an organon, which, before knowledge, deals with the instrument knowledge. Nor is it a love of truth that is not the possession of truth. It is science and, as Schelling claimed, science of the absolute. Beginning with his essays on the philosophy of nature, Schelling had contract opposed an ontological conception to the philosophy of reflection of Kant and Fichte. He argued that instead of halting at the point of reflection, at the knowledge of knowledge, it is necessary to immerse oneself in the object to be known, whether it be called nature, the universe, or absolute reason. Such, too, was Hegel's view, in Differenz, as well as in the article Glaubenende oder die Reflexionsphilosophie der Subjektivität Faith and Knowledge, or the reflective philosophy of subjectivity, hereafter Glaubenende trans in the Kritische Journal der Philosophie. In the latter, Hegel reproached Kant's transcendental idealism with having remained a subjectivism despite its deduction of the categories. The basis of Kant's merely critical philosophy had not, according to Hegel, progressed beyond Locke. Kantian thought is true to its principle of subjectivism and of formal thought in that its essence consists in critical idealism. For by intending to be a critical examination of human understanding, it condemns itself to being unable to move beyond its starting point. The final subjectivism is only a consequence of the point of departure. It is necessary to pass beyond the critical point of view and, as with Schelling, to start straight off with the absolute identity of the subjective and the objective in knowledge. The knowledge of this identity is primary and it constitutes the basis of all true philosophic knowledge. In his introduction to the Phenomenology, Hegel again takes up his criticism of any philosophy that is only a theory of knowledge. And yet, as all commentators have noted, in some respects the Phenomenology clearly marks a return to the point of view of Kant and Fichte. 5. In what new sense, then, is this point of view to be understood? Hegel's criticism of Reinhold remains valid. It is a mistake to imagine that, before we can truly know, we must examine knowledge as an instrument or a medium. When we begin to reflect, it is indeed natural to compare knowledge to an instrument or a medium through which the truth reaches us. But these conceptions lead straight to relativism. For if knowledge is an instrument, it modifies the object to be known and fails to present it to us in its purity. And if it is a medium, it does not transmit the truth to us without altering it according to its own nature as an intermediary. But perhaps this natural conception is fallacious. In any case, it constitutes a series of presuppositions which we would do well to mistrust. If knowledge is an instrument, then that implies that the subject and the object of knowledge are separate. The absolute would then be distinct from knowledge. The absolute could not be self-knowledge, nor could knowledge of the absolute. The very existence of philosophic science, which Hyppolite knows, is a refutation of such presuppositions. It is precisely this duality that Schelling recognized when, in Bruno oder Ilber das Gottliche und die Naturliche Prinzipien des Bruno, or on the divine and natural principles of things, he contraposed phenomenal knowledge to knowledge of the absolute. But Schelling failed to show how the two are linked. It is not clear how, according to Schelling, phenomenal knowledge is possible once absolute knowledge is posited. Likewise, phenomenal knowledge remains cut off from absolute knowledge. 6 Hegel, by contrast, returns to phenomenal knowledge, that is, to the knowledge of common consciousness, and claims to show how it necessarily leads to absolute knowledge, or, even, how it is an absolute knowledge which does not yet know itself as such. But this implies a return to the point of view of consciousness, the point of v.w. that was Kant's and Fichte's. Having formerly criticized all propaedeutics, Hegel now insists on the need to place oneself at the point of view of natural consciousness and to lead it gradually to philosophic knowledge. One cannot begin with absolute knowledge. In the preface, Hegel will again return to this point. For natural consciousness to entrust itself immediately to science is a new attempt on its part to walk on its head, not knowing what moves it to do so. An unnecessary violence is thus imposed on natural consciousness, while science appears to be placed beyond self-consciousness. There is no doubt Hegel's criticism. Here J.S. aimed at Schelling. We cannot begin abruptly with absolute knowledge, rejecting different positions and declaring that we wish to know nothing about them. It is therefore necessary to adopt the point of view of consciousness, as Kant and Fichte had, to study the knowledge peculiar to the consciousness which assumes the distinction between subject and object. Absolute knowledge is not abandoned, it will be the end point of a development specific to the consciousness which here takes the place of critical philosophy. But in return to the point of view of consciousness, to a kind of epistemology, Hegel does not limit himself to adding a propaedeutic to Schelling's absolute knowledge, he modifies the very conceptions of knowledge and of the absolute. In Hegel's P.L1 the absolute is no longer only substance, it is subject as well. Schelling's Spinozism can be superseded only by a return to the subjectivism of Kant and Fichte. Then the absolute will not be beyond all knowledge, it will be knowledge in the knowledge of consciousness. Phenomenal knowledge will be knowledge which the absolute gradually has of itself. Manifestation, or the phenomenon which is for consciousness, will thus not be irrelevant to essence but will reveal it. Reciprocally, consciousness of the phenomenon will cue to consciousness of absolute knowledge. The absolute and reflection will no longer be separated, reflection will be a RNA, meant of the absolute. Such appears to us the general meaning of the reintegration of the point of view of the I or of consciousness within Schelling's philosophy of the absolute. Hegel wanted to prove that Schelling's absolute idealism was still possible if one started, not with nature, but with consciousness, with the I, if one deepened Fichte's subjectivism. 8/Generalities. Hegel himself indicates that the point of view of the Phenomenology corresponds to the point of view of a philosophy of consciousness prior to the knowledge of identity. In the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences Thereafter Encyclopedia Transb notes that the Phenomenology represents precisely the position of Kant and even that of Fichte. The Kantian Philosophy is Phenomenology, 7 and knowledge of consciousness insofar as this knowledge is only for consciousness. But Phenomenology constitutes an essential moment in the life of the Absolute. A moment in which the Absolute is subject, or self-consciousness. The phenomenology of consciousness is not external to absolute knowledge. It is itself a first part of science, for the essence of the absolute is to manifest itself to consciousness, to be self-consciousness. Yet if, in certain respects, Hegel adopts the point of view of Kant and Fichte, We can already see from the above remarks that his study of phenomenal knowledge and its subjective conditions will differ from Tb's. On TB1 band, he envisages in an original way consciousness critique of its own knowledge. On the other band, B enlarges considerably TB notion of experience, so that for Bim the critique of experience is extended from theoretical experience alone to ethical, juridical, and religious experience as well. For Kant, the critique of knowledge was a critique that the philosopher exercised on common consciousness and on scientific consciousness. Common consciousness did not criticize itself, the philosopher's reflection was added to it. Phenomenal understanding, as opposed to nature, was T-Ben led by philosophic reflection to the transcendental understanding that founds all experience as original synthetic unity. This understanding thus became objective understanding, and the philosopher discovered this identity with the objectivity of objects. In this way experience was demonstrated to be possible. In that part of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre Science of Knowledge which was bed to make a pragmatic history of TB human spirit and Ubik is called deduction of representation, there was a early model of what Hegel's phenomenology would be. The deduction of representation, Fichte means indeed to lead common consciousness from immediate sensualgeilkapolage to philosophic self-knowledge. That which the philosopher reached through reflection in the first part of the doctrine of science, he intends to have consciousness rediscover in its own development. As Marshall Gerald wrote, the philosopher no longer reflects on the I from the outside, the intelligent I actually reflects on itself. The pragmatic history or the human spirit begins here, when the intelligent I will have grasped itself through an action in which it determines itself as being determined by the it will be for itself a theoretical 1.8. Schelling, following the epochs of the formation of self-consciousness, had taken the same step in his transcendental idealism. 9 Philosophical self-consciousness, being presupposed, was to be rediscovered by the empirical one. But, precisely, philosophic self-consciousness is already presupposed in these two works, and, despite their intention, the history of the empirical I which they present remains rather artificial. It is not the experience of common consciousness that is considered here, but the necessary reflections through which the latter is to rise from what it is in itself to what it is for itself. Hegel, on the contrary, describes mon consciousness neu ch more than he constructs it. The philosopher disappears in the face of the experience he apprehends, and naive consciousness enters into its own experience and thus sees both itself and its object change. Reflection is not added to it from without, nor posited in it in a manner still more or less artificial, rather, it is literally a history of this consciousness. At most, the history of naive consciousness will be internalized by being recollected in the milieu of philosophic thought. We shall see how it is possible that philosophic thought not intervene in its description of the experience of consciousness. Hegel emphatically insists on T1, one is. We need not bring our regards with _us, or use our personal ideas and thoughts in the course of research. It is, to the contrary, by setting them aside that we will succeed in considering the thing as it is in and for itself. Commentators have been struck by this characteristic tack of Hegel's phenomenology, to describe rather than to construct, to present the spontaneous development of experience as it offers itself to consciousness and in the way that it offers itself. This characteristic could lead us to compare Hegel's phenomenology to the phenomenology of Husserl if the differences between the two were not much deeper than their similarities. It is truly by going to the things themselves, by considering consciousness as it presents itself directly, that Hegel wishes to lead us from empirical to philosophic knowledge, from sensuous certainty to absolute knowledge. In this way, the phenomenology, which truly presents itself as a history of the soul, differs from Fichte's deduction of representation and from Schelling's system de transcendentalen idealismus, the system of transcendental idealism, hereafter idealismus trans. It also differs from them on another, no less important, score. The experience that consciousness works through here is not only theoretical experience, knowledge of the object, it is the whole of experience. The point is to consider the life of consciousness both when it knows the world as object of science and when it knows itself as life or intends a goal. Since it is the experience of consciousness in general that is to be considered, all the forms of experience, ethical, juridical, and religious, will be included. Kant's problem, how is experience possible, is here considered in the most general way. A moment ago, we thought of comparing Hegel's phenomenology with that of Husserl. Now we can see a similarity to contemporary existentialist philosophies. In many cases, when he discovers the experience worked through by consciousness, Hegel describes a mode of existing, a particular worldview. But in contradistinction to existentialist philosophy, he does not stop with that existence itself, he sees it as a moment which, in being superseded, makes possible the attainment of an absolute knowledge. It is precisely on this point that Kierkegaard attacked Hegel. Considering in all its breadth the experience that consciousness enters into, letting this consciousness test itself and promote its knowledge of itself and of the world, Hegel can say of the phenomenology, understood in this way, that this presentation can be considered the root of natural consciousness, which undergoes an impulse pushing it toward true knowledge, or tlepath of the soul traversing the series of its forma, cleanse as the way stations prescribed to it by its own nature, the soul moves through these way stations, purifies itself, and the reb raises itself to the level of spirit when, through the complete experience of itself, it reaches the knowledge of what it is within itself. To the formation of natural consciousness, its development, and the end point of this development. The Phen-01J1 ideology, then, is the itinerary of the soul which rises to spirit through the intermediary of consciousness. The idea of such an itinerary was undoubtedly suggested to Hegel by the philosophic works mentioned above. The influence of the Bildungsromanen of the time seems to us to have been just as important. Hegel had read Rousseau's Emile at Tübingen and had found in it a preliminary history of natural consciousness rising to liberty through particularly educative experiences which were specific to it. The preface to the PHE7, Phenomenology emphasizes the pedagogical nature of Hegel's book, as well as the relation between the evolution of the individual and that of the species, a relation also considered in Rousseau's book. Royce, in his study of German IDESM, emphasizes Goethe's Wilhelm Meister, which the romantic circles of Jena considered one of the essential events of the time, and Novalis' answer to it, Heinrich von Ofterdingen. LL. In each book, the hero completely gives himself up to his conviction. Wilhelm Meister believes in his theatrical vocation, Heinrich von Ofterdingen allows himself to be trapped in the prosaic milieu in which he still lives. Through a series of experiences, each comes to abandon his first conviction, what had been a truth becomes an illusion. But whereas Wilhelm Meister leaves, so to say, the poetic world for the prosaic world, Heinrich von Ofterdingen progressively discovers that the poetic world alone is absolute truth. Hegel's Phenomenology, for its part, is the novel of philosophic Loschen. It follows the development of consciousness, which, renouncing its first beliefs, reaches through its experiences the properly philosophic point of view, that of absolute knowledge. But according to Hegel, such a history of consciousness is not a novel but a work of science. The very development of consciousness presents an internal necessity. The end point of this development is not arbitrary, although neither is it presupposed by the philosopher, it results from the very nature of consciousness. A. The development and its necessity. Since the phenomenology is a study of the experiences of consciousness, it continually comes upon negative consequences. What consciousness takes to be truth is revealed to be illusory. Consciousness must abandon its first belief and move on to an auth. Thus, this route is the way of doubt or, more properly, of despair. Schelling had already said that transcendental idealism necessarily began with universal doubt, a doubt extending to all objective reality. £1 for transcendental philosophy. The subjective is the first and the only foundation of reality, the sole principle by which one can explain everything. then transcendental philosophy necessarily begins with a universal doubt as to the reality of the objective. 12. Schelling considers this doubt, with which Descartes inaugurated modern philosophy, to be the necessary means by which to prevent any mingling of the objective with the pure subjective principle of knowledge. Whereas the philosophy of nature, by contrast, seeks to eliminate the subjective, transcendental philosophy seeks absolutely to elucidate it. But Hegel, who starts with common consciousness, cannot pose systematic universal doubt as a first principle, for such a doubt is specific to philosophic reflection. He contraposes to it the concrete evolution of a consciousness which progressively learns to doubt what it previously took to be true. The road which consciousness follows is the detailed history of its education. The road of doubt is the actual route that consciousness follows. It is its own itinerary, not that of the philosopher who resolves to doubt. In contrast to such a resolve, by means of which consciousness instantly purifies itself of all its prejudices, in particular, of the fundamental prejudice that things exist outside us, independent of knowledge, the Phenomenology is a concrete history of consciousness, of its departure from the cave and its ascent to science. This route is not only the way of doubt, it is, Hegel adds, the way of despairing doubt. Natural consciousness loses its truth. What it took to be authentic real knowledge is revealed to it as a non-real knowledge. We have already emphasized the extension Hegel gives to the word experience. In the course of its development, consciousness loses not only what it held to be true from a theoretical point of view, but also its own view of life and of being, its intuition of the world. Experience bears not only on knowledge, in the narrow meaning of the word, but also on conceptions of existence. The journey of consciousness, therefore, entails not only doubt but actual despair. Hegel had already reflected on the asc_esis that is necessary if consciousness is to reach genuine philosophic knowledge when, in Jena, he studied the nature of ancient skepticism. In an article on Schultz in the Kritische Journal der Philosophie he contract opposed ancient to modern skepticism. Modern skepticism, a kind of positivism, we would say today, attacks only metaphysics and leaves the unshakable certainties of common sense untouched. But it is precisely these certainties that ancient skepticism meant to shake. As with Plato, skepticism served as something of an introduction to metaphysics, and every philosophy at the time included a moment of skepticism by means of which it purified naive consciousness. In the article on Schultz, Hegel envisaged for the first time the root of doubt, which at the same time is an ascesis of the soul, and he reflected on the power of negativity in the dialectic. Point 13. What is most striking for the consciousness engaged in experience is indeed the negative character of its result. It initially posited a certain truth which had absolute value for it, but in the course of its journey that truth is lost. It entrusted itself absolutely to immediate sensuous certainty, then to the thing of perception, and to the strength of understanding, but it discovers that what it thus took to be the truth is not, and it loses its truth. The double meaning of the word aufheben, which Hegel uses continually, shows us nonetheless that this exclusively negative perception of the result contains only half the truth. The double meaning of negativity allows Hegel to affirm that the complete system of the forms of non-real consciousness will result from the necessity of the process and from the interconnection of these forms. The result of an experience of consciousness is absolutely negative only for that consciousness. In point of fact, however, negation is always determinate negation. Now, if it is true that every determinate position is a negation, it is no less true that every determinate negation is a particular position. When consciousness has tested its sensuous knowledge and discovered that the here and now which it thought it could grasp in an immediate way has escaped, this negation of the immediateness of its knowledge is a new knowledge. It can be put this way: the presentation of untrue consciousness in it untruth is not simply a negative movement, as it is considered to be by the one-sided view of natural consciousness. It has often been noted, particularly by Lambert in his Phenomenology, which was a kind of transcendental optics that the presentation of an untruth as untruly is already a movement beyond the error. Point 14 To be cognizant of one's error is to be cognizant of another truth, the perceived error implies a new truth. In the preface, Hegel emphasizes this characteristic of error by showing that error transcended is a moment of the truth. The double meaning of Aufheben is thus essential to the whole phenomenology. But it remains the case that the consciousness engaged in experience does not know the positivity of negation. As we shall see, only the philosopher perceives the genesis of a new truth in the negation of an error. Every nothingness, Hegel says, the nothingness of that of which it is the result. On the other hand, skepticism, which is itself one of the forms of imperfect consciousness and which as such will appear in the course of the journey, isolates negativity from all content, it abstracts from the fact that nothingness is in a determinate manner the nothingness of that from which it results. Thus, skepticism is empty of content, it ends up with the abstraction of nothingness, with the void, and for that reason it can go no further. Negativity, then, is not a FOP opposed to all content, it is immanent in content, and it allows an understanding of the latter's necessary development. From its beginning, naive consciousness aims at the entire content of knowledge in all its richness. But it fails to reach it. It must experience its own negativity, which alone allows content to develop in successive affirmations, in particular positions, interconnected by the movement of negation. If, on the contrary, the result is apprehended as it is in truth, that is, as determinate negation, then a new form is immediately born, and through negation the transition is made, a transitoh which results in the spontaneous process realizing itself through the complete series of the forms of consciousness. This role of negation, which as determinate negation engenders a new content, is not apparent at first. If we assume a term A, can its negation, not A, engender a truly new term, B? It seems not. In our opinion, if we are to understand Hegel's argument here, we must assume that the whole is always immanent in the development of consciousness because the posited term had been isolated and thus itself a kind of negation. From this it follows that the negation of that term allows the whole to be recaptured in each of its parts. Were it not for the immanence of the whole consciousness, we should be unable to understand how negation can truly engender a content. B. The end point of the development. We have evidence of the immanence of the whole in consciousness in the teleological nature of Third-Worldism's development goal of knowledge is fixed, s. I'll Cicerilla as the series of progressions. Consciousness, indeed, is concept of knowledge, and that is why it is not actually real knowledge. But to say that consciousness is concept of is, that is, the self, which imposing itself in a determinate manner contraposes itself to itself and thus negates and transcends itself. Knowledge is to say that it transcends itself, that it is in itself what it must become for itself. Consciousness is for itself its own concept, it is therefore immediately the act of exceeding the limited, and, when the limited pertains to it, the act of going beyond itself. The positive and the negative meanings of Aufheben merge in a third meaning, transcending. Consciousness is not a thing, a determinate Dasein. It is always beyond itself, it goes beyond, or transcends, itself. This transcendental requirement constitutes the nature of consciousness as such. Was this not the case in some respects for Kantian philosophy? If truth is defined as an accord between subject and object, it is not clear how this accord is ascertainable, since representation cannot step out of itself to give proof of its conformity or nonconformity to its object. Yet if the object is not posited beyond representation, truth loses its transcendental signification for consciousness, while, if this transcendence is absolutely maintained, representation is radically cut off from its object. The immanence of the object in common consciousness on the one hand and radical transcendence on the other equally make it impossible to pose the problem of truth. But for Kant, that which made the objectivity of the object was immanent not, to be sure, in common consciousness but in transcendental consciousness. Thus, the object was transcendent to common, or finite, consciousness but immanent in transcendental consciousness. The problem of truth was shifted away from the relation between consciousness and its object to the relation between common consciousness and that within common consciousness that goes beyond it, transcendental consciousness. Now every common consciousness is also a transcendental consciousness, and every transcendental consciousness is also necessarily a common consciousness. The first is realized only in the second. This is to say that common consciousness goes beyond itself, it transcends itself and becomes transcendental consciousness. But the movement of transcending itself, of going beyond itself, is typical of consciousness as such. Every consciousness is properly more than it thinks it is, and because of this its knowledge divides, it is certainty and as such is contract opposed to itself as truth. Thus, since it must continually go beyond itself, knowledge is disquieted. And this disquiet, which Hegel describes in existential terms, is unassuaged so long as the endpoint of the process is not reached, an endpoint set necessarily by the given of the problem. The goal is the point at which knowledge need not go beyond itself, the point at which it discovers itself, and at which concept corresponds to object and object to concept. Hence, the progression toward this goal also has no possible resting place and is not satisfied with stopping prior to the goal. Consciousness knowledge is always knowledge of object, and if by concept we mean the subjective side of knowledge and by object its objective side, its truth, then knowledge is the movement of self-transcendence which goes from concept to object. But the whole of the phenomenology shows, precisely, that this opposition is reversible. The object is the object for consciousness, and the concept is the knowledge of itself, the self-consciousness of knowledge. But this consciousness is deeper than it thinks, it finds the object insufficient, inadequate to it, and we can also say, even more properly, that it is the object which must be identical to the concept. In either case, this discrepancy, present in common consciousness itself, is the heart of the phenomenological development and directs it inexorably toward its goal. Thus, this whole development is characterized by an immanent finality, which the philosopher glimpses. Phenomenology is characterized in relation to ontology precisely by this discrepancy between consciousness and its concept, a discrepancy that is but the requirement of a perpetual transcendence. 16. That this requirement is the very characteristic of consciousness, by virtue of which consciousness is not a determinate s_e in a natural being, as it were, seems to us to be clearly indicated by the following text: what is limited to a natural life is not able on its own to go beyond its immediate Dasein but is pushed beyond that Dasein by another, this being Tom from its position is its death. But consciousness is for itself its own. Dasein is only what its concept, to use Hegel's terminology, is entirely outside it, and thus belongs to nature. The translation LLT being there, which corresponds to the etymological meaning ot Dasein, seems to us to have the merit of translating this position of the natural being, which is only a here and a now and which has other heres and nows outside itself. The negation of Dasein, which on account of its finitude must necessarily come about, is a negation alien to it, a negation it does not include for itself. But this is not the case with consciousness, which is its auri concept for itself, which, that is to say, is for its own self the negation of its limited forms or, we may say, of its own death. Whereas in nature death is an external negation, spirit carries death within itself and gives it positive meaning. The whole phenomenology is a meditation on this death which is carried by consciousness and which, far from being exclusively negative, an end point in an abstract nothingness, is, on the contrary, an Aufhebung, an ascent. Hegel says this explicitly in a passage of the Phenomenology about the fight between self-consciousness.es which clash in natura if their act is abstract negation, and qt the negation characteristic J of consciousness, which abolishes Aufhetel in such a way as to preserve and keep what is abolished, das Aufgehoben. In precisely this way consciousness survives the fact of being abolished. 17 With regard to ethical spirit, Hegel will say that the goal of the 9ult of the dead in the polis is to remove death from nature in order to make it what it really is for man, an action of self-consciousness. The death of the natural Dasein thus is merely the abstract negation of a term, a, which is only what it is. But in consciousness death is a necessary moment by means of which consciousness survives itself and rises to a new form. That death is the beginning of a new life of consciousness. 18 In this manner, consciousness, being for its own self its own concept, incessantly transcends itself, and the death of what it held as its truth is the appearance of a new truth. Consciousness undergoes this violence which it inflicts on itself, a violence by which it spoils for itself all limited satisfactions. As we have already noted, the whole phenomenology tends to prove that this anguish which possesses human consciousness and ever drives it before itself until it is no longer an consciousness and a human understanding but reaches absolute knowledge, which is at once nold qeqf the object and self-knowledge, is an existential anguish and not merely anguish in the cognitive sphere. But this anguish cannot be assuaged. In vain it seeks to settle down in a thoughtless inertia. Th6 Ugheit comes to trouble the absence of thought and its disquiet disturbs the inertia. In vain it hangs on to a sentiment tie which assures that all is good in its kind. This assurance suffers as amuk violence from reason, which finds something to be not go od precisely insofar as it is a kind. As has often been noted, the phenomenology is less a reduction of the experience of the life of consciousness to logical terms than a description of that life. A description which takes a certain logical form. I9 We see how negation is interpreted in the introduction and how it is assimilated to what death is in human life. Moreover, the dialectic is defined in the introduction as being the very experience of consciousness. It now remains for us to examine this last point. What is the method of the development? Fichte, in his deduction of representation, and Schelling, in his Idealismus, had already indicated one step which consciousness takes that leads to philosophic knowledge, that is, to self-knowledge. Schelling, following Fichte here, defines transcendental idealism as follows. If only the subjective has a primary reality for the transcendental philosopher, he will concern himself directly only with the subjective in the knowledge he will make his object. The objective will become an object for him only indirectly, and whereas in common knowledge, knowledge itself disappears in the face of its object, in transcendental knowledge the object disappears qua object and only the act by which knowledge proceeds remains. Thus, transcendental knowledge is of knowledge insofar as the latter is purely subjective. At the end at its development, common consciousness will rediscover the knowledge of knowledge, initially presupposed by the philosopher. The case is the same. For Fichte, the I always remains occupied with itself. If common consciousness loses itself in its object, it must feel that it feels itself, it intuits itself in intuition, it knows itself in its conceptualization. In this manner it comes to be for itself what it is in itself, i.e., what it is for the philosopher. Indeed, the end point of the evolution of common consciousness is the knowledge of 1910 knowledge insofar as the latter is pural j subjecti. Koilskiasness always rb.x on itself. It discovers its jf in the object which it thought it hd discovered, but in this way the object nature, the world, or whatever one names this other term of consciousness disappears. Reflection is always a reflection on itself, it can find only the I in its barrenness. 21 Hegel's idealism is of a different order, it takes seriously the theory of identity which Schelling himself did not see how to use. Scientific knowledge requires that one surrender oneself to the life of the object or, in other words, that one keep in mind and express the internal necessity of that object. The object of the philosopher here is indeed the knowledge of common consciousness, but he must take this knowledge as it pound. Omes and not interfere with it. The subjective idealism which Schelling still admitted as the second science of his philosophy, the one that begins with the subjective, is superseded by this requirement and thereby also becomes an objective idealism. This is not a play on words. The difference is profound, and it is important that it be emphasized. Despite his theory of the identity of the subjective and the objective in knowledge, for Schelling as for Fichte transcendental idealism I and knowledge of all edge insofar as the latter is purely subjective, the return to identity will be effected later in a more or less artificial manner. Such is not the case for Hegel. Consciousness is taken as it offers itself, and it offers itself as a relation to the other object, world, or nature. It is quite true that this knowledge of the other is a self-knowledge. But it is no less true that this self-knowledge is a knowledge of the other, a knowledge of the world. Thus, we discover in the various objects of consciousness what consciousness is itself. The world is the mirror in which we rediscover ourselves. The point is not to contrapose knowledge of knowledge to knowledge of the other but to discover their identity. As Hartmann properly notes, this is a new way of studying consciousness and its metamorphoses. This new tack is Hegel's discovery, a novum in philosophy, a trajectory of the self-conception of consciousness in its transformations on the basis of its conception of its objects in their transformations. 22 If we wish to conceive consciousness, we must ask what the world is for it, what it gives out as its truth. We shall objectively discover consciousness itself in its object, and he shows how common consciousness is to reach this presupposed science by reflecting back on itself. Empirical knowledge is to be measured against philosophic truth, but where science arises first, neither it nor anything else justifies itself as essence or as the in itself, and without something of that kind no test seems possible. In fact, consciousness must be taken as it presents itself without yet being interpreted. Now there are two moments in L. R. To be conscious is to distinguish what one is conscious of from oneself, to distinguish it and at the same time to relate to. Consciousness distinguishes something from itself to which, precisely, it relates. For conscious 111 LSS, being is for it, at the same time, consciousness posits being as in itself, as external to that relation. The aspect of in itself is called truth. Thus consciousness knows something g, it has certainty, and it lays claim to a truth independent of its certainty. Now if we, that is, philosophers, consider knowledge as our object, then its in itself is its being for us. The truth of knowledge, then, lies in the knowledge of knowledge, in philosophic consciousness. The measure against which common consciousness knowledge is compared is that knowledge of knowledge which Fichte and Schelling presuppose at the start. But in that case this measure is part of philosophic consciousness and not of common consciousness. It is externally imposed on the latter, and we do not see why common consciousness is bound to accept it. The essence, or the criterion, would lie in us, and that which should be compared to it, that about which, through this comparison, a decision should be made would not necessarily be bound to recognize, i.e., accept it. For this reason, phenomenal knowledge must test itself, the philosopher need only observe its experience. Indeed, the measure that consciousness uses lies within itself, not outside in a philosophic knowledge that remains alien to it. Consciousness carries its own measure within itself. Research here will be a comparison of consciousness with itself. It is indeed consciousness that poses a moment of truth and a moment of knowledge and distinguishes the one from the other. By designating what for it is the truth, it gives the criterion of its own knowledge. Thenceforth we need but attend to its experience, an experience that is a comparison of what for it is the truth, the in itself, with the knowledge that it takes of it, one and what consciousness designates within itself as the in itself, or as the true, we have the measure that it sets up for gauging its own knowledge. A particular consciousness, like one of those we shall encounter in the course of the phenomenological development, is characterized by a certain structure. It is a shape or, better, a figure of consciousness. This figure is objective as well as subjective. Or it, the true is a certain world posited as existing in itself. This world may be sensuous immediateness, or the thing of perception, or force, or life, but to this true is linked a certain knowledge which is the knowledge of this true, or this object posited as existing in itself. We can call knowledge the concept and the true the object just as well as we can call the true he concept and knowledge the object, i.e., the object as it is for an other. There is nonetheless always a difference, which is the heart of the development of the figure. The examination consists, in fact, in seeing whether the concept corresponds to the object. The theory of knowledge is at the same time a theory of the object of knowledge. Consciousness cannot be separated from what for it is its object, from that which it takes to be the true. But if consciousness is consciousness of the object, it is also consciousness of itself. These two moments lie in it and are different. Consciousness is consciousness both of what for it is the true and of its knowledge of that truth. But these two moments are related, and this relation, precisely, is what is called experience. Consciousness tests its knowledge in that which it takes to be true, and insofar as it is still finite consciousness, a particular figure, it is constrained to go beyond itself. Its knowledge of the true is changed when it discovers the inadequateness present in that true. In its object it experiences itself, and in its knowledge it experiences its object. In this manner, it progresses of its own accord from one particular figure to another without the philosopher having to be anything but a spectator who recollects the process. Not only would our intervention be superfluous from the point of view that concept and object, the measure and the matter to be examined, are present in consciousness itself, but we are also spared the trouble of comparing the two, of an examination in the strict sense of the word, so that, from this point of view, when consciousness examines itself there remains for us only to be mere spectators. We have already indicated that experience bears not only on knowledge but also on the object, for this particular knowledge is knowledge of an object. Consciousness tests its knowledge in order to render it adequate to that which it holds to be true, a certain world posited as existing in itself, but, when its knowledge changes, its object also changes. The latter had been the object of a certain knowledge, this knowledge having become other, the object also becomes other. In testing out its knowledge of what it took as the in itself, what it posited as being the absolutely true, consciousness discovers the latter to have been in itself only for it. This, precisely, is the result of experience. The negation of the preceding object and the appearance of a new object, which in turn engenders a new knowledge. For the aperture of examination changes if that for which it was to be the measure does not stand up through the examination, and the examination is an examination not only of knowledge but also of its unit of measure. Clearly, epistemology is also a theory of the object of knowledge. This dialectical movement which consciousness exercises within itself, in its knowledge as well as in its object, is, insofar as the new true object rises up from this movement, what is properly called experience. This definition Hegel assimilates the experience which consciousness enters into to a dialectic, but, conversely, he makes us understand how the dialectic, especially in the phenomenology, is properly speaking an experience. There is, however, a difference between the dialectic and the experience consciousness enters into to reflection. On this difference will lead us to understand why phenomenology can also be a science and why it can present a necessity which has meaning only for philosophic consciousness, and not for the consciousness which is itself engaged in experience. In experience, in the usual sense of the word, consciousness sees what it held to be the true and the in itself disappear, and at the same time it sees a different object appear as though it were a new thing, something discovered. Point 24. This new object contains the annihilation of the first, it is the experience based on it. But the matter appears otherwise to consciousness. It believes that after having disowned its first truth, it discovers a second one, which is completely different. That is why consciousness posits the new truth as contraposed to it, as an object, and not as that which results from the prior movement and is engendered by it. Experience thus seems to consciousness to be a discovery of new worlds. And this is so because consciousness forgets the course of the development of those worlds. Like skepticism, it sees only the negative result _opound. Its past experience. Facing its future and not its past, it is unable to understand how its past experience was a genesis of what for it is a new object. That is why the necessity of the experience which consciousness enters into presents itself in two lights. Or, rather, the are two necessities. The necessity of the negation of the object, effect tackled by consciousness itself in its experience, in the testing of its knowledge, and the necessity of the appearance of the new object which takes shape through the prior experience. 25 The latter necessity pertains only to the philosopher who rethinks the phenomenological development. There is in this a moment of the in itself, or the for us ubik is not found in consciousness. TB's circumstance accompanies the whole succession of the figures of consciousness in its necessity. But this very necessity, the birth of the new object ubik, appears to consciousness with out consciousness knowing how it came to it, is what for us goes on behind the latter's back. In TB's movement, a moment of being in itself, or being for us, that is, for the philosopher, is thus produced, which is not present for the consciousness that is itself in the grip of experience. The content is, indeed, for it, but the origin of the content is not. It is as though consciousness forgot its own development, which has made it what it is at every particular moment. What is born exists for consciousness only as an object, for us it exists at the same time as movement and as becoming. 26 It is enough to take several chapters of the Phenomenology to see that each moment is indeed the result of a development of which consciousness itself is unaware. Only the philosopher sees in force the result of the movement of perceiving consciousness, or in life, which seems a new object, the result of the understanding's dialectic of the infinite. Thus the various particular consciousnesses which meet in the phenomenology are bound to one another, not by a contingent development, which is what is ordinarily meant by experience, but by an immanent necessity which is only for the philosopher. 1T is by virtue of this necessity that such a route toward science as this, is already itself science and, on account of its content, is the science of the experience of consciousness. 21-27. Thus, in the phenomenology, the sequence of the experiences of consciousness is contingent only for phenomenal consciousness. We who recollect these experiences in so doing discover the necessity of the progression from the one to the next. What the phenomenology demonstrates is the immanence in consciousness 6f every experience. But we must recognize that this necessity is not always easy to grasp, and that to the modern and the determining can be conceived only by means of a higher term, raised above both, which therefore is neither intelligence nor freedom but the common source of that which is intelligent and that which is free. 5. The very manner in which Schelling puts the problem leads him radically to separate the absolute from its reflected image in consciousness, and essence from its manifestation. The following quotation demonstrates this perhaps even more clearly. If this higher term is only the principle of the identity of the absolutely subjective and the absolutely objective, of the conscious and the unconscious, which separate in free action in order to manifest themselves, then this higher term cannot itself be either subject or object or both at once. It is only the absolute identity, in which there is no duality and which can never reach consciousness precisely because duality is the condition of all consciousness. 6. Schelling's absolute, which is the condition of history, is thus eiseg above hist 9 re itself. To be sure, Schelling writes, in a phrase similar to Hegel's, that, considered in its entirety, history is a continual and progressive revelation of the absolute, but he does not manage to take this assertion seriously and to draw from it a genuine philosophy of the spirit in history. He sees history as a manifestation of the absolute, like nature, but this absolute does not know the reflection back on itself which would make it what Hegel calls a subject, in my view, which will be justified only in the presentation of the system. Everything depends on this essential point, to apprehend and express the THRW only as substance but also precisely as subject. 7. In Hegel's view, Schelling remains a Spinoza's T. He successfully grasped the identity of the absolute, but he was unable to move from that to reflection, which remains for him alien to the life of the absolute. For this reason, Hegel, in the preface to the Phenomenology, judges Schelling's view of identity severely. To consider a given Dasein as it is in the absolute is to say that, although one is indeed speaking now as if about something, there are certainly no such things in the absolute, in the A equals A, because there all is one. This absolute is the night in which all cows are black. It is on the subject of history that we can best understand the differences between Schelling's philosophy and Hegel's. In spite of the texts quoted above which seem to indicate that Schelling already had developed a philosophy of history similar to Hegel's, we must not be fooled by the apparent similarities. Schelling began with an intuition of the absolute that led him primarily to a philosophy of nature. Knowledge should become identified with life. Insofar as it is an unconscious product of intelligence, organic life, like artistic production Q1 which consciousness joins unconsciousness, is a manifestation of the ob-equals. Solute. From these differences between knowledge and life, which are only quantitative, mere differences of power, knowledge must go back to the first source, the absolute. To coincide with the source is what Schelling calls intellectual intuition. After the point of coincidence, the intuition of pure life is either beyond or the side of any reflectio. Reflection is external to it. One can indeed find in Hegel's early works, especially in the system fragment of a system, expressions similar to Schelling's example to think pure life, that is the task. 8. But despite this it seems to us that Hegel's early works indicate a different perspective. Hegel was interested in organic life nor in the life of nature in general but in the life of spirit insofar as that life is history. Thus, from its first elaboration, Hegelian thought is a thought of human history, while Schelling's is a thought of nature or of life in general. And Hegel's view of history is a tragic view. The ruse of reason presents itself in history not simply as a means of joining unconsciousness and consciousness, but as a tragic conflict between man and his destiny, a conflict perpetually overcome and perpetually renewed. It is this conflict that Hegel seeks to think through, and to think through in the very heart of the absolute. The life of God and divine knowledge can indeed be expressed, if one likes, as the play of love with itself, but this idea is reduced to mere edification and even to insipidity if the seriousness, the torment, the patience, and the labor of the negative are lacking. The pantragedism of history and the panlogism of logic are one and the same, as this sentence in which Hegel speaks at the same time of the pain and the labor of the negative shows. The duality which is the foundation of history and which Schelling eliminates from the absolute is an essential moment in the phenomenology. It characterizes consciousness, but consciousness is not therefore alien to the absolute. On the contrary, the historical development of consciousness is the reflection back on itself of the absolute of spirit. Before asking ourselves in what way this reflection of consciousness is a history, and what kind of history it is, we must define more closely Hegel's view of the relation between spirit and history. The spirit is history for Hegel. This is a fundamental thesis identical to the thesis that the absolute is subject but organic nature has no history. For in organic nature universality is only an interior without actual development in the world. There are indeed living 2J.individuals, but life comes to express itself in them only as an abstract universal, only as the negation of all particular determinations. In other words, the meaning of organic life is death, the annihilation of everything that claims a separate subsistence. The intuition of life as universal either is lost in the contingency of separate individuals or is present in them as the power which annihilates them and which alone makes them actually alive. To try to reach this intuition of life as creative of ever new individualities or as destructive of these individualities is to submerge oneself in the night in which all cows are black. The passage we are now commenting on, which is part of one of the most obscure sections of the Phenomenology, the observation of nature as an organic whole, is devoted to a philosophy of nature which is possible for the consciousness that here appears as reason. In the Idealismus, Schelling worked out the ages of self-consciousness and the categories of nature or of history in a parallel way. In the second age, the self raises itself from productive intuition to reflection, it becomes aware of this production, which was an unconscious one in the first age. In these conditions, the producing I, the intelligence, must be aware not only of a product which is external to it and which is presented to it as though coming from elsewhere, but also of the activity of producing. Now, since it can be conscious only of a finite product, a product which is at once finite and infinite must be presented to it, a product about some aspects of which it can have the intuition of its own producing activity in an objective mode. For Schelling, the organic world, the living universe, is such a product. Every plant, for example, is a symbol of intelligence. 9. In this universe of life, intelligence contemplates, as it were, itself. Just as intelligence is an infinite effort to organize itself, so too life as a whole manifests itself in a series of stages, as a kind of history in which organization becomes progressively more autonomous. It is in this life that intelligence can first contemplate itself. Is not nature the odyssey of the spirit? The book Hegel writes is a phenomenology of spirit and not of nature, but the thought of nature has a place in it. But whereas Schelling, almost forgetting his starting point in the idealismus, viz., the study of subjective knowledge, latches onto categories which are specific only to nature and deals with them for themselves, Hegel asks whether nature, considered in its entirety as an organic whole, can provide reason with an adequate expression of itself. This seems to be the meaning of the passage of the phenomenology we are considering here. The answer is negative. What reason contemplates in nature as a whole is a syllogism, the outer terms of which are universal life as universal, on the one hand, and the earth, the environment in the midst of which all living beings develop, on the other. The middle term, then, is constituted by particular living beings who are but representatives of universal life and who are subjected to disrupting influences from the external environment on which they depend. Between the organization of the genus into species and the ceaseless influences of the environment, the living individual represents for reason only a contingent expression of itself. In the 18th century, Lamarck at first held that all living species were related in a way that resulted from a development intrinsic to life. But he was then led to attribute increasing importance to the enormous influence of the environment. These two distinct principles of explanation came to be confused in his natural philosophy, and thus make interpretation of it particularly difficult. Hegel has something similar in view. The genus divides itself into speiesac-, according to the universal determination of number. The basis of its subdivision can also be the particular determination of its Dasein, for example, shape, color, etc. But in this occupation, it is subjected to violence by the universal individual, the earth, which, as universal negation, asserts against the systematization of the genus differences such as the earth has within itself. The nature of these differences, by virtue of the substance to which they pertain, is different from living nature. The actions of the genus become a completely limited undertaking which can be carried out only within the powerful moments of the earth and which, interrupted on all sides by their unbridled violence, is full of lacunae and of failures. Reason, thus, cannot discover itself in the spectacle of life. No doubt, universal life as life is indeed what Hegel calls the concept, the universal which always is at once itself and its other, but this life, like Schelling's absolute, cannot manage to develop while keeping its universal character in all its particular forms. We is indeed entirely present in each particular living being. It is what makes it be born, reproduce itself, and die, but it does not express itself as such in each of its particular differences. The death of one living being is intimately related to the birth of another, but in this way life repeats itself without really developing itself. Unlike the genus, it does not express itself in its history. This life is not a self-sufficient system of figures. We return, then, to the starting point of our analysis of the text. Organic life has no history. Only spirit has a history, that is, a development of itself by itself such that it retains its identity in each of its particularizations, and when it negates them, which is the very movement of the concept, it simultaneously preserves them in order to raise them to a higher form. Only spirit has a past which it internalizes and a future which it projects ahead of itself, because it must become for itself what it is in itself. There is a conception of time and temporality implied in the phenomenology. What interests us here is the definition of spirit as history and the importance of this definition for the phenomenology. Hegel tells us that, as opposed to universal life, which rushes immediately from its universal, viz., life, to its sensuous singularity without expressing itself in a development that is at once universal and particular, consciousness presents the possibility of such a development. Thus consciousness has as its middle term, between its universal spirit and its singularity as sensuous consciousness, the system of figurations of consciousness which we understood as the life of spirit ordering itself until it becomes the whole. This system is considered in this boule, and has its own objective dossier as world history. Sensuous consciousness is, properly speaking, the particular, but only abstractly particular, consciousness, limited to a here and a now, as these are presented in the chapter on sensuous certainty at the beginning of the phenomenology. But the universal spirit is itself abstractly universal consciousness. The two terms stand by virtue of each other, and any actual consciousness is at once particular and universal and is able to discover through its particularity the universality essential to it. This movement, by means of W1, which every particular consciousness becomes at the same time universal consciousness, constitutes authentic specificity. The course of this specificity through all the phases of its development is precisely the phenomenology. But, on the other hand, the phenomenology is not the history of the world, although in certain respects it is a history and is related to the history of the world. There is a special problem here which we must now consider. Hegel says explicitly that the phenomenology is distinct from the history of the world and from a philosophy of that history. He says this both in the preface and in the text we have just commented on, and also in the passage at the end of the book where he contraposes, in a more ambiguous way, the free temporal development of history to the conceptual history that the phenomenology is. 11. In many other passages, he speaks of a world spirit, the development of which is distinct from the phenomenological development. 1.2 Besides, we need but look at the content of the phenomenology to rule out the hypothesis that the phenomenology is properly speaking the philosophy of world history in its entirety. The role of history in the phenomenology is so great that Heim could define the book as a transcendental psychology vitiated by history and a history vitiated by transcendental psychology. 13. But history does not play the same role throughout the book. In what we will call the first part of the phenomenology, including the major sections, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason, the only $1 which remain in the propedeutic and in the encyclopedia, history plays little more than the role of example. It allows concrete illustration of what, according to Hegel, is a novel and a necessary development of consciousness. These historical illustrations occur especially in the most concrete chapters, on self-consciousness and on reason. Self-consciousness is foreknowed in the relations of the struggle between opposed self-consciousnesses and that between MMTER and slave, struggles which, properly speaking, are not temporal. They can be found at the origin of all human civilizations and reproduce themselves in different forms throughout the history of humanity. The developments that follow evoke more precisely particular moments of human history: Stoicism, skepticism, and unhappy consciousness. Though generally stingy with historical detail and proceeding always by allusions, Hegel does not hesitate to say why, after having described in abstract terms the self-consciousness that has raised itself to autonomy, when this liberty of self-consciousness enters the history of the spirit as the conscious appearance of self-consciousness, it is, as is well known, called Stoicism. And at the end of this paragraph on Stoicism, he adds, Stoicism could arise as the universal form of the world spirit only in a time of universal fear and slavery, but also only at a time of a universal culture Bildung that had raised education and culture das Bilden to the level of thought. 14 As we see, the phenomenological development, necessarily encountering a moment of the abstract. Freedom of self-consciousness, uses the corresponding phase of world history to illustrate its description and make it more precise. We know from Hegel's early works that unhappy consciousness is intermingled at its origin with Judaism and then carries over to the Christianity of the Middle Ages. But the passage of the Phenomenology which discusses unhappy consciousness includes no explicit mention of Judaism. It is thus always a matter of historical illustrations in the service of a necessary development of self-consciousness. The case is the same in the section on reason, in which we find allusions to the Renaissance, and in the precise use of works contemporary with Hegel, Schiller's The Robbers, Goethe's Faust, or works such as Don Quixote, which were particularly appreciated by the Romantics. 15 are these examples, these concrete illustrations of moments of the development of consciousness, chosen arbitrarily, or do they absolutely impose themselves? A commentary on the Phenomenology can try to resolve this problem by taking cognizance of the precise task that Hegel set himself, but it is certain that there is no complete philosophy of human history in the book. Besides, Hegel clearly insists that the three moments, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason, are not to be considered as a succession. They are not in time, they are abstractions contrived from within the whole of spirit and studied in their separate development. Only the specific forms of these moments, sensuous certainty, perception, understanding, etc., which represent a concrete totality, can be considered to be successive within the moment of which they are a part. Bulletin: this temporal succession is the sign of a novel development of the moment under consideration. The movement from sensuous certainty to perception can be thought of as a temporal movement. Similarly, it must be admitted that the movement from the master-slave relation to Stoicism, the relationships between Stoicism and skepticism, between Greek skepticism and the Old Testament feeling of the vanity of all things, and between all this and Christianity, present a certain historical interpretation. The phenomenological development within a single moment, that of consciousness or that of self-consciousness, indeed coincides with $age_of.time, or is at least susceptible to being represented temporally. In what we will call the second part of the Phenomenology, which includes the chapters Spirit, Religion, and Absolute Knowledge, the problem is much more complex. We sometimes seem to have before us a veritable philosophy of history. We shall try to explain why this is so when we study the structure of the Phenomenology. What is certain is that, starting with the Propedeutic and the Encyclopedia, Hegel suppressed the chapters Spirit and Religion from the Phenomenology stricto sensu. This is because in these two chapters the development of individual consciousness is only formally at issue. In the chapter on spirit, for example, concrete totalities, particular spirits, are considered, that of the Greek city, that of the Roman Empire and Roman law, that of Western culture, that of the French Revolution, and that of the Germanic world. Hegel says so himself at the beginning of the chapter on spirit. Indicating that the spirit alone is existence, the reason which became a living world, the individual who is a world. He notes that prior moments, self-consciousness and reason, were only abstractions of the spirit. All the earlier figures of consciousness are abstractions of the spirit. They are by virtue of the spirit analyzing itself, distinguishing its own moments and dwelling on the specific moments. Hegel adds that this action of isolating such moments presupposes the spirit and can take place only in it. Only the spirit, in the meaning Hegel gives the word, is thus a concrete whole which, consequently, has a novel development and a real history. This is why the figures of the spirit differ from the preceding figures. These figures are distinguished, however, from the preceding figures in that they are themselves real spirits, authentic real entities, and in that instead of being merely the figures of consciousness they are the figures of a world. From that moment on, the development of the spirit seems to coincide with the real historical development. This is the history of the formation of a consciousness of the spirit, understood as a supra-individual reality, from the ancient polis to the French Revolution. Bulletin: with reference to actual history, there are many gaps in this development. There is nothing on the Renaissance, for example, only questionable allusions to the Reformation, and, on the other hand, long passages on the Enlightenment and on the French Revolution. How are these choices and these omissions justified, and what was Hegel's method here? If the Phenomenology were an attempt to present a complete philosophy of history, we should have to judge it a failure. Yet Hegel insists on the scientific nature of his book and on the necessity of the development he traces. The justification of this necessity must lie elsewhere than in a general history of the world. The chapter on religion poses no fewer problems. Hegel clearly says that with regard to religion nothing that precedes it is to be considered as a historical development. Religion, in its turn, presupposes the whole of the spirit, and a phenomenological study of religion must consider all previous moments as gathering up and constituting the substance of absolute spirit which rises to consciousness of its own self. Besides, the course of these moments with reference to religion cannot be temporally represented. There is, on the other hand, a development of religion which does appear to have a historical meaning per se. From these very general remarks, we can at least conclude that phenomenology is not exactly a philosophy of world history. Only in the second part of the book can a closer connection between the phenomenological development and the development of history in the proper sense of the word be made. Yet spirit does not precede religion in time, it precedes it only for us, who need to have completed the development of spirit as existence and reached the thought of reconciliation in order to understand the meaning of religion. Finally, the various moments chosen in these two chapters do not encompass universal history but only coincide with those historical phenomena which Hegel considers especially important for his task. The question is not resolved. VVE must try to ascertain more closely the significance of the phenomenological development with regard to the development of history. 3. The Phenomenology, a history of individual consciousness. The Phenomenology raises empirical consciousness to 9. Absolute knowledge. This was the book's first intention, as the introduction shows, and it remained the way that Hegel considered it later, in the preface. The task of leading the individual from his unformed state to knowledge is to be understood in its most general sense. It consists in considering the universal individual self-conscious spirit in the process of its formation. But the rise of empirical consciousness to absolute knowledge is possible only if the necessary stages of its ascent are discovered within it. These stages are still within it, all that is needed is that it descend into the interiority of memory by an action comparable to Platonic recollection. Indeed, the individual, child of his time, possesses within himself the whole substance of the spirit of that time. He needs only appropriate it to himself, make it present to himself again in the same way that one who begins the study of a higher science reviews the preparatory knowledge he has known implicitly for a long time in order to bring that content fully to mind again. Thus, the problem which the Phenomenology poses is not that of world history but that of the education of the specific individui who must, necessarily, be formed to knowledge by becoming aware of what Hegel calls his substance. This is a specifically pedagogical task not unrelated to the task Rousseau set for himself in Émile. The primary idea of Rousseau's book has been described as rigorously scientific. If the individual's development summarily repeats the evolution of the species, then the child's education must largely reproduce the genericil movement of humanity. 16. But While Rousseau concluded from this that the age of sensation had to precede that of reflection, Hegel took the immanence of human history in general in the individual consciousness seriously. Since not only the substance of the individual but also the world spirit had the patience to pass through these forms over a long stretch of time and to undertake the prodigious labor of universal history in which it incarnated its own total content into each form to the extent that that form allowed it, and since the world spirit could not reach its self-consciousness with less labor, so, in the very nature of things the individual cannot grasp his substance by a shorter road. Yet the pain is less, for in itself all this is already finished, the content is the actual reality already annihilated in possibility, the immediateness already forced, the configuration already reduced to outline, to the simple determination of thought. The history of the world is finished, all that is needed is for the specific individual to rediscover it in himself. The specific individual must pass through the content of the stages of the formation of universal spirit, but as figures already unseated by spirit, as stages of a way already traced and flattened out. Thus, we see that in the sphere of knowledge what absorbed adult minds in earlier ages is now reduced to something familiar, to school exercises, even to children's games. In pedagogical progress we see projected a sketch of the history of universal culture. It is this history of universal culture, to the extent that it contributes to the preparation of what Hegel calls absolute knowledge, that must be called forth in individual consciousness. Individual consciousness must become aware within itself of its substance, which at first when this consciousness is still at the beginning of its philosophical and human itinerary appears to it as external. Schelling had already insisted on this immanence of history in the individual's present. We assert that no individual consciousness could be posed with all the determinations with which it is posed and which necessarily belong to it, if the whole of history had not preceded it, as could easily be demonstrated by examples if we were discussing works of art. 17. Schelling concludes from this that history can be thought out retrospectively, simply by trying to understand the present state of the world and of the individuality that is under consideration in it. Thus there is a certain relation between phenomenology and the philosophy of history. Phenomenology is the concrete, explicit development and formation of the individual, the rise of his finite self to absolute self. But that elevation is possible only through the use of the moments of world history, moments which are immanent in that individual consciousness. Instead of being satisfied with well-known representations which, precisely because they are familiar, are in fact not known, individual consciousness must analyze and develop them within itself. Thus it will rediscover within itself earlier phases of history and, instead of traversing them without seeing what is at stake, it will, on the contrary, have to dwell in them and reconstitute its past experience in order that the meaning of that experience appear to it. Impatience attempts the impossible. To obtain the goal in the absence of the means, the length of the road must be borne, and each particular moment must be sojourned in. The history of the world, which is immanent in the individual but of which he has not become aware, then becomes conceptualized and internalized history, the meaning of which he is progressively able to elaborate. In conceiving the phenomenology this way, Hegel seems to underscore a double task for himself. On the one hand, he wishes to introduce empirical consciousness to absolute knowledge, to philosophy which for him is the system of absolute idealism, the system in which self-consciousness and consciousness of being are identified. On the other hand, he wishes to raise the individual I to the human I. When we consider the precise meaning of this second task, Fichte's and Schelling's problem of the transition of finite I to absolute I becomes the problem of the transition from individual I to human I, from the abstractly specific I to the I that encompasses within it the whole spirit of its time. In his Science of Knowledge of 1794, Fichte spoke of the finite or empirical I as the individual I, but he did not pose the problem of the relation between the specific I and the human I in all its implications. Only Hegel could pose this problem, because he greatly enlarged the concept of the experience of consciousness, from theoretical or moral experience to everything that is actually experienced by consciousness, not only the object thought or the final goal, but also all manner of living, as well as aesthetic and religious worldviews which constitute experience in the larger sense of the word. In thus posing the problem of all experience, of everything that is susceptible to being actually experienced by consciousness, Hegel was necessarily led to the relation between the individual I and the I of humanity. The empirical consciousness considered was specific consciousness, which must progressively become aware once again of the experience of the species and, in forming itself to knowledge, form itself to a human wisdom sages. It must learn its relation to other consciousnesses and grasp the necessity of a mediation through universal history so that it can itself become spiritual consciousness. Thus defined, the second task, raising the specific I to the I of humanity, is in its deepest significance what Hegel calls culture. But this culture is not only the individual's, it does not involve him alone, it is also an essential moment of the whole, of the absolute. If indeed the absolute is subject and not only substance, then it is its own reflection back on itself, it is the course of its becoming conscious of itself as consciousness of spirit. Thus when consciousness progresses from one experience to the next and enlarges its horizons, the individual rises to humanity, and at the same time humanity becomes self-conscious. One's spirit becomes the self-consciousness of spirit. In this respect, culture, seen from the individual's point of view, consists in the individual acquiring the present, consuming his inorganic nature and appropriating it, with respect to universal spirit. Insofar as that spirit is substance, culture consists uniquely in that substance giving itself its own self-consciousness and producing by itself its own development and its own reflection. 19. Thus the phenomenology is indeed a part of philosophic science. From the point of view of the individual, it is an introduction to science. From the point of view of the philosopher, it is that science becoming aware of itself. And, as reflection is not alien to absolute knowledge, as the absolute is subject, the phenomenology itself enters into the absolute life of the spirit. The desire to fulfill this task undoubtedly led Hegel to expand his initial project of introducing non-scientific consciousness to science. Before arriving at absolute knowledge, Hegel integrates into his work all the more specifically historical arguments on objective spirit and on religion. Since the problem is to raise the individual to the consciousness of spirit, to make spirit become self-consciousness in the individual, how can the individual understand his substance without rediscovering within himself the development of the spirit that is still a part of his present world? We can wonder nonetheless how the two tasks which we have just defined can coincide, on the one hand, the passage of empirical consciousness to science, and on the other, the elevation of the specific individual to the consciousness of the spirit of his time, to the consciousness of humanity within himself. Hegel gradually abandoned his early ambition to influence his age directly through pedagogical and practical works, an ambition generated by the French reformers and the French Revolution. Beginning with his arrival in Jena, he reflected on the philosophic systems of Fichte and Schelling and tried to define philosophy as the expression of the culture of an epoch in world history. His speculative interest was engaged by philosophy's attempt to resolve the oppositions in which that culture was crystallized. Much later, for the philosophy of right, he wrote, "One word more about giving instructions as to what the world ought to be. Philosophy in any case always comes on the scene too late to give it. The teaching of the concept, which is also history's inescapable lesson, is that it is only when actual it is mature that the ideal first appears over against the real, and that the ideal apprehends the same real world in its substance and builds it up for itself into the shape of an intellectual realm." 20. The same idea is expressed in the famous phrase, "The owl of Minerva flies only at dusk." But although these passages, written in I-820, are clearly more conservative in tone than the Phenomenology, Hegel already knew in I-807 that philosophy, absolute knowledge, is a result that coincides with the thought of the spirit of a certain age. Can we not conclude from this, as Hegel himself suggests in the preface, that the road that leads to absolute idealism coincides with a particular moment of world history? Absolute knowledge has historical presuppositions. To rise to absolute knowledge, empirical consciousness. 20. Philosophy of Right, pages 1-13. Must become aware of these historical presuppositions. It must raise its specific eye to the eye of the humanity of the time at which alone absolute knowledge can appear. In the Phenomenology, Hegel writes of Kant's and Fichte's idealism that, instead of presenting this road of the historical presuppositions of idealism, this idealism starts off with the assertion I equals I, and therefore is no more than a pure assertion which neither conceives itself nor can make itself conceivable to others. The same argument is made in a more general way. The immediate manifestation of truth is the abstraction of its being present, of which the essence and the being in itself are the absolute concept, that is, the process of its having become. 21. When Kant's and Fichte's idealism appeared in world history as a particular philosophic system, it was not justified but remained a gratuitous assertion. Its genuine justification could only be the history of the formation of human consciousness. One of the innovations of the phenomenology was to justify idealism through history, to view it as the result of prior experiences. And the result is nothing without the course of its development. Thus for Hegel the two tasks which we distinguished are not separate. When empirical consciousness rises to absolute knowledge, it must simultaneously become aware of a certain history of the spirit, without which that absolute knowledge would be inconceivable. This act of becoming aware is not a pure and simple return to the past. In its retrospective apprehension it justifies the past and determines its meaning. Thus hence, the crown of a world of spirit, is not yet full-fledged at its beginning. The beginning of the new spirit is the result of a vast upheaval of many and varied forms of culture, the reward of a complex, sinuous itinerary and a no less arduous and painful effort. This beginning is the whole which, outside of its succession and its extension, has returned into itself and has become the simple concept of that whole. But the actual reality of that simple whole is the process through which the prior formations, which have now become moments, develop anew and take on new configurations, develop into new elements which however are in accordance with the development they have already undergone. Thus absolute knowledge is not accessible to individual consciousness unless that consciousness becomes consciousness of the spirit of its times. But conversely Hegel does not conceive of this absolute knowledge only as what is usually meant by knowledge. It corresponds to a new stage in world history. And we cannot understand certain passages in the last chapter of the Phenomenology if we do not see that for Hegel humanity, having just undergone profound upheavals, has entered a new stage of its history. Absolute knowledge corresponds to the stage of history and is its expression. Moreover, it is not difficult to see that ours is a tilde of gestation, a time of transition to a new age. Spirit has broken with the world of its Dasein and of the representation that has lasted until now. It is on the point of burying this world in the past. It is engaged in the labor of its own transformation. For individual consciousness and universal consciousness, we can now see the full scope of the task the Phenomenology set for itself, and the obstacles, perhaps insurmountable, that stand in its way. As we have seen, the task is to lead individual consciousness to become aware of the spirit of its times, to become aware of its own substance, its inorganic nature, and simultaneously to rise thereby to an absolute knowledge which claims to transcend all temporal development, to surmount time itself. This is why spirit necessarily manifests itself in time. And it does so until it grasps its pure concept, that is, until it eliminates time. Is there not a contradiction here? How can consciousness on the one hand surmount the continuous call to transcend itself, which is essential to it, and coincide absolutely with its truth while that truth becomes self-certainty, truth and life, and on the other hand be the consciousness of a particular stage in the history of spirit? Are we to think that this stage is precisely the end of time and that Hegel naively thought that history came to an end with his system? Although this accusation has often been made, it seems unjust in certain respects. The difficulty of the last chapter of the Phenomenology is not merely due to Hegel's terminology and the manner of his exposition, it is inherent in the very nature of the problem. To surmount all transcendence and yet to preserve the life of spirit presupposes a dialectical relation between the temporal and the supertemporal which cannot easily be thought. But this is not precisely the problem that we wish to discuss here. We are less concerned here with the future that appears to consciousness that has reached absolute knowledge than we are with the past that consciousness has used in the course of its development. Our question is to what extent that past which coincides only in part with world history and which, properly speaking, is not a philosophy of history but the recollection of world history in an individual consciousness that is rising till knowledge is determined abstractly, and to what extent it evinces a necessity. Perhaps the problem of the past of absolute knowledge is not entirely different from the problem of its future. There too, the solution must be dialectical. In each case, individual consciousness gathers up within itself the two extremes, universal consciousness and particular consciousness, and must find universality in its particularity, while remaining unable completely to avoid that particularity. We know that for Hegel consciousness is always universal and particular at the same time. The dialectical synthesis is genuine specificity, universal individuality which rises from its particularity to universality. With regard to the future, Hegel writes in the Philosophy of Right, contradicting the thesis that he claimed to stop time at his time, cto comprehend what is. This is the task of philosophy, because what is reason. Whatever happens, every individual is a child of his time, so philosophy too is its time apprehended in thoughts. It is just as absurd to fancy that a philosophy can transcend its contemporary world as it is to fancy that an individual can overleap his own age. 23. This does not mean that the conception of what exists is merely the conception of a contingent, transitory element. On the contrary, in the cross of present suffering we must recognize the rose and rejoice in it. Let us return to the problem of the past. It is important to note that the individuality whose formation is considered in this way is not merely a random individuality, submerged in a too narrowly defined particularity. See, the particular individual is in complete spirit, a concrete figure in the total dossier of which one single determination predominates while the others are present only as effaced traits. Only universal individuality, individuality that has raised itself to absolute knowledge, can rediscover within itself, and develop by itself, the moments entailed by the course of its development. The same consciousness, when it reaches philosophic knowledge, turns back on itself and, qua empirical consciousness, begins the phenomenological itinerary. One must find the way to absolute knowledge in oneself before one can point it out to others. For this reason, it was necessary to consider the universal individual, self-conscious spirit, in the process of its formation. 2 For what for that individual is recollection, and internalization is the route by which others ascend. But qua individuality, that individuality necessarily includes elements of particularity. It is tied to its times. The French Revolution and the Enlightenment are more important to it than other historical events. But is this not evidence of an irreducible contingency? Hegel's entire youthful itinerary reappears in the Phenomenology in a rethought and organized form. Everything that Dilthey and No. found in the notebooks of Hegel's youth, everything Hegel wrote in Stuttgart, in Bern, and in Frankfurt about the ancient world and about Christianity and its destiny, everything he elaborated in Jena about the life of a people and its orgation, all these developments which led him to his philosophic thought and to the thought of his times reappear in the Phenomenology. We can ask whether the Phenomenology does not portray Hegel's own philosophic itinerary, in the way that the discourse on method is an abridged and reconstructed history of the formation of Descartes' thought. As Valery has written, Descartes' intention was that we hear and understand himself, that is, that his necessary monologue be inspired in us and that we pronounce his own vows. We were to find in us what he found in himself. 25 Similarly, we may say that Hegel presents his own philosophic itinerary so that we, or rather his contemporaries, may find in it a pathway that is not only Hegel's but that carries in the particularity of its history a universal significance. Much more ponderously than Descartes, and in a far different spirit, Hegel sets forth what is universally valid in his particular journey. The road, like Descartes', is a road of doubt, even of desperate doubt, but that doubt is not the result of a resolution taken once and for all. On the contrary, it is the detailed history of the formation of consciousness itself to science. Perhaps when Hegel wrote this phrase, which occurs in the introduction, he was specifically thinking of Descartes and comparing their two journeys. But by what right can this route, which is tied to particular contingencies, be called a science? How can it present a genuine necessity? Of course the necessity is seen only at the end of the voyage, when the philosopher rethinks what appeared to be offered to him as contingency. And, as we know, Hegel later suppressed the subtitle, First Part of Science. 26 But the introduction, and the preface as well, insist on the scientific nature of the whole development. Subsequently, Hegel preserves under the name Phenomenology only the first moments, and only in their most abstract and most general form. The problem is no longer posed then, but by the same token the phenomenology no longer has the character of a concrete philosophical journey, a character which makes it one of the most beautiful works of philosophic literature. Without claiming completely to resolve the problem of the necessity of the phenomenological development, as that development is presented in 1807, we can quote something Hegel wrote several years earlier: man can and must connect the imperishable and the sacred to the contingent. In his thought of the eternal, man binds the eternal to the contingency of his thought. The phenomenology appears as a science because from the root of the formation of individually and historically conditioned consciousness it extracts the moments by means of which that path is simultaneously the path of the formation of consciousness. To science, that is, the path through which consciousness becomes universal and rises above every conditioned situation. Point 21. Abstractly individual consciousness is consciousness only because it opposes itself and is thus simultaneously universal consciousness. But universal consciousness is not merely abstractly universal, it is absolute consciousness only insofar as it opposes itself and is individual. Beginning with his earliest writings, Hegel tried to thin through the unity of particular consciousness and universal consciousness. He struggled as Sophocles had in Antigone and Shakespeare in Hamlet to bring to life characters who embody a moment of human history. He wrote several lives of Jesus, but unlike Kant, for instance, for whom Jesus was the sensuous outline of morality, Hegel tried to grasp the irreducible individuality of Christ and at the same time, by deepening his particularity, to discover the universal in him. 4. Hegel philosophic doctrines are not abstract doctrines, they are ways of life. Skepticism, Stoicism, unhappy consciousness, the moral worldview, these are expositions not of philosophic thought but of experiences of life. Their human universality is fulfilled only in the actual experience of a particular consciousness. But, conversely, the meaning of that actual experience lies only in a thought that is universal. Thus the pre-revolutionary period in France is embodied for Hegel in the lacerated consciousness of culture, and the terror is interpreted as a certain metaphysics. 28. This attempt to gather up the universal and the particular into spiritual individuality is what makes Hegelianism, and especially the phenomenology, interesting. Hegel refuses to choose between an existentialism which, according to him, would be abstract and existentialism in which individuality is unique and resists transcribing its life situation in the code of universality, and a universalism that would exclude actual experience. The truth lies in their unity, that truth which also is life, as the life of spirit is truth. To understand the meaning of the phenomenological development and its relation to world history, it is therefore necessary to thin through this dialectic of universal individuality, to thin universality through particularity and particularity through universality. Is not consciousness the unity of these two moments? We intend first to study the general structure of the phenomenology, to view its organization as a whole. We are aware that an attempt of this sort must necessarily be superficial and that it cannot reach what is essential in a work, especially if that work is the phenomenology of spirit. For the phenomenology is the work of Hegel's whose development seems the most organic. The same concepts return at various stages of the book and grow richer in meaning. Yet, although we can hope to glimpse the movement of the phenomenology only if we closely analyze the development of the work, its substantive content as well as its dialectical steps, it is indispensable before undertaking such a study to view the whole of the development and to point out its guiding articulations. The history of the birth of the phenomenology. It is also important to specify the external circumstances in which the book appeared. Beginning with the System der Sittlichkeit, the system of morality, and the article über die wissenschaftliche Behandlungsarten der Naturrechts on the scientific treatment of natural law, hereafter Naturrecht trans, both dating from the early Jena period, Hegel drew away from Schelling and nearer to Kant and to Fichte. The prise de conscience indeed, appears to play a decisive role in the course of the development of Hegel's final philosophy of spirit. 1. Subjective knowledge prevails over any intuition which does not reflect on itself, and thus it rises above substance. Viewed from the inside, within the context of the development of Hegel's thought, the phenomenology appears to meet a true requirement. Viewed from without, however, this does not seem to be the case. T. Herring, one of Hegel's commentators, was of the opinion that the phenomenology was born not organically, according to a carefully deliberated and well thought out plan, but in an almost unbelievably short time as the result of a sudden decision taken under external and internal pressure and in the form of a manuscript delivered to the publisher bit by bit while the author's intention with regard to the work was changing. 2. If, on the whole, we must accept Herring's conclusions, at least with regard to the circumstances in which the book was published, this in no way changes our argument that the phenomenology fulfilled a need within the development of Hegel's philosophy. Often apparently external circumstances best allow us to reveal ourselves. Whether Hegel was conscious of it or not, the phenomenology was his way of conveying to the public not a completed system but the history of his own philosophical development. We have become better able to understand the significance of the phenomenology since Hegel's early works have become known. The later Logic and the Encyclopedia have their origin in the Jena period, but in the Phenomenology Hegel recapitulated his own philosophical journey. And if indeed Hegel's philosophy is primarily a philosophy of spirit and is based on human history, then we must say that as the Jena courses on the philosophy of spirit had already foreshadowed, Hegel gave an authentic expression of his thought in the Phenomenology, his first major work. Let us briefly summarize Herring's argument, which Hofmeister restates in the introduction to his edition of the Phenomenology. From the time he arrived at Jena, Hegel was. Hofmeister's introduction includes a clear exposition of Herring's thesis and an excellent discussion of the circumstances in which the Phenomenology was published. We refer the reader to this introduction and to Herring's own work, Hegel, Sen Wollen und Sen Werk, 2 volumes. Anxious to publish the whole of his philosophic system in a single work. In I-802, and then in I-803, he spoke of a book that was to be called Logik und Metaphysik oder Systemarische et Rationis. His intentions did not become more specific until I-805 when he announced that he would present Totum Philosophiae Scientum, id est Philosophiam Speculativum, Naturae et Mentis ex Libro per Estatem Prodituro, et Jus Naturae ex Eadem. This division indeed corresponds to the manuscripts of the first system which were published by H. Ehrenberg, G. Lassen, and Hofmeister. Remarkably, there was as yet no thought of an introduction to the system, much less of an introduction to be called the Phenomenology of Spirit. But apparently Hegel dropped the idea of publishing his entire system in a single book and made up his mind to publish only a first part of that system, a part that was to include his logic and his metaphysics, preceded by an introduction. It was only during the winter semester of I-806-7 that introduction came to be called Phenomenology of Spirit. For what followed is known. In the course of its composition, the introduction itself came to be the first part of the system of science, and the phenomenology originated at the very time that Hegel's contract with his publisher, Gebhardt, in Bamberg, called for a logic and a metaphysics as the first part of the system, to be preceded by an introduction called Phenomenology. The introduction became a self-sufficient work, the range and the importance of which were only gradually discovered by its author. What was to have been only an introduction to the system grew on its own and, despite Hegel's own assertions that there can be no introduction to philosophy, became a self-sufficient whole, an exposition of the entire Hegelian philosophy from a phenomenological point of view. We know from a letter to Needham Er, probably written in September, I-806, that Hegel had at that time delivered part of his manuscript. That part did not include the preface, which was sent at the very end, but included the whole of the phenomenology of consciousness, of self-consciousness, and of reason. The considerable portion of the book that constitutes a genuine philosophy of spirit, including the chapters on spirit proper, on religion, and on absolute knowledge, was still missing. These chapters were only delivered to the publisher, bit by bit, in October, I-806. The manuscript of the preface followed in January, I-807, and the first copies of the Phenomenology were circulating in April of that year. 5 The break in the manuscript of the Phenomenology, a break which corresponds to the chapter on spirit, probably XPL 9, in something that has bothered all editors of the book. Whereas Hegel himself indicated that the first part of the book is divided into 3 sections, a. Consciousness, b. Self-consciousness, and c. Reason, there is no corresponding division in the second part. In order to establish a correspondence with the phenomenology presented in the encyclopedia, editors have generally gone on to subdivide the section on reason into reason, spirit, religion, and absolute knowledge. But in addition to his tripartite division, Hegel also ordered spiritual phenomena as follows: sensuous certainty, perception, understanding, self-consciousness, reason, spirit, religion, absolute knowledge. The last phenomena, reason, spirit, religion, and absolute knowledge, do not actually correspond to a third unique moment that can be contract opposed to the first 2.6. There has always been a question as to whether the Phenomenology is an introduction to Hegel's system or a part of it. According to Hering, the answer is clear: at the beginning it was meant to be an introduction, in the course of its elaboration it became part of the system. But what led Hegel, who had always commented ironically about the possibility of an introduction to a system with a life of its own, to publish one himself? He had pedagogical reasons, no doubt, for he had realized that one could not begin abruptly with absolute knowledge, that, necessarily, common consciousness had to be led to science. 7 Also, this introduction had to be a phenomenology of spirit, recapitulating in its broad outlines Hegel's own youthful journey. In opposition to Schelling, who began with a philosophy of nature, Hegel had clearly to note his originality by starting from spiritual phenomena. In the final system, the Phenomenology, as an introduction to the system and as the first part of science, disappears. It shrinks and becomes only a specific moment in the development of the philosophy of spirit. It was not without some embarrassment that Hegel spoke of his work, which to us, on the contrary, seems his most brilliant. In the letter accompanying the copy that he sent to Schelling, Hegel wrote, "My book is finally finished, but even in sending copies to friends the same baleful embarrassment that dominated the publication and the printing and even in part the writing appears." 9 commentators have been struck by the fact that the chapters on spirit and on religion, which made up that second half of Hegel's Jena work which, according to Hering, was delivered to the editor later, disappeared in that part of his system that Hegel called the Phenomenology. Is there in fact a break in the R807 Phenomenology, and are the chapters on spirit and religion a development which does not, strictly speaking, belong to this introduction? It is quite possible that Hegel's intention changed in the very course of completing his book, but the stress he laid on certain chapters of the first part left him no opportunity to turn back. He was led, almost despite himself, to write not only a phenomenology of consciousness but a phenomenology of spirit, in which all spiritual phenomena would be studied from a phenomenological point of view. As Hofmeister correctly noted, with the chapter on the self-actualization of rational self-consciousness, the tendency toward objective spirit is already so strong that there can be no pause in the flow of the presentation before reaching the figures of the world through which alone self-consciousness can reach its truth. 10 Individual reason is pushed, as though by an internal requirement, to become a world for itself as spirit, and SPI2.T is similarly pushed to discover itself as spirit for itself in religion. The method of prise de conscience, which dominated the whole development of consciousness, extends to all the phenomena of spirit, and the phenomenology of individual consciousness necessarily becomes the phenomenology of spirit in general. Does it follow that this transformation poses no problems? That Hegel could present his whole system in the form of a phenomenology of spirit dealing with the development of individual consciousness as well as with knowledge of nature, with the development of objective spirit as well as with religion before he had reached absolute knowledge seems to point to a certain ambiguity in the interpretation of Hegelianism. How is the phenomenology of spirit connected to the later logic? We shall try to broach this problem in the conclusion of our study, taking off from the chapter on absolute knowledge, but it is a problem which fundamentally will remain almost insoluble because it will lead us to ask whether Hegel's philosophy is itself a phenomenology or an onty. QGYJ1 equals JS both, no doubt, but which is the authentic proceeding, which is the source of Hegelianism? Is Hegel's logic independent of all phenomenology? In the phenomenology, all the moments of knowledge are presented according to the inner opposition of for itself and in itself, of certainty and truth. The phenomenology is truth inasmuch as the latter appears to itself, or inasmuch as the concept splits and represents itself according to the inner opposition. See our last chapter, below, and cf. David Strauss's phrase, quoted by Hofmeister. Hegel's posthumous works are merely extracts from the phenomenology. In order to fit into the system of the encyclopedia, the only three moments of which are logic, nature, and spirit, the phenomenology of 1807 had to be limited. It lost precisely the chapters on spirit and religion. This change appears in the Nuremberg Philosophisk Propaedeutel, hereafter Propaedeutel Trans, and then in the encyclopedia. Let us look at this change in detail and try to specify the reasons for it. A. In the Propaedeutic. As rector of the Gymnasium of Nuremberg, Hegel faced a particularly difficult pedagogical task. He had to adapt his thought to instruction that, properly speaking, was preparatory to, rather than at, university level. As he told Needham er, he had to give his thought a more accessible and more popular form. 1.2 These pedagogical considerations always influenced the formulation and the development of Hegel's system. Hegel thought first for himself. He was a visionary of the spirit rather than a teacher. The first logic, the one written at Jena, is the history of a thought that seeks itself, doubles back, and follows its own path without worrying about how it might be communicated and without sticking to a form appropriate to teaching rather than a didactic exposition of what Hegel calls logic. At Nuremberg he had to present his logic to 15-year-olds, and it was impossible to teach them directly what for him was speculative logic, a logic of spirit that is alive and dialectical. He had to take up the calcified matter of previous logic, to attach himself to it in an attempt to give it life again and to transform it into a dialectical logic, and he had to find a mediation between the previous logic and his own new logic. Aware of the need for this change of logic, he had already written in the preface to the Phenomenology. In modern times, on the contrary, the individual finds abstract form ready-made. Hence, the task now is no longer to preserve the individual from the mode of sensuous immediateness in order to make of him a substance that thinks and is thought, so much as the opposite of this, to make the universal actually present and to infuse spirit into it as a result of the suppression of determinate and solidified thoughts. But it is much more difficult to render solidified thoughts fluid than it is to render sensuous Dasein fluid. Later, in 1812, Hegel presented this spiritual logic, which is not formal logic and which does not accept abstract determinations of thought as they are but grasps them in their movement and their becoming, in a much more accessible form than that of the preparatory works of Jena. Pedagogical needs led him to seek and to find this mediation. The splinter in the flesh was to teach abstract thought without speculative thought. 13 Logic, thus, owes much to Hegel's teaching in Nuremberg. As for the Phenomenology, it was a work Hegel left behind him. In the doctrine of spirit as introduction to philosophy there is still mention of an introduction to knowledge which has the same purpose as the Phenomenology of 1807. The name Phenomenology does not occur, but the task Hegel sets for himself in this doctrine of spirit is the same as that planned in the Phenomenology. In philosophy, an introduction must especially consider the different properties and activities of spirit, by which it rises to science. Since these properties and spiritual activities present themselves in a necessary connection, this self-knowledge also constitutes a science. 14 We can see in this sentence the idea of the phenomenology that would be simultaneously an introduction to science and a particular science, but we may wonder how this science differs from psychology, in the general sense of the term, a science which is to have a place within the whole of the philosophical system. As for the content of the Propaedeutic, Hegel takes up again in a very schematic way the first three moments of the 1807 Phenomenology: consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason. But the development of self-consciousness as it is worked out in the Phenomenology and the development of reason into observing reason and acting reason are absent. Also gone are the sections on spirit and religion. Hegel says, nevertheless, that consciousness is divided into three principal stages: consciousness of incomplete, abstract objects, consciousness of the world of finite spirit, and consciousness of absolute spirit. But this indication, which, apparently, would lead us to spirit as presented in the Phenomenology and to religion, is not pursued. Only the consciousness of abstract or incomplete objects, that is to say, consciousness properly speaking, self-consciousness, and reason is developed. The problem Hegel seems to face at this point is that of the relation of his phenomenology to psychology. In the prospectus to the Phenomenology which he wrote in October 1, 1807, he had already said of that book that it considers preparation for science from a point of view that makes it a new science. The Phenomenology of spirit must replace psychological explanations and more abstract discussions of the foundation of knowledge. 15. In the short chapter on the laws of logic and of psychology there is a brief critique of empirical psychology, that is, of the psychology of faculties. But is the Phenomenology an introduction to the philosophy of spirit, or is it this philosophy itself? I divide the exposition of psychology in two parts, Hegel wrote in a letter to Nitb Ammer, spirit manifesting itself, spirit being in and for itself. In the first, I deal with consciousness from the standpoint of my phenomenology of spirit, but only in the first three stages of that phenomenology: consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason. 16. This text clearly shows Hegel's effort to constitute a philosophy of spirit which, no longer merely phenomenological, would be integrated into his system. Consciousness of spirit is distinguished from spirit itself, in and for itself, which is to constitute the subject of psychology, stricto sensu. Thus, the Phenomenology plays the role of an introduction. But with the developments that follow the chapter on reason lopped off, it becomes only a particular moment in the systematic concatenation of knowledge offered by the Encyclopedia L1. b. The Phenomenology in the Encyclopedia. This introduction to philosophy completely disappeared as of the first encyclopedia, written in Heidelberg in I8-I7. The name Phenomenology was retained, but it was applied to a specific part of the philosophy of subjective spirit. As a theory of consciousness, phenomenology is located between anthropology, the subject of which is soul, and psychology, the subject of one, which is spirit. Let us briefly study the final place that Hegel accords to phenomenology in the Encyclopedia of I8-I7. The three large moments of the system are logic, nature, and spirit. But subjective spirit itself is at first nature. It is the soul which does not yet distinguish anything about itself and which for us is only the reflection of events in the world, events which it carries within itself. This soul is spirit in itself, it is not yet spirit for itself. In order to become for itself it must become consciousness. The movement of the soul to consciousness is the truth of a dialectic that is still a dialectic of nature, a dialectic of awakening. The soul sunk into itself is the slumbering spirit, but the truth of the awakening of the soul is consciousness of its content, consciousness of a world that has become external to it. The soul separates itself from its content which for it is the world, the other. The soul is then no longer merely self-certainty, its truth has become for it an other than itself, an object. 18 Thus, consciousness is the subject of a specific science, phenomenology, which stands contract opposed to anthropology and which prepares the way for psychology stricto sensu. In this phenomenology, the I has the abstract certainty of itself, it is for itself, but this certainty is contract opposed to the presence of an object, of an other than the I. It is, Hegel says, reflection being for itself, the ideal identity of the soul rather than its immediate identity. The I is the light that manifests itself and the other. In this form, however, spirit is not in and for itself, it is merely spirit which appears, which manifests itself to itself, as consciousness. Spirit is only the appearing of spirit. 19 For the I thus reflected back on itself, it is the object that changes, hence the dialectical progression is a progression within the object itself. The phenomenological dialectic is a dialectic of experience. But for us, consciousness changes along with its object. The function of spirit as consciousness is to make its manifestation identical to its essence. The I must raise its certainty to truth. The stages of this ascent are consciousness, that is consciousness of an object, self-consciousness, and, finally, reason. Spirit sees the content of the object as itself and sees itself as determinate in and for itself. 20 Reason is the concept of spirit, truth which knows itself, which is no longer separated from self-certainty, is spirit in and for itself. This spirit, this unity of soul and consciousness, is in turn the subject of its ecology that leads to objective spirit, to spirit that is no longer merely internal but that has become a spiritual world existing in the shape of moral and political institutions, of peoples and states, of world history. Generally, the unity of subjective spirit and objective spirit is absolute spirit, revealing itself as art, religion, and philosophy. We have given a schematic account of the movement of Hegel's system. We see that phenomenology is no longer an introduction to it but is a part of the philosophy of spirit, that part which corresponds to the moment in which consciousness of spirit manifests itself to itself as object. Yet Hegel himself indicates that this part is of particular importance to the history of philosophy when he describes the phenomenology as the philosophy of Kant and Fichte, philosophers who, unable to rise above consciousness, proved incapable of overcoming the duality inherent in consciousness, that between subject and object, certainty and truth, concept and being. Kantian philosophy can be described most precisely as envisaging spirit as consciousness. It contains essentially the determinations of phenomenology and not of the philosophy of spirit. 21 It considers the I as being in touch with a beyond which in its abstract determinateness is called the thing in itself, and it grasps intelligence as well as will only according to this finitude. In the Critique of Judgment, no doubt, Kant rises to an idea of nature and of spirit, but this idea has only subjective significance and is hence only a manifestation, and not truth that knows itself in and for itself. Phenomenology, the general introduction to the whole system of absolute knowledge, becomes a specific moment of the system, the moment of consciousness, while at the same time it loses part of its content. Consciousness pertains to subjective spirit, but there are also objective spirit, which rises above consciousness, and absolute spirit which is not only the manifestation of the true, but the true itself. Yet, in our opinion, it is not by chance that Hegel presented his whole philosophy of spirit subjective, objective, and absolute in the form of a phenomenology of spirit. In objective spirit, spirit still appears to itself in the form of a history, and in absolute spirit it appears to itself as spirit in and for itself. This self-manifestation, which is essential to spirit, makes the phenomenology more than a specific moment of the system. We can understand that a philosophy of spirit, in the broadest sense of the term, would be a philosophy of the life and development of consciousness, and that in certain respects consciousness manifests the entire content of spirit. Consciousness must become consciousness of spirit, it must become aware that its object is spirit, that is, itself. In absolute knowledge, truth cannot be such that it leaves certainty out of account, but is the truth that knows itself, it is self-certainty, that is, consciousness. To present spirit in phenomenological form, as the self-manifestation of spirit in the development of consciousness, must have seemed all the more important to Hegel in 1806 because of his determination to maintain against Schelling that the true is not only substance but also subject. It is clear to us that there is an opposition between the phenomenology of spirit, which is the becoming of spirit for consciousness, and which is in fact unfinished, since the movement of transcending is essential to consciousness, and a finished system of truth, an absolute knowledge, in which consciousness is actually transcended. It seems to us that this opposition could be shown within Hegel's system itself, in his philosophy of history, and in his philosophy of absolute spirit. If it is true that spirit is history and that the act of becoming aware is essential to the development of spirit, then it seems impossible completely to eliminate phenomenology. The latter, in fact, is a moment that threatens to absorb all the rest. Before we study in detail the phenomenology of spirit as it is presented in the I-807 work, we shall attempt a general view of the book which will show its unity despite the apparent large break between the first part, which corresponds to a phenomenology of consciousness in the narrow sense of the word and which alone will be retained in the later system, and the second part, which corresponds to a phenomenology of spirit in Hegel's sense of the word, on the one hand, finite spirit as objective spirit, and on the other, absolute spirit as religion and as philosophy. We can say that the first three moments of the Phenomenology, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason, are the basis of all subsequent developments. The dialectic of their development will recur in more concrete form in the very midst of reason, in the opposition between observing reason and acting reason. What Hegel calls the actualization of rational self-consciousness by its own activity is nothing else than the development of self-consciousness repeated in the element of reason. Just as, in the element of category, observing reason repeats the movement of consciousness, that is, sensuous certainty, perception, and understanding, so reason will again traverse the double movement of self-consciousness, and move on from independence to the freedom of self-consciousness. The organic synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness is accomplished once again and in a more concrete form in this new element. This occurs in Chapter 4c, one individuality that knows itself to be real in and for itself. At that point spirit will correspond to consciousness, while religion will be a self-consciousness of spirit still opposing itself to real spirit. This is why in the chapter on absolute knowledge, where Hegel summarizes and reorganizes all prior developments in order to lead them to their conclusions, the problem he poses is in actuality that of the dialectical reconciliation of consciousness and self-consciousness. This reconciliation of consciousness and self-consciousness reveals itself as the product of a double development, first in religious spirit and then in consciousness itself. As such, we see that the first moments of the phenomenology are the very terms with which Hegel works. Consciousness, in the limited sense, is spirit insofar as spirit in analyzing itself retains and fixes on the moment by which it is with regard to itself an objective entity in the element of being. Spirit leaves out of account that this entity is its own being for itself. 1 pound, on the contrary, spirit fixes on the other moment of the analysis, according to which its own being for itself is its object. Then it is self-consciousness, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason thus abstractions of spirit, which is the only concrete reality. They exist due to the fact that spirit analyzes itself. This action of isolating such moments presupposes spirit and subsists within it, or it exists only in spirit, which is existence. This text clearly shows that consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason are not to be thought of as temporally successive in an ordinary way. They are rather components of spirit which can be isolated and which then develop temporally, each by itself, in such a way as to lead to the other moments. What we have just discovered is a method of Hegel's which it is essential to note. The phenomenology moves from the abstract to the concrete. It rises to ever richer developments which however always reproduce within themselves the prior developments and give them new meaning. Each concept that Hegel uses is taken up again, recast, and, so to speak, rethought at a higher level of the development. This reworking of abstract moments which gradually enrich themselves characterizes Hegel's very mode of thought, so much so that he himself finds it necessary continually to retrace his argument and to summarize the stages already crossed in order to show them repairing with new meaning. We quoted above both the passage from the chapter on reason in which Hegel shows the development of consciousness and of self-consciousness reappearing in the element of reason, and the passage from the chapter on spirit in which these moments have become mere abstractions, elements that are disintegrating. At the point that spirit, the reflection of these moments in themselves, has been posed, our reflection can recollect them from this point of view, that the essence of the figures of spirit consists in the movement and the structure of the phenomenology. 65. Disintegration of their moment strands. 22. Hegel's method makes the phenomenology a truly organic system. As one development ends, a new element is born, but in this new element the prior development is represented and acquires richer and more concrete meaning. This goes on until the end of the work, which is to present the whole phenomenology in its concrete richness. This richness in turn becomes a simple element in the midst of which science once again begins its development. The element of absolute knowledge becomes the element of speculative philosophy, especially of logic, and the moments of logic correspond in certain respects to the moments of phenomenology, but here, difference is no longer presented as difference between consciousness and self-consciousness, it has become a difference immanent in the content, and no longer a difference in the apprehension of content. From this point of view, the three terms of the phenomenological dialectic, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason, are specific to the phenomenology. But in this case we may ask what is left of the distinction between an objective logic and a subjective logic. Let us consider the first three moments, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason, as abstractions, that is, before they become what they already are in themselves, moments of concrete spirit. It is easy to see why they constitute the framework of the whole phenomenology. What does consciousness mean if one leaves self-consciousness out of account? The phenomenology starts with the opposition that is expressed by various pairs of terms, all of which set forth the opposition specific to the problem of knowledge, subject and object, self and world, consciousness and its objective correlative, certainty and truth. Insofar as it is only consciousness, Pirat apploch is a world that is alien to it, hence a world which can be sensed and which spirit merely receives passively into itself. It senses this world, it perceives it, it conceives it according to its understanding. These three subdivisions of consciousness can be considered the three concrete stages of its development. Every sensuous consciousness necessarily becomes a perceived consciousness, every perceiving consciousness becomes an understanding. No doubt, consciousness is also self-consciousness, while it believes that it knows its object as its truth, it also knows its own knowledge. But it is not yet aware of this, and hence it is self-consciousness only for us and not yet for itself. It aims only at the object, it wishes to reach certainty about knowledge of the object and not certainty about its own knowledge. This orientation toward the object characterizes consciousness as such and is the starting point of phenomenological consciousness. To be sure, for phenomenological consciousness the object is not what it is for the philosopher who has reached absolute knowledge, nor what it is for reason, that is, for science seeking itself in its own object, it is posited as being completely external to consciousness which has but to receive it passively. The certainty of immediately possessing the truth in receiving it characterizes that phase of consciousness which Hegel calls sensua certumta. The object, truth, is there before me, I need only apprehend it. My certainty is immediately truth, and this truth gas no internal reflection. The correlative of consciousness is not beyond knowledge, and yet it is alien to all knowledge. This nil position of consciousness with respect to the world must be superseded, yet insofar as consciousness is a moment of spirit we return to it continually. 24 Consciousness cannot stop at this certainty but must discover its truth, and in order to do this it must turn toward itself rather than toward the object. It must seek the truth of its certainty, that is, it must become self-consciousness, consciousness of its own knowledge rather than consciousness of the object. The truth of consciousness of the object is self-consciousness, as will be established by understanding, the last subdivision of consciousness. We shall study the movement from consciousness to self-consciousness in greater detail in the chapter on understanding. Point 25. It is important to note here that self-consciousness, the moment contract opposed to consciousness, is not itself aware that it is the result of the previous movement. It appears in a concrete form, as though it had forgotten the transition from consciousness to self-consciousness. When we develop all the moments of consciousness according to the phenomenological itinerary, we reach the point of view of transcendental idealism with which Fichte started in his Science of Knowledge. We believe that we know an object outside us, but we know only ourselves. The realism of naive consciousness leads to transcendental idealism. In figurative language, Hegel writes, "It is clear then that there is nothing to be seen behind the so-called curtain that covers the interior unless we step behind it as much that there be someone to see as that there be something to be seen." As Charles Endler put it, the inside of things is a construction of spirit. If we try to lift the veil covering reality, we will see only ourselves, only the universalizing activity of the spirit which we call understanding. 26. In a similar way, empirical science thinks that it deals with real forces, with electricity, gravity, etc. In fact, it deals with, and discovers, itself. Knowledge of the world is self. Knowledge. Certainty about the other becomes self-certainty. The I takes itself as object by moving beyond the other. But this self-certainty, self-consciousness in the narrow sense of the term is an abstraction all over again. It condenses within itself, in the concrete form of desire and satisfaction, the previous dialect, of which it is unaware. The object is there, before me, I do not contemplate it, I grasp and assimilate it. Hegel's originality was to see the self-consciousness as a second moment contract opposed to consciousness and to follow through in it its own specific dialectic. This consciousness is not experienced as the I in the reflection of scientific thought, but in its impulses and their actualization, in the movement of its desires. Consciousness aimed at the other, self-consciousness aims at itself through the other, it is desire. It can be an I only insofar as it contraposes itself to another I and discovers itself in him, and it is in this still elementary form that consciousness develops as self-consciousness in the three relations of primitive social life. In a higher form, self-consciousness becomes consciousness of its independence and its freedom. As Stoic consciousness, it must nonetheless test the truth of this certainty in skepticism and in unhappy consciousness. What is the immediate meaning of these dialectics if not that the truth of self-consciousness considered abstractly, as certainty, negates self-consciousness? Thus, in a certain way, consciousness, which is consciousness of the other, is reintroduced. Consciousness, when developed for itself, led us to self-consciousness, self-consciousness, similarly developed for itself, brings us back to consciousness. In the first case, consciousness by itself is abstract and universal, only its content is concrete. But for it this content is the other. In the second case, consciousness has indeed it is the dialectical synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness. Like consciousness, it is consciousness of the universe, of the object, but, like self-consciousness, it is consciousness of the I, of the subject. It is hence universal like the first and specific like the second. For consciousness the reality of things was only objective and in itself, for self-consciousness that reality was only a means for the satisfaction of its desires, the world was for it and not in itself. Reason gathers these two moments into an original unity. In being in itself, it discovers its own truth, in the world of things, it experiences itself. Reason is idealism. But before expressing itself in philosophy, with Kant and then with Fichte, idealism was a historical reality. It, too, is a concrete given, just as much as consciousness and self-consciousness were when they were considered in isolation, that is, when the transition from one to the other was forgotten and the result alone was treated as a new experience, which is what phenomenological consciousness, that consciousness which experiences and not that which repeats the experience so as to rethink it, always does. Idealism posited this result, that the I is all of reality, without considering how this result came about, but its development is essential to this affirmation. The Renaissance, as well as the entire development of modern science, is this idealism as a historical phenomenon. Yet in the element of reason, consciousness and self-consciousness will again oppose each other in a more concrete and a more profound form. In the dot-blement of reason, consciousness becomes observing our Essen, which considers nature and itself from a scientific point of view. It still believes that it is looking for the other, but at this level, a higher level than that of sensuous certainty, what it seeks is itself. Reason seeks its other, knowing full well that in it it will find only itself, it seeks only its own infinity. At the end of this search, reason will find itself as a being, as a thing, it will observe inorganic and organic nature, universal life, it will observe itself as self-consciousness and as the realization of self-consciousness in the human body, as expression and as dead thing. The strange result at which it will arrive, which was, however, implicit in the dictates of its search, is a kind of materialism. Reason is a thing, it is being. But self-consciousness will appear in the self-same element of reason as the nega-one, ion of being. Reason is not, it creates itself, negating objective being so as to pose itself. From this point on, the immediate opposition of consciousness and self-consciousness becomes an opposition between theoretical reason and practical reason, between knowledge and action. Knowledge is knowledge of the universe, it is the presence of the universal in consciousness, but action presents itself as the action of an individual self-consciousness. As with self-consciousness, the problem is that of the relation between the subjective I and the world. But the meaning of I and of world changes somewhat when they are both posed in what Hegel calls the element of category. They become more concrete, the I is penetrated by reason, becoming an I which has reason though it is not yet itself reason, the world is the entirety of individuals living in a community. Spirit, that is the truth of reason, is already foreshadowed here, and it would have been impossible for Hegel to have ended the phenomenological development after individual Raison, because the whole movement of individual consciousness which has reason has been directed toward a world that is both subjective and objective, toward the spiritual community, the I that is a we and the we that is an I. The phenomenology of consciousness had to be enlarged into a phenomenology of spirit in order that consciousness might become consciousness of spirit. It is, indeed, only by being self-consciousness of spirit that it can be absolute knowledge. Active reason is the reason of specific self-consciousness which confronts the world, but WHH also knows that this opposition is only apparent as merely the opposition necessary for action, and that through the mediation of this action, it must discover itself in being. This individualism abandons the point of view of knowledge, and consciousness therefore ceases to be universal. Hegel quotes from Goethe's Faust, Part I, it scorns understanding and science, / the supreme gifts granted to men. Consciousness abandons the universality of knowledge to give itself over to the spirit of the earth. What the individual consciousness, contract opposed to universal consciousness, seeks thereby is to discover itself in being, a definition of happiness not as platitudinous as that of enlightenment or of Kant, but which at first is only the aspiration of the specific consciousness. But individual consciousness is also universal consciousness, and in its quest for individual happiness it must therefore undergo a fate which reveals it to itself. The world appears alien to it, it stumbles against harsh necessity, it fails to recognize itself in that which happens to it. This, precisely, is the notion of fate. And yet this fate is individual consciousness itself, unaware of itself. Renouncing its individual happiness, it wishes to transform the world and to strive for the well-being of humanity, like Karl Moore in Schiller's play, who expresses the claims of the heart against established institutions. But Schiller's hero is a bandit chief. Consciousness, thus, experiences in the real world the contradiction that is within itself. It then claims to reform itself, to surrender its individual aims and to establish the reign of virtue in and around itself. But this quixotism comes up against the order of the world, and consciousness must finally learn that the course of the world is not as bad as it seemed. From here on, active reason must join with observing reason. Hegel presents the synthesis of being and action, which reproduces at this new level the first synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness reason in the chapter on one individuality that knows itself to be real in and for itself. This individuality no longer opposes the universal so as to negate it, nor is it merely contemplative reason, the inactive consciousness of the universal, it is the co-penetration of being in itself and being for itself, of the universal and individuality. This action is its own truth and actual reality, and for it the presentation and expression of individuality is a goal in and for itself. The synthesis of certainty and truth is accomplished once again, but once again it proves illusory, and the dialectic begins anew within the synthesis. The thing itself is the honesty of this reason. But the thing itself is abstract because it is the reason of individuality and not the reason that is realized in a spiritual world as such. The thing itself, as objective rationality, links the individual to other individuals and to humanity. But it is also the thing of passion and of interest. The division between I and world becomes immanent in the I. As of the beginning of chapter 5b, the actualization of self-consciousness through its own activity, Hegel tends toward spirit which is not merely individual reason but the truth of reason, that is, actual reason achieved in a world that is its authentic manifestation. We see this if we refer to several passages in the introduction to this part of the chapter and compare them to passages at the beginning of the chapter on spirit. Thus, in a free people, reason has already been made real, this reason is the presence of the living spirit. Yet self-consciousness, which at first is spirit only immediately and according to the concept, is no longer in the happy condition of having reached its destination determination and of living within it, or, and this comes to the same thing, self-consciousness has not yet reached this felicity. All the preceding dialectical developments thus lead to ethical substance, that is, to real spirit, or, if we hold that this ethical spirit has dissolved in individual consciousnesses, to a consciousness of this substance, a moment which appears in the modern world as morality, in opposition to ethos, the immediate state of life of a people. Insofar as it is individual, the thing itself, consciousness of morality, is only an abstraction. Truth is the world in WHH. This thing itself is the concrete subject, spirit. The second half of the phenomenology differs from the first half in that it coincides, as we have noted, with a certain historical development and does not expound moments which in themselves and without their reflection in unity would be merely abstractions. Hegel says this clearly at the beginning of the chapter on spirit. These figures are differentiated, however, from the preceding ones in that they are themselves the real spirits, authentic actualities, and are figures of the world instead of being only figures of consciousness. The individual is no longer the abstractly singular individual, but rather the individual who is a world. The development of spirit is achieved in three stages which coincide with moments of world history. Spirit reason that has been realized is at first only immediate substance, it merely is and has not yet raised itself to self-consciousness. The first stage that Hegel calls true spirit corresponds to the Greek city. There, truth objectivity overcomes certainty. Spirit does not yet know itself, if is in the element of being. At the heart of this ethical organism which was the ideal of Hegel's youth and which he had described several years earlier in Jena in the System der Sittlichkeit, the oppositions of consciousness and self-consciousness reappear, but always with new meaning. Self-consciousness is tied to the individual's self, but the individual does not yet exist as universal self, he can incarnate only one of the two laws into which substance is divided according to the duality of consciousness, human law, the law of the state, which openly manifests itself, or divine law, the law of the fan, which, still unconscious, links the individual to the maternal substance. In action, this duality becomes a tragic opposition. But action is necessary, and through it the self of self-consciousness emerges from its obscurity and becomes a sequel. Simultaneously, The conflict of ethical communities leads to an empire, for the communities are still at one with nature, a oneness in which individuals lose connection with their substance. Substance passes into them completely, they become persons. The universal unity to which the immediate living unity of individuality and substance returns is the spiritless community, which has ceased to be the unself-conscious substance of individuals and in which they now have a value according to their specific being for itself as autonomous essences and as substances. The universal, fragmented into atoms which make up the absolute multiplicity of individuals, this dead spirit is an equality in which everyone equally has worth as a person. This moment corresponds in history to the Roman Empire. The person's self-consciousness opposes itself to consciousness of essence, and thenceforth immediate spirit splits into two worlds, the world of culture and the world of faith. In the world of culture, the abstract person itself must mold itself in order to become a concrete person. This formative experience Bildung J is the world of alienation. Spirit realizes itself through the renunciation of the person, and, conversely, the person obtains concrete and actual reality through the self-alienation. This formation in the element of alienation corresponds to the modern world and culminates in the French Revolution. The world of essence, the world of faith, opposes the world of alienation, but insofar as it does so, faith is not free of alienation. The world of faith is a flight from reality. Spirit that has become alien to itself in the actual world takes refuge in an object which reconciles everything that is in opposition in the real world, but which is itself in opposition to the real world. This moment of the development of spirit is characterized by the division between a here below and a beyond. It culminates in a clash between faith and pure intellection. Faith is the self-consciousness of spirit as essence, as positive repose. Intellection is the self-consciousness of spirit as only self-consciousness, as the negation of everything other, especially of essence. The clash between faith and intellection, which corresponds to the Enlightenment, also ends with the French Revolution. For in that experience of world history the two worlds are reconciled, heaven comes down to earth. After the failure of this new experience, spirit becomes conscious of itself as spirit. It is spirit certain of itself and no longer the true, merely objective, spirit of the beginning. 21 This is Kant's and Fichte's moral worldview, and it characterizes the romanticism of German philosophy in Hegel's time. Spirit is no longer substance, it is subject. We move to a new realm, religion. To be sure, the forms of religion do not sequentially follow those of spirit. Religion, too, has a history in history. It is no longer immediate spirit but the self-consciousness of spirit, absolute spirit, and this self-consciousness must present itself as an object without losing itself. This is the meaning of the dialectical development of religions from religions of nature, in which the self-consciousness of spirit knows itself only as substance in the objects of nature or in the still unconscious works of man, through the religion of art, to absolute religion, which is Christianity. Once again in this development, the dialectical movement is from substance to subject, from truth to certainty. This is the general direction of the whole phenomenology, which proceeds through a continuous prise de conscience. But religion is self-consciousness of spirit which, as consciousness of true spirit, still opposes actual spirit. Self-consciousness and consciousness are once again contract opposed in this new form. Their unity, the signification of which it will be important to elucidate, constitutes absolute knowledge, the philosophy of the new era, which itself has a history in history. What is the meaning of this new figure, not only with respect to the individual consciousness which accedes to knowledge, but also with respect to spirit and its historical development, and to religion? This is without doubt one of the most obscure problems of the phenomenology, and we must admit that the very dense and abstract passages on absolute knowledge are hardly enlightening. Partii. The dialectic that Hegel presents in the first part of his book on consciousness is not very different from Fichte's or Schelling's. One must begin with naive consciousness, which knows its object immediately, or, rather, thinks that it knows it, and show that in the knowledge of its object it is in fact self-consciousness, knowledge of itself. The movement specific to this dialectic, a dialectic effected in 3 stages, is hence that movement which goes from consciousness to self-consciousness. Yet the object of this consciousness becomes for us the concept. Hegel differs from Fichte and Schelling in that he does not start with self-consciousness, with the equation I equals I, but reaches it while claiming to follow the very steps of non-philosophical consciousness. Self-consciousness will thus appear as a result and not as a presupposition. On the whole, the general movement of 18th and 19th century philosophy, a philosophy which founded a science of nature but culminated with Kant's critical reflection, corresponds to this development. Indeed, Kant himself began with a theory of the heavens, with a knowledge of nature, before he reflected on this knowledge and showed that it was fundamentally a kind of self-knowledge. Yet this development from a philosophy of nature, or of the world, to a philosophy of the I is at a higher level than the development which Hegel follows through in his chapter on consciousness. The part of the phenomenology that corresponds more closely to this historical movement is the development of reason seeking itself in being. If, in a general way, the dialectic of consciousness, especially in the final chapter on understanding, already prefigures the movement from a philosophy of the world to a philosophy of the I, it must be said that for Hegel this dialectic requires a more rudimentary study. The object of consciousness is not yet the object that reason considers, it is not yet defined as a world. It is the object at its simplest stage, the object which is alien to all reason. At the start, it is only what is given and nothing but what is given. The first development, that of sensuous certainty, therefore, rather brings to mind the themes of Greek philosophy, of Platonic philosophy, or of the ancient skepticism which Hegel had studied in his article on Verililtnis de Skepticismus zur Philosophie, hereafter Skepticismus trans, an article which had appeared in Schelling's journal. .2 The SEC on chapter, on perception, corresponds to the notion of thing, distinct from its properties and yet defined by them. We are still dealing with common perception, and Hegel's study of perceiving consciousness often seems inspired by a philosophy like Locke's, for example, which, though remaining at the level of common perception, begins to criticize it. Finally, in the chapter on understanding, which takes us from consciousness to self-consciousness, the object is no longer given immediately, it is no longer the thing of perception, it is force, or law. Leibniz's dynamism or Newton's philosophy of nature might come to mind here, but in our opinion Hegel was less concerned to rediscover a philosophy of nature than to find its presentiment in common consciousness beneath science. We wish to emphasize this point. Hegel's study is the study of common consciousness, not of philosophical consciousness, and yet, though Hegel names no philosopher, he uses the history of philosophy to develop his analysis and make it specific. The goal always is to lead consciousness to self-consciousness, or, better, to show that consciousness is led there by itself, by a kind of internal logic of which it is not aware and which the philosopher discovers by following its experiences. We could also summarize the 3 chapters on consciousness, semi-certainty, perception, understanding by saying that for us, but only for us, the object of consciousness comes to be what Hegel calls the concept, which is nothing other than the subject, that which is only by virtue of self-development, opposing itself to itself and rediscovering itself in that opposition. The 3 moments of the concept universal ity, particularity, and specificity should not be thought of as juxtaposed. The universal, which Hegel compares in the Logic 1 to omnipotence and to love, is itself only by being its other. As separated universal, it is the particular, it is determinateness. The indeterminate, in fact, is a kind of determinateness, the determination of indeterminateness, just as in aesthetics the spatial isolation of sculptures which are meant naively to symbolize the sublime whole is an abstraction, an opposition to determinate situation. The universal, then, is the particular, or rather it is itself and its other, the one that is in the many. .2 The particular, in turn, is absolutely determinate only insofar as it negates and overcomes its particularity. As absolute negativity, it is the negation of the negation. It is specificity, the return to immediateness, but this immediateness contains mediation because it is the negation of the negation, an internal movement of the immediate which opposes itself to itself, which becomes what it is. If we are to grasp the whole of Hegel's thought, we must understand the starting point of his philosophy, the intuition of life or of the I which develops by opposing itself and rediscovering itself. The logical form that this starting point took during Hegel's Jena period merely hides this initial seed and lends it progressively greater intellectual consistency. Point 3. The true is subject, or concept, which is to say that it is itself this movement of coming to be what it is, of positing itself. The true, therefore, is not the immediate but the immediateness that has come about. In the preface to the Phenomenology, Hegel strives to explain this basis of his entire philosophical system and to contrapose his conception of the true, which includes mediation within it, to any system that posits truth or the true as an immediate, a being, a substance beyond mediation. For Hegel, mediation is not alien to the true but jeneth in it. In other words, the true is subject and not substance. The true is not the immediate as such, that which is and remains equal to itself. It is its own self-becoming, the circle which presupposes and has at the beginning its own end as its goal, and which is actually real only by means of its developed actualization and of its end. It has not been superfluous to recall these texts before beginning our study of the starting point of the whole phenomenological development, sensuous consciousness, or immediate knowledge, that is, knowledge of the immediate. In fact, in this part of the book Hegel shows how consciousness begins with an equality that will later be its end, the goal that it will strive to reach, to reconquer reflectively. This equality is that between certainty and truth. The entire phenomenological development issues from this origin and tends to reconstruct it, for it has at the beginning its own end as its goal. In this sense, we shall have to compare absolute knowledge, the last chapter of the Phenomenology, with sensuous certainty, the first chapter. Whereas in sensuous certainty the immediate is, in the last chapter it has come to be what it is. It has actualized itself through an internal mediation. In the first chapter, truth and certainty are immediately equal. In the last chapter, certainty, i.e., subjectivity, has posed itself in being, posed itself as truth, and truth, i.e., objectivity, has shown itself to be certainty, self-consciousness. Identity is no longer immediate, it comes to be by means of the whole prior development. The true is then posed for consciousness as subject, and consciousness itself is this true, which is what Hegel expresses in a different way when he says that the absolute is spirit that knows itself as spirit. Point 4. Thus we can consider the sensuous certainty with which consciousness starts as at once its highest truth and its greatest error. This consciousness thinks that it has the richest, the truest, the most determinate knowledge, but its knowledge is the poorest where it imagines itself the richest, the most false where it imagines itself the truest, and, above all, the least determinate where it imagines itself the most determinate. Yet that wealth, that truth, that complete determinateness, are not purely illusory, they are only intended, only a 06a. The testing of this intending will reveal the dialectical reversal, but the moment of intending will subsist and, through the Calvary of mediation, consciousness will rediscover that identity with which it had started as truth that is certain of itself. Writing at the end of the Phenomenology about the incarnation of God according to Christianity, Hegel says that what is called sensuous consciousness is precisely the pure abstraction, the thought for which being, the immediate, is. The lowliest is hence at the same time the supreme, the revealed, completely emerging to the surface, is by that very fact the most profound. For us, philosophers who follow the experience of consciousness, what must hold from its movement through sensuous certainty, perception, and understanding is first the concept in a still immediate form, then life, and then spirit. Hegel says this explicitly in the chapter on revealed religion from which we have just quoted. Thus spirit that knows itself arose for us through the movement of the knowledge of immediate consciousness, or of consciousness of the existing object. Indeed, the object considered by sensuous certainty is the immediate, the true as immediate, i.e., being, or the universal opposed to determinateness or to specificity. But in perception the object becomes the thing, tied to its properties, the universal combined with the particular. And in understanding, finally, this thing is no longer an inert substratum separate from its determinations, but becomes force that expresses itself in its externalization, or law that unites separate terms. Finally, the object itself becomes self-consciousness in itself, the concept which no longer juxtaposes the universal and the particular but is their movement, their development. At the level of self-consciousness, the second chapter of the Phenomenology, this immediate concept is life, it must then become spirit. We can say why that for us the three chapters we have mentioned constitute a genesis, through the experiences of consciousness, of what Hegel calls the concept. At the same time, as we have noted, for itself this consciousness becomes self-consciousness. Hence it is important to analyze the first chapter of Hegel's dialectic in detail. It is at once a critique of all immediate knowledge and a movement from sensuous certainty to perception. Moreover, Hegel's critique of sensuous certainty is largely inspired by Greek philosophy. Several years earlier, Hegel had taught a first course in the history of philosophy at Jena and had meditated on the meaning of the ancient CTXE1F, TS as opposed to modern empiricism, as we know from the article on skepticismus. Without exaggerating, as purpose does the specificity of all the allusions to Greek philosophy in this chapter, we cannot but notice similarities between this first dialectic of the Phenomenology and that of such ancient Greek philosophers as Parmenides and Zeno and, especially, Plato. Hegel's starting point is the situation of the most naive consciousness. In the part of the encyclopedia called Philosophy of Spirit, he will show how sensuous consciousness, the lowest form of consciousness, develops from the way in which the soul appears in anthropology. In the Encyclopædia Centlia, in fact, anthropology precedes phenomenology. 6 The sensuous soul does not yet distinguish itself from its object. It experiences within itself the whole universe of which it is the reflection, but it is not aware of the universe, it does not contrapose it to itself. But the moment of consciousness appears as the moment of separation, as the moment of the distinction between subject and object, between certainty and truth. The soul no longer senses but is consciousness, it has a sensuous intuition. THL's distinction is present in its simplest form at the beginning of the Phenomenology. Consciousness knows its object immediately, an immediate relation as close as possible to unity, the immediate relation in fact means only unity. Hegel could not avoid this first distinction since he started the Phenomenology with consciousness itself. But the two terms are posed in their equality. There is indeed knowledge, i.e., there is a distinction between certainty and truth, but this knowledge is immediate, which is to say that here certainty equals truth. Otherwise, knowledge would surpass its object or its object would surpass it, either of which alternatives would introduce a reflection, a difference that would be a mediation. That is why, Hegel says, this knowledge appears immediately as the richest, without limits in space or time since it unfolds itself in them indefinitely, it is as if space and time were the very symbol of that inexhaustible richness. It appears also as the truest and the most precise, as the most determinate, for it has not yet separated anything from the object but has it before it in all its fullness. Is this richness merely illusory? The answer will be revealed by the internal dialectic of sensuous certainty. Let us begin by noting that by virtue of being immediate, this immediate knowledge is a knowledge of the immediate. The knowledge that is our object at the beginning, or immediately, can only be the knowledge that is itself immediate knowledge, that is, knowledge of the immediate, knowledge of the existing. At the end of the Phenomenology, Hegel shows how absolute knowledge returns to consciousness by presenting itself in its immediateness. Indeed, precisely because it grasps its concept, spirit that allows itself is immediate equality with itself, and in its difference this equality is certainty of the immediate, or sensuous consciousness, which is what we started with. This movement of detaching itself from the form of itself is the greatest freedom and the security of its self-knowledge. Immediate knowledge, with the difference entailed by consciousness, is hence indeed knowledge of the immediate, or of the existing. Such is sensuous certainty. Since it rejects any mediation or any abstraction that might alter its object, it knows being and only being. It does not develop as consciousness which represents objects to itself diversely or compares them among themselves, for that would be to introduce reflection and thus substitute mediate knowledge for immediate knowledge. If I say that it is night or that this table is black, I am using words which designate qualities and which presuppose comparisons, words, that is, which introduce mediation into knowledge. The words night and black stand not only for what I experience immediately but also for other nights and other black objects. This is a working of abstraction, for night is what is not this or that particular night. Still less could we speak of a thing like the table, an object which would be known only by its qualities and inferred from these. If we are to describe the situation of this naive consciousness which knows its object immediately, we must revert, according to a phrase in the logic, to the state of mind of natives who, faced with the novelty of an object, can only cry out here is. This is why from the start Hegel contraposes the actual truth of this consciousness to its pretended richness. In point of fact, nevertheless, this certainty explicitly acknowledges that it is the most abstract truth and the poorest. It only says it is about what it knows, and its truth contains only the being of the thing. This certainty is ineffable, it seizes the I1 and for Hegel this suffices to show its impotence. That which is ineffable, the I1 is only aimed at but never reached. What I experience but am unable to express in any way has no truth. Language is truer. Assuredly we do not portray the universal this, or being in general, but we voice the universal. In other words, we do not at all speak in the same way that we intend. Somewhat later, Hegel writes of speech as having the divine nature of immediately reversing my opinion and immediately transforming it into something else, without letting it really express itself in words. This philosophy of language, which already appears in Hegel's first chapter, reminds us of Plato's dialectics. For Plato, too, there was a question of the possible expression of knowledge, of the oppose and the resistance it put up to us. 1 Whatever the case, sensuous certainty, the certainty of the immediate, cannot name its object lest it introduce a mediation. Hence, it experiences the object in its ineffable uniqueness. This object and the I that grasps it are, in effect, purely specific. In this certainty, consciousness is only qua pure I, where I am qua pure this one and the object is qua pure this. The specific knows a pure this, it knows the specific. This ineffable specificity is not the specificity that includes negation or mediation and hence encloses determinateness so as to negate it. A long development will be necessary before we reach authentic specificity, which is the concept and which is expressed in living beings or in spirit. The specificity we are discussing is immediate, or positive, specificity, which opposes the universal but is in fact identical to it. By saying about something only that it is an actually real thing, an external object, we say only what is most universal and we thereby state the object's equality with everything much more than its difference. If I say a specific thing, I express it rather as completely universal, for everything is a specific thing. Clearly, to say here or now, which seems most determinate, is in fact to say any moment in time, any point in space. One of the profound defects in Hegel's thought is revealed perhaps in his philosophy of language and his conception of specificity, which banished specific souls because they are ineffable. For Hegel, specificity is a negation rather than an irreducible originality. It either manifests itself through a determination which is a negation or, qua genuine specificity, it is the negation of negation, an internal negation which may indeed lead us to a universal subject but which tends to eliminate specific existence. Most precise is also the most vague. But generally, the being that is the immediate, the essential truth of sensuous certainty is itself every being and none. It is therefore negation and not merely positing, as was affirmed at the beginning. Thus sensuous certainty illustrates the first theorem of Hegel's logic, the theorem which, positing the immediate, positing being, discovers it to be identical to nothingness. The positing of being refutes itself. Let us remember this essential point: the specific aimed at by sensuous certainty, which is itself specific, is in fact its own contrary. It is the most abstract universal. To be sure, consciousness aims at something else, but it cannot say what it aims at, and it therefore fails to reach it. Language withholds itself. According to Aristotle, it is impossible to define the sensuous individual, LF. For example, you were being defined and you were told that you are a lean animal or a white one, or an animal with some other attribute. That would be a characteristic that could belong to another being as well. 8. In criticizing the claims of sensuous certainty here, Hegel criticizes all immediate knowledge, any philosophical intuition of the AAO, any philosophy that foregoes things so as to bring us back to the ineffable, that is, to pure being. The feeling of the ineffable can appear infinitely profound and infinitely rich to itself, but it see and give no proofs, and it cannot even test itself lest it give up its immediateness. This intuition in which all cows are black, this depth, is always what is most superficial. 9. But in describing the situation of sensuous consciousness, we have substituted ourselves for it. It is essential that this consciousness itself discover the poverty beneath its apparent richness. The dialectic of sensuous consciousness must be its own, not ours. But how can sensuous consciousness experience its immediate knowledge and discover its negative character, that is, introduce within it mediation, the universal? If we were content with the pure and simple identity of certainty and truth, sensuous consciousness would be unable to progress, but it would by the same token no longer be consciousness or knowledge. There is, in fact, a distinction within it, between its knowledge and its object, and a requirement, to determine the essence of its knowledge. In fact, a multitude of actual specific certainties is at play in the pure being which constitutes the essence of this certainty. An actual sensuous certainty not only is this pure immediateness but also is an example of it. 10. Hegel uses the terms Beispiel and Beispielen. The specific sensuous certainty is in juxtaposition with the absolute immediateness. At the first stage of the development there is no interpenetration of universal and specific, of essence and accident. Now the distinction between the essential and the non-essential is the very work of consciousness. It is consciousness that distinguishes what is in itself from what is for it. If the immediate is its truth, it therefore differentiates itself within itself as sensuous certainty of its essence. If we reflect on this distinction, we see that the difference between subject and object already implies a certain mediation. I have certainty, but I have it through the mediation of another, the thing, and this thing also is in certainty through the mediation of another, the I. Thus, consciousness directs itself sometimes toward the object, which it then considers essential, and sometimes toward its subjective certainty, which it then posits as essential while the object is non-essential. Driven away from these two positions in which it fails to find the immediateness which is its essence, it returns to the immediate relation from which it started, posing the whole of that relation as essential. The progression of sensuous certainty from object to subject and from subject to whole is a concrete progression. The mediation that is external at the beginning completely penetrates sensuous certainty at the end, after which that certainty is no longer immediate knowledge but the knowledge of perception. We shall distinguish and examine these three moments: that at which the object is posed as essential, this dialectic leads to Parmenides being, as opposed to opinion, oba, but this being reveals itself as the contrary of an immediate being, as abstraction or as negation; that at which opinion, subjective knowledge, is posed as essential in opposition to the empty being of the preceding stage, this dialectic leads to Protagoras' man, the measure of all things, but the I that is thus reached is itself only an abstraction, as much this unique I as the I in general, all ones. Nonetheless, the relation between the universal and the specific is more profound in this second stage than in the first, that at which sensuous certainty is posed in its concrete unity, with the whole of the relation defined as unity of that which feels and that which is felt. But this unity reveals itself as including an ineluctable multiplicity and as being a mediation of various heres and nous. The thing, the unity of various properties and the negation of their separation, is born for us. The object and the I are no longer immediate but have become the former an extended thing and the latter a thinning thing. 2. With respect to the object, Parmenides' thinking and opinion. Knowledge must judge itself by its norm, by what for it is its essence. But in the case of sensuous certainty, its norm is its immediate ens. The first experience is that in which being is posed as the essence, it is immediate, while knowledge, on the contrary, is inessential and mediated, a knowledge which can be but which needs not be, but the object is, it is the true and the essence, it is indifferent to being known or not known, it subsists even if it is not known, but without the object there is no knowledge. The privilege that being has over knowledge is due to its permanence. But in what does this permanence consist? And what experience does consciousness have of its object here, an object that subsists despite the vicissitudes of subjective certainty, which is only an example, only an aside in comparison to the immediateness of its object? We need not consider what this object truly is but only how sensuous certainty contains it. LL. What thus is independent of all knowledge is being, in Parmenides' sense. Although sensuous consciousness does not reach such a philosophic thought, this moment of logic expresses its truth. Indeed, sensuous consciousness can say only this is, thus posing the absolute nature of an existent independently of all mediation. This being is the necessary being, and the necessity is but the immediate reflection of this being back on itself, it is because it is. Yet just as Parmenides had to distinguish opinion from being, so sensuous consciousness must distinguish its aim from being. Sensuous knowledge experiences its own inconstancy with respect to being, which is its truth and its essence. In considering this experience of inconstancy, we shall see sensuous certainty discover that being, which is its essential truth, is so only by the artifice of negation. The object of sensuous certainty, far from being immediate existence, is an abstraction, the universal as the negation of every particular this, it is the first negative manifestation of the universal in consciousness. The crucial question is this: what in sensuous certainty subsists? If we consider the this in the double aspect of its being, as the now and as the here, its internal dialectic will take a form as intelligible as the this itself. Sensuous certainty, indeed, does not have the right to rise above the notions of the this, the here, the now. In saying the now is daytime or the this is a tree, it introduces qualitative determinations into its knowledge which are opposed to the immediateness that it requires for its object. These notions of night and of day, of tree and of house, are generic terms which we cannot yet use and which belong to a more highly evolved consciousness. Nouns presuppose a classification by genus and species which cannot be present in immediate sensuous consciousness, the most formless of all knowledge. 12. Classification, indeed, requires a comparison, a movement by consciousness above what is given to it immediately, with specific particularity. Being is characteristic of naive consciousness. In this certainty a moment is posed as what simply and immediately is, or as the sense, this is the object. The other moment, on the contrary, is posed as the inessential and as the mediated, that which is not in itself but only exists through the mediation of an other is the I, a null edge that knows only the object because the object exists whereas the knowledge can either be or not be. Consciousness introduces mediation into the object. But sensuous certainty must reject this mediation lest what constitutes its own essence vanish before its eyes. If Hegel uses these notions, he does so because it is impossible not to use them in a judgment that must be able to express itself one way or another. Yet sensuous certainty does not take these notions for what they are, specific determinations which presuppose an entire system of mediations in knowledge, it takes them rather as the pure essence of the ineffable quality of the this. Thus, if we ask, What is the now? An answer: the now is nighttime. This in no way signifies as an understanding of what the generic term night designates, it is simply a qualification of this now, the specificity of which can by right not be said but only aimed at. The continuation of this dialectic bears this out. The now must indeed maintain its being lest it lose its characteristic of truth and immediateness. It is, but what is it if, reviewing this written truth at Poon, for example, I must state the new judgment that the now is noon? The now is different from itself. What is preserved when certainty experiences the inconstancy of the now? Being subsists when knowledge changes. Xenophon and, later, the Greek skeptics called this perpetual alteration of the now appearance, that which is not. Thus, the now does not appear as an existent, it changes continually, or, even better, it is always other. Yet we still say now, this now. But the now, which maintains itself and whose permanence is the truth of sensuous consciousness, is not an immediate term as it claimed to be, it is something mediated. It is, because night and day pass through it without changing it at all, it is their negation. It is neither night nor day, and yet it can be night as well as day. One T is in no way affected by its being other. This, precisely, is the first definition of the universal. We call a simple entity of this kind which is through the mediation of negation, which is neither this nor that but can be equally this or that, a universal. 13. In point of fact then, the universal is the true of sensuous certainty. The dialectic we have just developed for the now is reproduced with regard to the here. The here is a tree, but if I turn around it is a house. These differences are rejected as being merely opinions which do not yet have the consistency that mediation will confer on them. The here is hence neither tree nor house, it can be the one or the other. It is not affected by its being other. It is the universal here, which is indifferent to what goes on within it. Similarly, the this is indifferent to everything it can be, it is the universal this as the now is the universal now and the here the universal here. The result of this experience is indeed what we have indicated, the truth of sensuous certainty is being, universal space, and universal time, but this being, this space, and this time are not, as they claim to be, immediate givens. They are because something else is not. Thus what subsists is no longer that which we intended as being, but is a determinate being abstraction or the purely universal and our intention, according to which the true of sensuous certainty is not the universal, is what alone remains vis-a-vis this empty and indifferent now and here. Our starting point was the ineffable, but positive, here and now, we have discovered the negation that lies within them. They are only by virtue of negating their being other. Specificity transforms itself into its opposite, universality. But this universality is not a positive one, it appears as pure abstraction and yet as the simple element, which is such by the mediation of the other. What subsists, indifferent to all that is not it, is a universal this which is the basis of all this, a universal now which is the time in which the now repeats itself indefinitely, remaining equal to itself despite its becoming other, and a space in which all articular points are located. What has been gained by this experience is the first notion of the universal contract opposed to, but mediated by, the specific. But the particularity of determinateness, the particularity which expresses mediation and which will appear in perception, has not yet been fixed upon. Rather, quality, which was no doubt in the ineffableness of the sensuous this, has been negated, and what remains in view is not day or night, and the universal, but abstract here as specificity and universality and the now as specificity and universality. The dialectic corresponding to the stage is that of pure quantity in the field of space and time as it is expressed in the arguments of Zeno the Eleatic. In the movement from the specific this to being in general, to the universal this, the dialectic has abandoned quality, but there remains a dialectic of the one and the many. Like the Herace, all the nows are indeed identical, and the identity that constitutes their community is the continuity of space and of time. But on the other hand, they are all different, and this difference is what constitutes the discontinuity of numbers. But this difference is an intended difference, it is a random difference, each point in space is identical to any other, as any moment in time is identical to any other. If we begin with their identity, or with their continuity, we necessarily reach their difference and come upon discontinuity. If we begin with discontinuity, that is, with their difference, we necessarily come back to their equality and their continuity. All ones are simultaneously different and identical. Such, in the field of quantity, is the opposition between specificity, the one that is different from the others, and the one that is absolutely identical to all the others. 3. With regard to the subject. At first, sensuous certainty posited its truth in the object. The object was, it was essence, knowledge, on the contrary, was the inessential. Now, sensuous certainty must reverse its first hypothesis. The object does not reveal itself to sensuous consciousness as the immediate, rather, its being appears as posed by negation. The object is because another thing, to wit, knowledge, is not. Hence, it is necessary to return to knowledge and to make being the inessential. This last is the position of the Greek sophists. Sensuous consciousness expects to preserve its immediateness by abandoning the dogmatism of being for a subjective phenomenalism, hence, the strength of sensuous certainty's truth is now found in the eye, in the immediateness of my sight, my hearing, etc. The now is night no longer means the immediate being in itself of night but its being for me. Truth is what I experience immediately, insofar as I experience it. This is Protagoras' thesis, which is taken up again in Plato's Theaetetus. Man is the measure of all things, of those that are, the measure of their being, of those that are not, the measure of their non-being. Theaetetus concluded from this that science was nothing but sensation. On this point, Hegel says that truth lies in the object insofar as it is my object or is in my view, it is because I HEL.ve knowledge of it. The now is night or day because I see it as such and not because it is such in itself. Truth is my truth, which then is immediate. This subjective idealism now knows only what the I experiences. It always poses the I, or Protagoras man, as truth. Yet we find the same dialectic in this position as in the preceding one. Truth lies in the I. But in WHHI 1, this one, see the tree and affirm it as the here, but another I sees the house and affirms that the here is a house and not a tree. These affirmations have the same authenticity and the same immediateness. What I know immediately is the antithesis of what another I knows no less immediately. Each one of these truths is swallowed up in turn by the other. What remains is no longer this I, unique and ineffable, but the univer I which with regard to the subject matches the universal this, now, and here. The same refutation of subjective nominalism J appears in Socrates' argument in the Theaetetus. Doesn't he say why something like this, things are for me as they appear to me, one by one, things are for you as they appear to you, but you are a man and so am I. 15. The dialectic which Hegel follows is a naive refutation, as naive as the idealism it refutes of solipsism. Nonetheless, the interaction of specific I's at this stage of consciousness prefigures a higher dialectic, that of the unity of specific I's in the universal I. What in fact is not swallowed up in this experience is the I insofar as it is universal, whose sight is neither the seeing of the tree nor the seeing of the house but simple sight, mediated by the negation of this house and yet remaining simple and indifferent with regard to what is still at stake by her spielt, the house, the tree etc. There is another possible refutation of this immediate knowledge, one that has no recourse to the plurality of ones. I need but compare my knowledge at two different points in time. The now is day because I see it, but later it is night for the same reason. The I persists through this difference and remains equal to itself. Thus the truth of my aim as my aim, is the I as universal I. But it is symptomatic that Hegel chose the refutation which presupposes the plurality of ones. It leads in fact to the common I, which is one of the essential presuppositions of his philosophy, the I that is a we, the we that is an I. Andler appropriately quotes the following passage from the Logic concerning this dialectic. One of the most profound and correct insights in the critique of pure reason is that unity, which constitutes the essence of the concept, must be recognized as the primitive synthetic unity of apperception, as the unity of the I think or of self-consciousness. We must thus recognize in us two ones which cannot be separated. The sensuous I that I am in a specific sensuous certainty is thus situated in a universal I which posits it, but without the specific ones there would be no universal one. 16. The argument with regard to the object, which led us to being in general, to space, and to time, here, with regard to the subject, leads us to the universal one. One indeed intend a specific I, but I can no more say what I intend about this I than I can say what I mean about the now and the here. Similarly, when I say I, this specific I say all those I's in general, each of them is precisely what I say, this particular R. We do not reach a positive specificity on this last point either. We fancy that we are unique and that we have an unmediated I with no comparison to others, with no mediation, the only one. But each I says the same. Its specificity falls into universality. The movement from the specific to the universal is the same as the one that was effected in space and in time. Each I is alone and unique, but every I says this. The dialectic with regard to the I does not seem to take us further than that with regard to the object. Yet there is an advance. Between the individual I and the universal I there is a deeper tie than in the case of the spatio-temporal object. There is not so much a juxtaposition between the universal and the specific as a more intimate interpenetration, and this interpenetration is the concrete truth toward which we are aiming. Purpose has noted that the dialectic of I's is important from the very first chapter of the Phenomenology. The essence and experience of subjective idealism, he wrote, are here noted in an incomparable way. 11. This idealism, the consequences of which should be to determine as pure appearance the I that opposes it, fails before the solidity of the other I, which claims the same right for itself and attributes the same value to its determinations. The two ones are indeed transcended, each in the ideality of the other, and stand thus in the relation of identity and of attraction. But they are also in this relation as different from each other. Now the I sees and limits itself in the other, and this self-limitation of the I implies in itself an essential step forward. There is a dynamic relation here, a mediation between the UI.J-versal and the specific that is already vital and is therefore of another order than the mediation that presented itself in the object, in the this. The fact is that there is a cleavage between a dogmatic philosophy of being and an idealistic philosophy of the I. This cleavage will disappear only when the I discovers itself in being, when consciousness becomes self-consciousness. Before moving on to the third experience, which will lead us to particularity, we can note that seductive though it is, Hegel's argument here can be understood only if we already know where it is leading. As we have emphasized, Hegel undoubtedly does not presuppose self-consciousness, the equation 1 equals R as Fichte did, rather, he uncovers it in the development of consciousness. But in order to follow him, we must admit the movement from the specific to the universal, which at the level of the I is the original identity of this I and the universal I, of an one think that transcends any specific one think and of the specific I think itself. The self-transcendence of consciousness discovering this is significant only at the level of a transcendental philosophy. In other words, to determine the meaning of this experience of sensuous certainty we must already know that the universal and the specific must interpenetrate, or better, that there is a universal that exists through negation. 4. Tim Third. Experience, the concrete unity of sensuous certainty. The third experience gets us out of this oscillation between specific and universal. In posing the whole of sensuous certainty as the essence of sensuous certainty, we reach a more concrete sphere. And mediation is no longer outside the specific sensuous certainty which is taken as an example, but is discovered within it. In the first experience, the object was posited as the essential and knowledge as the inessential. but the object showed itself to be different from what it had been seen as, it was being, that is, a universal abstract. In the second experience, the ineffable I was aimed at and was the essential in relation to an inessential being. But this idealism experienced within itself the same dialectic, aiming at immediateness, it reached only an abstract universal, the I in general, which is neither this I nor that one. What remains is to return to the starting point, that is, to pose the immediate relation of knowledge and its object without trying to distinguish which of them is the essential and which the essential. Term. The essence is only the unity of this simple relation, the now is day. I refuse to leave this specific certainty and to consider another now or another self. Like the Heracliteans, according to Plato, I refuse to argue for the object or for the subject. Let us not posit anything Socrates says as being in and for itself. We shall then see that black or white or any other color is the meeting of the eyes with the specific transmission which, manifestly, engenders the color, and that any color whose specific being we affirm is neither what meets nor what is met but something intermediate, a product that is original for each individual. 18. Since this certainty does not emergency from itself, we shall go to it and we shall have indicated the unique now that is aimed at. This movement, which is not yet the act of naming a quality, is nonetheless all act of mediation. It constitutes the claimed immediate, we are shown the now, this specific now. But now, when it is shown, it has already ceased to be, the now which is immediately other than the now that was shown, and we see that the now is precisely what no longer is when it is. It has been, but what has been is not. And it is being that we sought. Thus, in the midst of a sensuous certainty, and without privileging either object or knowledge as essence, there is already a mediation. What is posed no longer is as soon as it is posed, yet in its very disappearance it still is, which Hegel expresses in the first elementary dialectic that constitutes the present. 1. I pose the now as truth, and I negate it, it no longer is. 2. I pose as truth that it is not, that it has been. 3. In a negation of the negation, I negate this second truth, which apparently brings me back to the first truth. 19. Yet this is not the case. For the term I reach is the first to have passed through negation, to have negated its negation, and to be orally through the negation of its being other. The first term reflected back on itself is no longer quite the same as it was, viz., an immediate. It is something reflected back on itself, something simple which remains what it is in being other, a now which is many nows, the day that is many hours, these hours which are many minutes. What remains is a certain unity in the multiple, a quantum, and a particular sensuous certainty is the experience of this mediation that constitutes what it claims to be immediate. From this point on, we are dealing not with a unique and ineffable now or here but with a now or here that includes mediation within itself, that is a thing including both the unity of universality and the multiplicity of specific terms. A thing will be for us an ensemble of coexisting properties, and a unity of these properties as a determinate place in space is a high or a low, a right or a left. We reach a simple complex of many heres. The intended here would be the point, but the point does not exist. On the contrary, when we indicate it as existing, the act of indicating is shown to be not an immediate knowledge but a movement which from the aimed at here reaches, through many heres, the universal here, which is a simple multiplicity of here, just as day. I9. We note a first dialectic of temporality here. In this movement negation arises from the surge toward the future, which negates the now. This negation culminates in the past which has been and which, therefore, becomes essence. But in this manner a concrete unity which includes mediation within itself is constituted by the negation of this negation. In the preface, Hegel states that temporality is mediation itself. We thus experience a certain interpenetration of the universal and the specific, a certain unity of the diverse and unity. This is what perception, our new object of experience, will reveal to us in the thing endowed with multiple properties. but in the movement of indicating, sensuous consciousness emerges from itself, and the object as well as knowledge become other for it, it genuinely perceives, and its object is a thing with multiple properties. In sensuous consciousness, negation and mediation are indeed external to being and to knowledge. The richness of sensuous knowledge pertains to perception and not to immediate certainty, in which that richness was only what was bypassed, for only perception includes negation, difference, or diverse multiplicity in its essence. We can also say that the essence of sensuous certainty was being or thelai, separated from this unique being or from this unique one. But what is henceforth posed is multiplicity in the unity of being, or being that has negation within it, it is multiplicity in the I, or the I that includes negation. Such is particularity, the second moment of the concept. The point of view of perception is that of common consciousness and, more or less, of the various empirical sciences which raise the sensuous to the universal and mingle sensuous determinations with determinations of thought, while remaining unaware of the contradictions which thus arise. Point 1 For the essence of the sensuous is known only through these determinations of thought, they alone constitute the sensuous as essence for consciousness, they alone determine the relation between consciousness and the sensuous, and only in them does the movement of perception and its perceived truth run its course. We think that the piece of wax of which Descartes speaks in the second meditation, or the solid crystal of which Hegel speaks in this chapter of the Phenomenology, is perceived exclusively with our senses, or even with our imagination. But in fact our understanding intervenes. We perceive an extended thing, but the thing qua thing is never seen or touched. What do we know of it if not that it is not exhausted by this or that sensuous determination? Perhaps, says Descartes, it was as I now think, that the wax was neither that softness of honey, nor that pleasant scent of flowers, nor that whiteness, nor that shape, nor that sound. The introduction of negation is significant here, and if we quote this text of Descartes, whose purposes in this analysis are quite different from those of Hegel in the latter's contemplation of a solid crystal, it is because, besides the parallel between the two examples, we can grasp in Descartes' text a movement of thought analogous to Hegel's. This thing before me is neither this nor that, though it can be this or that and can even take on shapes which the imagination cannot exhaust. Though the thing is understood, it expresses itself in its properties, it subsists in the properties we perceive in it. Point 2 To perceive is no longer to remain content with the ineffable of sensuous certainty but to move beyond this sensuousness and to reach what Hegel calls the universal, which he has defined in the preceding chapter of the Phenomenology. We call a simple entity of this kind, which is through the mediation of negation, which is neither this nor that but can be equally this or that, a universal. This universal, which we have seen arise in the course of the dialectic of sensuous certainty and which is henceforth the new object of phenomenal consciousness, is the principle of perception. All is one thing, the extended thing and the thinking thing, the spirit, the God himself. Pre-critical dogmatism merely formulates a metaphysics from the attitude of perceiving consciousness, as J. Hegel shows in his preface to the Logic of the Encyclopédie TTL under the title First Position of Thought with Respect to Objectivity. 3 Yet the universal, as we have seen it appear, thingness as such, is not without meon, abstraction, or negation. 3 terms which here are synonymous for Hegel. It exists because something else does not exist, and hence by virtue of a reflection which at first is external to it but which the development of its dialectic will show can be conceived as internal. The thing of perception will then have dissolved itself qua thing. The determinations of thought which are successively attributed to the thing in order to rule out any contradiction and to preserve its identity with itself will come together in a universal that will include difference within it rather than being conditioned by it. The object will be force, law, or the necessity of law, and no longer the naked thing. It will be the concept in itself, while consciousness, moving beyond the stage of perception, will genuinely have become understanding. The critique of the thing in this chapter of the Phenomenology is as much a critique of substance as of the thing in itself, ding and such a notion that haunts more or less every perceiving consciousness. In the Encyclopedia, Hegel tells us that Kant's philosophy grasped spirit mainly at the level of perception. We might say that it analyzed perceiving consciousness without discovering the dialectic at the heart of that very analysis. The thing is a web of contradictions. As for the thing in itself, it is but the absolute abstraction of pure thought made real fluid s object, the final eij. Point of evrl thingism. The thing in itself, and by thing we also mean the spirit, God expresses the object insofar as it is abstracted from all that it is for consciousness, from all its sensuous determinations as well as from all its determinations of thought. It is easy to see what remains, the absolute abstract, the total void, still determined only as a beyond, the negative of representation and of sensuousness, the negative of determinate thought. 4. This thing in itself also presents itself as the pure matter of materialism, as Berkeley saw it, and as the supreme being of the Enlightenment, which is identical to it. Here it is essential to consider that pure matter is merely what remains when we abstract from sight, touch, taste, etc., that is, that pure matter is not what is seen, tasted, to, lched, etc. It is not matter that is seen, touched, and tasted, but color, a stone, a solid crystal. Matter, rather, is pure abstraction, and tgui the pure essence of thought, or pure thought itself, is present as the absolute with no distinctions in itself, not determinate and without predicates. We plainly see the importance of a critique of the perceptive attitude, an attitude which thinks that it feels but which in fact makes abstractions real, an attitude which is the dupe of an unconscious metaphysics and yet accuses philosophy of dealing only with beings conjured up by reason. But it is precisely the not I as thing that is the creature of reason. Once again, the thought that calls itself concrete is fundamentally an abstract thought which does not master its determinations but grasps them in their isolation. It is a non-dialectical thought which, consequently, is prey to a dialectic that transcends it. Hegel dwells on this point at the end of the chapter on perception. Only philosophy can master the concrete because it succeeds in dominating and transcending the abstractions of the perceiving human understanding. The latter is always poorest where it is richest. Taking itself to be real and sojid konsk. 9 usness, it is in perception merely the interplay of thse abstractions. Its opinion of philosophy is that the latter deals only with things of thought. Philosophy does indeed deal with them, it recognizes them as pure essences, as the absolute elements and powers. But it also knows them in their determinateness, and hence it masters them. Perceiving understanding takes them to be the true and is sent on by them from one error to the next. The dialectic, by contrast, as Hegel defined it some years later in the Propedeutic, grasps the insufficiency of each determinateness isolated by understanding and shows that it is not in itself what it is in its determinateness and that it changes into its contrary. 5 Philosophy grasps precisely this movement and thereby, like genuine empiricism, it rejoins the concrete whole. It does so better than does philosophical empiricism or common consciousness, since common consciousness stops at abstraction while unaware that it is an abstraction. 6 The two fundamental abstractions are the universality of thing 1 LSS and the exclusive unity of the thing. It is rather difficult to follow in detail the steps of the chapter which Hegel devotes to perceiving consciousness, a chapter which constitutes one of the moments of the genesis of the concept, which we have undertaken to reconstitute. Both the Propedeutic and the Encyclopedia briefly summarize the contradiction inherent in the object of perception in order to show how this contradiction makes the thing a mere phenomenon which reveals on the outside what it is inside. The object of perception is simultaneously the side of properties or rather of independent free matters and the unity in which these matters dissolve. The Phenomenology, on the other hand, develops the various aspects of this contradiction at greater length. First, the notion of substance expressing itself through its attributes, but expressing itself for some reflection external to it, is transcended. The notion of monad, the negative unity of the properties of the monad which is next reached, is judged to be equally inadequate because the intrinsic determinateness of any monad, which makes it distinguishable from every other monad, also places it in relation to other monads, and this relation to the other is the negation of its being for itself. Finally, this unity of being for itself and being for another, of negative entity and passive universality, appears as the endpoint of this development. At the same time, reflection, which at first is in consciousness as opposed to its object, appears as inherent in the object. The object itself becomes the whole of the movement, having first split itself into object and consciousness, so that at the end phenomenal consciousness contemplates its own reflection in the thing. In summary, the whole movement of perceptio is from substance to monad, from thingness to force, from mechanism to dynamism, from thing to relation, from a reflection external to the object to an internal reflection. The object becomes concept, but only in itself. For as yet, consciousness is not its own concept, which is why it does not know itself in this reflected object. We shall try to recapitulate this detail of Hegel's dialectic, especially emphasizing its starting point, what perception is for us, that is, for the philosopher who witnesses the development of phenomenal consciousness, or what it is in itself for this consciousness. This starting point contains all the contradictory elements of the thing, elements which will show themselves as such in the course of the experience and allow us to follow the original development of that experience. I. The perceptive attitude, the concept of the thing. I. In what sense has the universal appeared to us as the general principle of perception? In the experience of sensuous certainty we saw the ineffable, or the immediate, transcended by that movement thanks to which, it was claimed, it could be seen or pointed out. The now and the act of indicating the now are so constituted that neither is an immediate simple but each is a movement which contains various moments. J. Similarly, when we indicate the here as being, this indication reveals itself not as an immediate knowledge but as a movement which starts from the here that is aimed at and through many heres reaches the universal here which is a simple multiplicity of here as day is a simple multiplicity of now. This act of indicating the synthesis of apprehension in intuition, as Kant would say, which in turn presupposes reproduction and recognition effects a mediation, it culminates in a simple term which, however, encloses a multiplicity. The intended here was the point, but it does not exist. What exists is a here that is affected by its being other, it includes a high and a low, a right and a left, etc. It is this that Hegel calls a universal, and that is the sensuous transcended. This universal, in turn, is conditioned by the sensuous, it exists by means of the mediation of the sensuous through which it is posited. Moreover, each of these moments itself becomes a universal, but a determinate universal. That is why Hegel says that, even in its simplest form, the principle of the object, the universal, is a mediate principle, the object must express this within itself as its nature. Thus the object shows itself as the thing with multiple properties. The richness of sensuous knowledge pertains to perception and not to immediate certainty, in which richness was only what was bypassed das by her Spielensche. For only perception includes negation, difference, and diverse multiplicity in its es sense. The universal is nothing but thingness, a milieu which is a simple ensemble of multiple terms, just as extension is composed of a right and a left, a high and a low, etc. This salt is a simple here, and at the same time it is a manifold, it is white, it is also cubical, also savory, also of a determinate weight. All these properties coexist in it with ease. They neither penetrate nor affect each other but they participate in universality because they express, in a term that Hegel deliberately borrows from Spinoza, thingness. The sensuous quality lodged in a being can be named, the whiteness or the savoriness of the salt is itself a determinate universal, a not this, without losing its immediateness. The sensuous, which perception has transcended but not suppressed, is still present precisely in the form of a determinateness. Nothingness, as nothingness of the this, preserves immediateness and is itself sensuous, but it is a universal immediateness. Every sensuous determination is universal when it is thus Kaufli, thingness. Physics tends to make of it a free matter diffused in the universe, only some part of which is localized in a specific body. 7 The whiteness and the savoriness of this salt resemble the whiteness and savoriness of another mineral, they extend beyond this salt crystal which I contemplate, just as spatial extension always exceeds the uniqueness of the point. Yet thingness, the universal, which expresses itself in the various determinations that are its attributes, is a determination of thought that is never felt. It is, we may say, the substance, the, also which gathers up all these determinations, the medium in which they coexist. This also is hence the pure universal itself, or the medium, it is thingness gathering all these properties. But we do not perceive only thingness, the simple medium of the properties, we also see La.2 to perceive a determinate thing in and for itself, this crystal of salt. At this point, another characteristic of perception, another determination of thought, appears. This determination is that of pure uniqueness, of the exclusive entity, which is genuinely manifested neither by substance in general nor by attributes, but rather by its mode insofar as it is the negation of negation. According to Hegel, Spinoza correctly saw the three moments of the concept: the universal as substance, the particular as attribute, and the specific as mode, but he failed to see that if every determination is a negation, that negation is genuinely expressed only in the mode, insofar as the latter is the negation of negation, negation bearing on itself and thus expressing the activity of the substance as an internal activity, as subject. Illness is determinate in and for itself only as thing, a unique thing, the salt crystal, which excludes from itself everything else, which ends indeed by excluding itself insofar as for itself it is merely a being other. We have not yet reached that movement which transforms substance to subject and thing to force, the movement that Leibniz was able to perceive in the monad. But we can note one characteristic of the perceived thing: it is a unique thing. Moreover, each property is determined absolutely, and as such it excludes another property. White excludes black, sweetness excludes bitterness, etc. Things then are not only universal but also specific, and these two characteristics, the also of the free matters and the negative entity, constitute the thing that is the object of perceiving consciousness. These two determinations of thought, the also and the entity, abstract universality and abstract specificity, are already present in the sensuous but universal property which seems to present itself immediately to consciousness. In the property, negation as determinateness is immediately one with the immediateness of being, and this immediateness, in turn, is universality through its unity with negation. But negation is like an entity when negation is freed from this unity with the contrary and exists in and for itself. Sensuous universality, or the immediate unity of Berg and the negative, Hegel continues, is thus a property only when the entity and universality are developed from it and distinguished from each other, and when this sensuous universality combines them. Only this relation of sensuous universality to the pure essential moments completes the thing. What we have said about the perceived thing can also be said about the perceiving thing. At this level, the residential extensa and the res cogitans are parallel. Hence the soul is sometimes perceived as an ensemble of faculties: memory, imagination, and so on, just as the thing is made up of its whiteness, its savor, and so on. When perceiving consciousness wishes to explain this coexistence of various qualities in one place, it has recourse to a fiction of the understanding which it offers as a physical reality. It speaks of the pores of one kind of matter through which another kind of matter enters. But since the reverse is also true, a vicious circle results. With regard to the thing, we are led in a parallel way to speak of the influence of memory on imagination and of imagination on memory, of their interpenetration. This parallelism between consciousness and its object is characteristic of the phenomenology. When the object changes, consciousness changes, and conversely. But here it is especially important to note the common birth of perceiving consciousness and of the thing perceived. We have seen them take shape together in the earlier experience of sensuous certainty. They diverge only in their manifestation. Their common principle is the universal. They are both inessential in relation to this principle, which is their essence. We think of Spinoza's substance which expresses itself. through the order and connection of THL and GS as well as through the order and connection of ideas. But let us consider these two moments as they appear in their common genesis. One is the movement of indicating, the other, this same movement but as something simple. The first is the act of perceiving, the second is the object. In its essence, the object is the same thing as the movement. The movement is the unfolding and the differentiation of the moments, the object is their assembling and their unification. TS synthesis of a diversity, effected by consciousness, is the act of perceiving, the same synthesis, but as though congealed, is the THL and G perceived. The importance of this distinction becomes apparent when we consider that from the point of view of perceiving consciousness essence is attributed to the object and nonsense to consciousness itself. Later, Hegel will make the same apportionment with regard to the opposition between unhappy consciousness and unchanging consciousness. Because it is itself the consciousness of this contradiction, consciousness places itself on the side of changing consciousness and appears to itself as the inessential. Consciousness begins by attributing the inessential reflection to itself while making the object in its self-identity the essence. For this consciousness, truth is conformity with the object as independent of the reflection that reaches the object. The object, determined as the simple, is the essence, indifferent to whether it is perceived or not. But perceiving as movement is something inconstant, which may or may not be, and it is the inessential. This is why perceiving consciousness knows that it can err in its apprehension of the true. In its principle, which is the universal, the being other is contained, but as a moment that has been transcended, as a nothingness which can have a place only within itself but not in truth. For perceiving consciousness, the criterion of truth will then be the search for the equality of the object with itself and the exclusion from it of any otherness. If there is a contradiction, it can only be in consciousness. The object, the true, is non-contradictory. Thus proceed common consciousness and the dogmatic thought which is its extension. They see in contradiction the sign of our reflection within ourselves, external to the true. Since, at the same time, diversity is for the perceiving consciousness, the latter's behavior is the act of relating the various moments of its apprehension to each other. But if in this comparison an inequality is produced, that is an untruth not of the object, for the object is that which is equal to itself, but only of the perceiving activity. We can now understand the title of Hegel's chapter, Perception, or Thing, and Illusion. The object side, the thing, is truth, the subject side, reflection, is illusion. But we also understand the inevitable reversal. Consciousness will discover that its now position is untenable. For according to that position, it would suffice to take the object as it is without changing it in any way. Truth, then, would be given to us, we would merely have to reproduce it. In fact, however, the discovery of contradictions in the pure determinateness of the thing leads us to a critical position, and we then try to distinguish what comes from the thing itself, i.e., from the true, and what comes from our reflection and changes the true. But this reflection, which is external to truth, manifests itself in various forms, so that the true is sometimes this when reflection is that, sometimes that when reflection is this. Thus in the end, the true itself appears as reflecting itself outside itself at the same time as in itself, as having its being other within itself. From that moment on, the movement of the object and of perceiving consciousness relative to each other becomes the integral movement of the object. And consciousness, as we have already noted, sees itself, without knowing it, in its object which in itself is concept. For us, the development of this object by means of the movement of consciousness has become such that consciousness itself is implicated in the development and that reflection is the same on both sides or is one single reflection. From one and the same point of view, Hegel says at the end of the OH chapter on perception, the object is the opposite of itself, for itself insofar as it is for an other, and for an other insofar as it is for itself. We see and now see the relevance of this whole chapter to the study of the development of phenomenal consciousness. It is a matter of moving definitively beyond thingism, a thingism which at first characterizes common consciousness and then promotes itself to the metaphysics of a substance which is not absolute negativity, to a metaphysics of the doorless and windowless monad. This dogmatic metaphysics is not, incidentally, wrecked by a critical philosophy which tries to define the part played by our reflection in the apprehension of the true. The true is not a thing, a substance, or even a monad, it is subject, that is, identity of identity and non-identity, it is its own becoming. It manifests itself outside, it is external to itself in order to posit itself and to reflect back on itself in its being other. Starting with a universal which keeps mediation and reflection external to it, we reach a universal which posits itself, that is, which contains its mediation within it. This universal is precisely what at the end of this chapter Hegel calls the unconditioned universal, which in itself is concept. It still needs to know itself, to be self-consciousness, in order to be concept for itself. Let us consider now what perceiving consciousness experiences. The seeds of these experiences are contained in what has already occurred. Consciousness wishes to apprehend the thing, but it experiences the contradictions of the thing. It becomes aware, then, of its reflection as being outside the true and distinguishes it from its pure apprehension of the true. But this reflection also re-3als itself to be constitutive of the thing itself, which includes a truth opposed to itself. The multiplicity of things cannot prevent the dissolution of the thing, either by excluding the being other both from consciousness and from the specific thing, or by discovering in each particular thing both a determinate essence which makes it distinguishable from every other particular thing and an inessential variety of properties which is nonetheless necessary to it. All these means, which a recalcitrant consciousness uses in order to preserve its dogmatism, prove futile, and the thing, or things in their mutual intercourse, become merely phenomena through which the unconditioned universal which understanding is striving to conceive manifests itself. In the continuous change, this something transcends itself and changes into an other, but the other changes too. Now the other of the other, or the changing of the changeable, is the development of the permanent, of the subsisting in and for itself, and of the internal. 8. One must no longer say esse est percipi, but esse est intelligere. The contradiction of the thing is simple. It first appears to us as one and then as infinitely divisible parties extra parties. Such is the antinomy presented by Kant in his transcendental dialectic. On the one hand, we must stop dividing, and reach the simple. On the other hand, this simple, in turn, shows itself to be a composite, and the division is endless. As Hegel says, objective essence appears sometimes as the entity, the atom, and sometimes as a community or a continuity, the Cartesian extension. So far, we have reached only objective essence in general and not the thing endowed with multiple properties. In the I8I2 logic, in which he wishes to show that existence, that is, the thing or things, is merely phenomenon, Hegel again takes up this dialectic with regard to the category existence, and notes more directly, the also is what appears in external representation as spatial extension, while the this, the negative unity, is the thing taken as a point. 9. But it would be wrong to think that this antinomy holds only for extension. The object of perception is the mingling of abstraction and the sensuous, which we call a property. Now this property is abstract and general, it is the result of a negation, and it extends beyond the unique thing that we are contemplating. This crystal of salt is white, but its whiteness is a universal sensuous determination. We go beyond this crystal when we perceive it as white. But the property is determinate as well as universal. When we look at it as determinate and not merely as universal, we say that it excludes other properties from itself. This salt crystal is white and therefore not black, it has one particular shape and therefore not another. We are again led to the thing as being an entity, but this time it is a question no longer of an abstract unity but of a concrete unity. This crystal excludes other things, but it encloses a multiplicity of properties which we perceive to be coexistent. In the isolated entity we rediscover a medium for properties, each of which is for itself and which, only insofar as they are determinate, exclude the others? Do they exclude them from the solved crystal, or do they mutually exclude each other? In order to save the thing from contradiction, Comnion understanding tries to expel the opposition from the particular medium that the solved crystal is. But it cannot succeed. How can those properties, which have become whiteness, alkalinity, weight, etc., coexist in a specific unit? Either the thing is one, and properties merge in it, or it is multiple, white, and also savory, and also cubical. In the first case, the properties are no longer each for itself in their indifferent universality but are interpenetrable, and they reciprocally negate each other. In the second case, we would be dealing with a composite. A number of matters caloric, chemical, electrical are grouped in this particular enclosure and are there juxtaposed. Yet how can they be next to each other? They must occupy each other's interstices. This whole web is a fiction created by understanding, which does not forego imagining and which hides contradiction from itself in the fog of the infinitely small. If these matters interpenetrate, their independence disappears, and there remains only one unique thing without determinations. If they are juxtaposed, their independence is saved, but the unique thing is lost and we return to objective essence, a dust cloud made up of parts that are not the parts of anything and that are themselves infinitely divisible into parts. It is impossible to avoid this contradiction because the sensuous property with which we start, example the alkalinity of salt, is simultaneously universal and determinate. Insofar as it is universal, it is firmly anchored in thingness, it is independent, and it is substance. Insofar as it is determinate, it is specific, and excludes otherness. For this reason the two contradictory moments of the thing, on the one hand its universality, its substantiveness which makes it indifferent to all its parts, and on the other hand its specificity, which makes it exclusive, the negative entity, both of these develop from some sensuous property. In point of fact, taken in their purity, these two moments, universality and specificity between which the particular, the determinate universal, oscillates meet absolutely. Pure specificity, or exclusive unity, has no determinations, it is the very universal. Everything is a unique thing, and in that respect all things are equal. But this dialectic is a logical one, and perception is unaware of it. Hence it returns to sensuous properties and considers them in the medium of the entity without bringing itself either to merge them or to distinguish them absolutely. It is left, then, with properties taken each for itself, the whiteness, the alkalinity, the cubical shape of the salt. But considered without their medium of thingness and without the unity of the thing, these properties are no longer properties since they are no longer inherent in a medium, and they are not determinate since they do not exclude each other. Perceiving consciousness. Again AIM-SAT the this, it returns to a subjectivism of the second degree. Ibis crystal is alkaline only on my tongue and is white only to my eyes. Am I then to begin again the movement from aiming at the this to perception without ever being able to get out of it? No. Because this subjectivism will allow me to become aware in myself of my reflection in coming to know the thing, it will lead me to a critical position which Locke had already formulated and which Kant sometimes developed under the name transcendental idealism when he distinguished the thing in itself from the thing for us. The thing will always be the real thing, equal to itself, but the knowledge I gain of it will be disturbed by my reflection within myself. My perception will be considered no longer as a pure and simple apprehension but as an apprehension mixed with a reflection which alters the thing and makes it different for me from what it is in itself. In this manner, the thing will remain unchanged and illusion will arise only in consciousness. But consciousness is mistaken if it imagines that truth thus simply falls outside it. Since consciousness itself discerns the respective proportions of its reflection and of objectivity, it unknowingly becomes the very measure of truth. Our starting point, according to which the perceived object was the essence and perceiving consciousness the inessential, is already transcended, if not for consciousness which affects this critical discernment, then at least for us who philosophize. Do we not already know that the universal, the principle of all perceiving consciousness, is as much the I as it is being, and that the rigidity of the thing that sets itself up over against consciousness is merely the projection of the I outside of itself? Consciousness now undergoes a double experience. At times it appears to itself as the indifferent milieu, the passive universal in which the properties are but do not mingle, at other times it appears as an entity. In the first case, the thing in itself is an entity, and pure variety is only for consciousness. Ibis variety, of which Kant speaks, pertains not to the thing but to the multifaceted sensuousness which refracts within itself the unity of the thing. Ibis crystal is white to my eyes, cubical to my touch, savory to my tongue. Here we have a kind of psychological idealism which is not alien to common consciousness. If it is cornered, the green of this tree leaf and the moisture in it are only mine, taken alone, the thing is one. It brings about this diversity in me because I have a variety of senses by which to apprehend it. As Hegel notes somewhere, this psychological idealism has no depth because it attributes to me a passivity that seems most alien to my activity as consciousness. But the coherence of the thing is saved in this way, and its truth of being an entity is preserved. Yet it is impossible to stop here, for there seems no way to distinguish one thing from another. If the thing is an entity, it is because it is distinguishable from every other thing, and it is distinguishable not because it is an entity as such, but because it has particular properties which completely determine it. This complete determinateness of the thing is what Leibniz had in mind in his principle of indistinguishables. In Kant's philosophy, moreover, sometimes matter appears as that which determines form and sometimes form as that which determines matter, the ideal being the complete determinateness of the object which, according to Maimon, is only an idea called up by reason. In the second case, to which the first refers us, we must take responsibility for the unity of the thing and necessarily attribute diversity to it. If the thing is indeed determinate, it is because it is determinate within itself, and this complete determinateness is not possible without an intrinsic variety. The thing could not have one single property because in that case it would not be different. In his polemic against Locke, Leibniz saw better than his adversary that relation is intrinsic and not extrinsic, that the unique thing has diversity at its heart in order in itself to be distinguishable from every other. But the truth is that every body is changeable and in fact is always altered so that it differs within itself from every other. 10 But if variety is thus in the thing, it is there in terms of an indifferent multiplicity, and it is we who introduce the unity, which hypothesis, as we see, is the reverse of the preceding one. The thing in itself is white, cubical, savory, etc., its unity is created by us. What unites the properties is an act of the spirit, uniform in all its perceptions. The act of positing this multiplicity of terms in an entity is performed only by consciousness, which must therefore avoid letting these terms coincide in the thing itself. For this reason we say that the thing is white insofar as it is not cubical and is not savory insofar as it is white. By saying insofar as we avoid contradiction in the object, and we reserve the act of positing these properties, or rather these free matters, in an entity. Also, and instead of being an entity is a collection of matters, it becomes merely the surface that envelops them. Reflecting on this double experience, that is, on our first reflection in apprehending the thing, we discover that we alternatively make both of ourselves and of the thing at times the pure entity, without multiplicity, and at other times the also, divided up into matters that are independent of each other. As a consequence, this first reflection of ours becomes the object of our second reflection and appears to us as inherent in the thing itself. It is the thing that reflects itself back on itself and is different for itself from what it is for another. It is at times single when it appears multiple, at times multiple when it appears single. It includes within itself a truth opposed to itself. It is a contradiction, that of being simultaneously for itself and for another. This new opposition of form replaces the opposition of content. But can we not still avoid it and keep truth pure of any contradiction by saving the coherence of the thing? The thing, as we have said, is at once for itself and for another two diverse beings, and it is different for itself from what it is for another. That is, the thing becomes thinkable as a multitude of things or of monads which exclude contradiction from themselves by assigning it to the intercourse among them. In this manner, monism becomes pluralism. We can foresee in this Hegelian dialectic, presented in so condensed and obscure a manner in the chapter on perception, a step that will appear at every stage of the phenomenology. Force will split itself into two forces, self-consciousness into two self-consciousnesses, etc. But this pluralism, in turn, is merely an appearance, and the contradiction which has been expelled from the thing that is different not from itself but from other things in fact returns to dwell within the thing as a difference of itself to itself, an internal reflection within external reflection. Let us consider the thing, or the monad, different from all others. It is for itself as unity within itself in its own determinations, a determinateness which is suitable only to it and which constitutes its essence. No doubt, there is also a diversity in it, for how could it be determinate without that diversity which is its being for an other? But this diversity is inessential to it and is its exteriority. Contradiction is indeed avoided by this distinction between essential and inessential, an inessential that is always necessary. But contradiction reappears in its definitive form, for this thing which is equal to itself and is for itself is such only in its absolute difference from every other. And this difference implies a relation with other things, a relation which is the cessation of its being for itself. 1t is precisely by means of its absolute character and its opposition that the thing relates to others and is essentially only this process of relating. But this relation is the negation of its independence, and the thing indeed collapses due to its own essential property. Thanks to this dialectic we proceed from thing to relation, from the thingism of perception to the relativity of understanding. This movement is a familiar one in the history of science and of philosophy. What disappear in this movement are the artifices that common consciousness uses to preserve the single and independent thingy, the distinction between essential and inessential, the separation of being for itself and being for an other. From one and the same point of view, Hegel writes, the object is the opposite of itself, for itself insofar as it is for an other insofar as it is for itself. What appears, and this is specific to Hegel, is a notion of relation which manifests the life of relation. Relation is both the separateness and the unity of these terms. Correctly understood, it is that unity of unity and multiplicity, that identity of identity and non-identity, which Hegel had planned since his early writing to think through as the life of the absolute. Undoubtedly, it often seems that his dialectic is better suited to living or conscious beings than to material beings. When we wish to understand Hegel's dialectic of being for itself which is for itself only in its being for an other, examples taken from human life or human relations seem more appropriate than the example of the solved crystal. For a dynamism must be introduced into being which is relation which we can attribute to living beings, or to consciousness, but which it seems difficult to introduce into what we generally call inert matter. But Hegel's thought seeks to grasp universal being as concept, that is, as subject, and it sees in nature merely one specific moment of this dialectic. But these considerations have taken us away from our subject. Perceiving consciousness has been transcended. Since the thing is contradiction, it dissolves as thing equal to itself and becomes phenomenon. The mingling of the sensuous and thought, which the sensuous property constitutes, has decomposed into its extremes, the also and the entity, being for an other and being for itself. And these extremes have become identified with each other in a universal that is unconditioned. This universal is the new object of consciousness, which has become understanding. We must now follow this esse which est intelligere, for though it is the concept in itself, it is not yet the concept for itself. At first, for consciousness, it is force and its manifestation, then law and its necessity, and, finally, infinite life in which the self discovers itself in its other. At that moment, consciousness of the other becomes self-consciousness, and the concept in itself becomes the concept for itself. General development of this chapter. For perceiving consciousness, everything was a thing. 1. The category of substance, as the substratum of sensuous qualities, a category Berkeley had criticized in his three dialogues of Hylas and Philonos, gives way to a new category. Understanding rises from substance to cause, from thing to force. For understanding, everything is at first a force. But force is nothing but the concept, the thought of the sensuous world. It is the reflection of this world back on itself, or its reflection in consciousness, which, for us, comes to the same thing. This thought of the sensuous world, which at first manifests itself to consciousness as the empty beyond of this world, as the extra-sensuous as such, becomes, as a system of laws, the interior of this world. These laws, laws of experience, are beyond the phenomenon, yet they constitute its framework. Consciousness experiences the contingency of the laws of nature, in s.eking. Their necessity, it returns the world to itself. At first, its explanation of these laws is tautological, and consciousness reaches a merely analytic necessity. But that necessity becomes synthetic when it appears to consciousness in its object. Sensuous world and extra-sensuous world, phenomenon, and law, identify with each other in the genuine concept, the thought of infinity, which, after expressing Leibniz dynamism, the legalism of Newton and Kant, and Schelling's polarity, expresses Hegel's own point of view. Infinity, or absolute concept, is Rela 1, Ion C011. Alive, the universal life of the absolute which remains itself in its other and reconciles anally one IC and synthetic identity, the one and the many. At that moment, consciousness of the other has become a consciousness of itself in the other, the thought of a difference that is no longer a difference. In its object, consciousness reaches itself. In its truth, it is self-certainty, self-consciousness. Such is the general development of this chapter, the implications of which we shall try to specify. We shall pay special attention to the important movement from consciousness to self-consciousness. At 6.rst_consciousness is universal consciousness, the meteoral of being, while its object, inaccessible in its concrete richness. Is the sensuous this? Self-consciousness, on the contrary, is first a unique consciousness, a negation of all otherness in its pure relation to itself. But from this negative uniqueness it must rise to universality and return to the moment of consciousness qua universal self-consciousness. The unity of the universality of consciousness, indeed the uniqueness of self-cqus will then arise as reason. 2. 1 Force. Understanding now has as its object the unconditioned universal, which, according to its German etymology, is not a thing. For us 3 this universal is the concept which combines in it the contradictory moments that perceiving consciousness posited alternately in the subject and in the object, the moment of indifferent thingness expressing itself in a multitude of subsisting differences, i.e., the matters of physics or sensuous properties materialized, and the moment of the unique thing excluding all multiplicity from itself. These moments appeared as being for another and being for itself the failure of perception lies in the impossibility of think thse. 2 together. But the result of the previous dialectic, though negative for the consciousness engaged in experience, appears positive to us. The result has within it the positive signification that in it the unity of being for itself and being for another, the absolute opposition, is immediately posited as one and the same essence. This result applies to the content as well as the form. Expansion into the realm of differences and contraction into the uni-11 of being for itself constitute all the contents which can henceforth appear to consciousness. But this expansion and contraction can no longer be isolated and posited separately, it is their unity which makes up the unconditionality of the universal. First, it is clear that because they exist only in this universality these moments can no longer remain apart from each other but are in themselves essentially aspects which suppress even themselves, only their transition into each other is posed. This transition was the very movement of perceiving consciousness, which at times attributed exclusive unity to the thing in order to reserve for itself the diversity of its coexisting aspects and at times attributed this diversity to its object while reserving exclusive unity to itself. But whereas this movement was not an object for perceiving consciousness itself, now it is its object, and consciousness knows the transition, which only we knew when we retraced the experience of perceiving consciousness. It is crucial to note that what is now given to consciousness, which has become understanding, is the transition itself, the connection which previously occurred in it without its knowledge and which was, therefore, external to its moments. Nonetheless, this transition first appears to understanding as having an objective form. For understanding, the transition will be force. In contradistinction to the thing, which has no link to its many properties, force makes sense only insofar as it manifests itself and poses what is inside itself outside itself. Thus, by itself, force expresses the necessive LJ of the transition from one moment to the other, but for understanding it is still an object. But in this movement the content of consciousness is only objective essence ARRD, not conscious res as such. Therefore, the resuit must be posed for it in an objective signification, and consciousness must once again be posed as withdrawing from the having become von dem gewordenen, du Davenuj in such a way that this having become is, qua objective, its essence. Point 4 A reality appears among the things that are tangible, visible, and in other ways perceptible, and all of a sudden disappears, hides, becomes imperceptible. We believe that its effects can be known but not its nature. We then invent a creature of reason, un être de raison, which is called force and which alternately manifests itself in spending itself and then, spent, becomes invisible in order to spend itself. Point 5. Such is force, the unity of itself and its externalization. In positing force, we posit this very unity, already, that is, the concept. In other words, the differences posed in their independence immediately pass over into their unity into their unfolding, and this unfolding, in turn, into reduction to unity. It is precisely this movement that we call force. The universal being of sensuous certainty became the medium of properties or of distinct matters, and this medium, in turn, has become their reduction to unity. Inasmuch as it is the means of their expansion. Thus, for Leibniz, the essence of matter resides neither in extension, which is merely an indefinite multitude, nor in the atom, which is a sensuous image, but in force, the only true unity. I realized that it is impossible to find the principles of a genuine unity in mere matter, or in that which is merely passive, since everything is but an infinite collection, or heap, of parts. Now since the multitude could have its reality only in the genuine unity, ties which come from elsewhere, I had to have recourse to a formal atom. Thus I discovered that their nature consists in force, that from this follows something analogous to sentiment and appetite, and hence that they had to be conceived in imitation of our notion of souls. I6. 2. The concept of force and the reality of force. The two moments of force as externalization or expansion of itself into the realm of differences, and force driven back on itself, or force proper, are not distinct to begin with. I_TP.E First logic, that of Jena, Hegel deals with force while discussing the category of modality. Force driven back on itself, or concentrated on itself, is force as possibility, its externalization is its reality. Point 7 When we envisage the fall of a body m space, we posit the same being twice, as reality. The motion is a juxtaposition that can be broken down into parts, but we can also consider the whole of the motion, the integral of which it is the realization. We then have force, the content of which is identical to its manifestation, but which formally differs from that manifestation. As the reflection back on itself of sensuous externality, force is identical to that externality. There is a doubling here, which Hegel emphasizes in the Jena logic. We conceive the unity of reality as force. Consequently, our explanations of this reality in terms of force are tautological. Nevertheless, force allows us to think causality and relation without positing reciprocally external substances. Two bodies attract each other in space. The magnet attracts iron. For perceiving consciousness, this signifies an external relation between two substantialized things. To conceive gravitation or magnetism is to conceive relation itself, to conceive the transition from one moment to another as transition. But force, as we have just defined it, is absolutely identical to its manifesta t ions, so much so that the differences are differences only for consciousness. When we grasp the two moments in their immediate unity, the fact is that understanding, to which the concept of force belongs, is, properly speaking, the concept that maintains the distinct moments as distinct. For in force itself they are surely not distinct. The difference is only in thought. In other words, what we have posed above is only the concept of force, although not yet its reality that force manifests itself to consciousness as reality and no longer as concept sine as that its moments take on a certain independence. But since, on the other hand, this independence is contrary to the essence of force, it also signifies that these moments suppress themselves as independent and return into the unity of the concept, or of the unconditioned universal which is the permanent object of understanding throughout the whole of this dialectic. But the concept thus reached is no longer the immediate concept with which we began, it is determined as the negative of that force which has a sensuous objectivity. The concept is force as the latter is in its true essence, that is, only as object of understanding. The first universal, then, is force driven back on itself, or force as substance, but the second universal is the inside of things qua inside, which is identical to the concept qua concept. The experience of consciousness here is quite remarkable. In making force real, it discovers that the realization of force is at the same time the loss of reality. In the sensuous world, force first opposes an other without which it seems unable to exist. Then that other appears as another force, and what is then posed is a duality of fork.e.s as Boscovich and Kant had already noticed. But these two forces, in turn, are only apparently independent. They presuppose each other. To every attraction corresponds a repulsion, otherwise, the matter of the whole universe would coagulate at one point. Each force, then, presupposes another force and is presupposed by it. The play of forces, which we will later come upon as the relation between self-consciousnesses, is hence a reciprocal relation such that only the thought of this play, only the concept of phenomenal reality, or the inside of things, subsists in the perpetual interplay of determinations. Force has become what it already was for us, the thought of the phenomenal world which, as an interplay of forces, is now no more than an incessant exchange of determinations, a perpetual instability whose unity and consistency lie only in thought. The realization of force expresses itself in three dialectics which Hegel subtly distinguishes: force and the other, the two independent forces, and the reciprocal action of lorses, the interplay of forces. To begin with, force is posed as the infinite expansion of itself in the medium of differences. But in order to exist as force driven back on itself, reflected back on itself, an other must approach and call for it to turn in upon itself. Fichte's one, for instance, reflects itself only through a shock which seems alien to it. Similarly, if force is already posited as driven back on itself, as pure possibility, then in order for it to exist as externality it must be called forth by an other. When we compare these two roles of the other, we are led to define this other itself as force. What is then posed is no longer force and an other than force but two real forces which act on each other. Thus force has not in general exceeded the bounds of its concept by the fact that an other exists for it and that it exists for an other. Two forces are present simultaneously. To be sure, the concept of the two is the same, but the concept has left its unity to pass over into duality. This whole dialectic concerning the being of things for consciousness prefigures a dialectic of spirit, a dialectic which seems to be more profound in the world of spirit than in nature. Here, Hegel's subtlety strikes us as somewhat empty and forced. What is essential is to understand the direction of his whole argument, to lead us to see the dialectic of intelligence in the dialectic of the real. The spirit of nature is a hidden spirit, it does not appear in the form of spirit, it is spirit only for cognizant spirit. Or, in other words, it is spirit in itself and not for itself. It is a matter of finding in the dynamism and the interplay of forces, in the polarity of opposing forces, a dialectic whose meaning is for itself only in the cognizant spirit. When the two forces are posed in their independence, their interplay reveals their interdependence. They are not like extremes, each keeping something solid for itself and each transmitting merely an external property to the other through their common term and their contact. What these forces are, they are only in this common term and in this contact. Each vanishes in the other, and this movement of vanishing is the only reality of forces that has sensuous objectivity. There then remains only manifestation, the phenomenon, which no longer has consistency and stability within itself but refers back to an internal truth that at first appears beyond it. Here we may recall the following passage of the preface to the Phenomenology on the nature of phenomena, Manifes, Ninchen is the movement of being born and of perishing, a movement which itself neither is born nor perishes but which is in itself, and which constitutes the actuality and the movement of the life of truth. 3. The interior, or the bottom of things. Understanding has discovered the element of truth, it is the interior, or the bottom of things, which stands co-opposed to phenomenal manifestation. This opposition, which reproduces at a new level the opposition between force and its externalization, is at first empty of meaning. As the negation of the phenomenon, the interior is beyond it. But Hegel's whole dialectic here will tend to bring these two terms closer until they are identified, an identification already set forth in the passage from the preface that we have just quoted. The phenomenon, qua phenomenon, is the extra-sensuous, that is, the phenomenon seen as something in the process of vanishing. The great joke, Hegel wrote in a personal note, is that things are what they are. There is no reason to go beyond them, they are simply to be taken in their phenomenality instead of being posed as things in themselves. The essence of essence is to manifest itself, manifestation is the manifestation of essence. The end point of our dialectic, therefore, will be to gather anew the sensuous and the extra-sensuous into the infinity of absolute concept. Summarizing the prior moments with regard to religion, Hegel writes, 1. And so far as it is understanding, consciousness already becomes consciousness of the extra-sensuous, or of the interior of objective Dasein. Yet the extra-sensuous, the external, or whatever we may wish to call it, has no self, it is at first merely the universal which is still far from being spirit that knows itself as spirit. This universal is at first posed outside consciousness and outside the phenomenon as a possibly intelligible world of which we can well have some notion but no knowledge. In the last chapter of his Transcendental Analytic, Whh deals with the distinction between phenomena and noumena. Kant insists that we cannot take this world, the world of the here below, as a thing in itself, but that, on the other hand, as soon as we move beyond it, using our categories transcendentally and no longer empirically, we reach an empty place, a noumenon in the negative sense. But for Hegel, this beyond of the phenomenon is a kind of optical illusion. Understanding hypostatizes its own reflection, it does not reflect it back on itself, and it fails to see in nature the self-knowledge that is implicit in it. Knowledge of the phenomenon is a self-knowledge and, as such, it has a truth that is no longer located in the beyond. But in order to reach such an idealism, reflection, which Kant uses in his critical philosophy, must reflect itself. In objectifying this interior as the universal without the self, understanding does not know that there is nothing to be seen behind the curtain which J.S. thought to cover the inside of things unless we step behind it as much that there be someone to see as that there be something to be seen. The noumenon is criticized here, just as the thing in itself of transcendental aesthetics was criticized in the dialectic of perception. Starting from this movement, consciousness reflects itself back on itself as it does in the true, but, as consciousness, it again makes an objectified interior of this true and distinguishes this reflection of things from its reflection back on itself. Similarly, for this consciousness the movement that carries out the mediation remains an objective movement. Thus, The three terms of this fundamental syllogism are standing, the movement of the phenomenal world, and the interior or the bottom of things are posed in their mutual externality. But there can be no knowledge of this interior, as it is immediately not as Kant claimed, because REA_sun is limited, but because of the simple nature of the thing, for in the void nothing is known, or, more precisely, as this interior is posed as the beyond of consciousness. Yet, in fact, this interior has been born for us. It has been posed only through the mediation of the phenomenon, which is why Hegel expresses the nature of the interior in the following remarkable way: 1t derives from the phenomenon, and thjl. Phenomenon is its mediation, or, the phenomenon is its essence and, indeed, its fulfillment. The extrasensuous is the sensuous and the perceived posed as they truly are. But the truth of the sensuous and the perceived is to be phenomenon. Hence the extrasensuote, is the phenomenon qua phenome, on. We do not thereby return to the prior sensuous world, to perception, for example, or to objective force, but we see this world as it genuinely is as the movement by which it continuously disappears and negates itself. What subsists throughout this instability of the phenomenon, throughout the continuous exchange of its moments, is indeed difference, but difference taken up into thought and become universal, that is, the law of the phenomenon. In this way, the universal is no longer the nothingness beyond the phenomenon, it carries difference, or mediation, within itself, and this difference at the heart of this universal is difference become equal to itself, the simple image of the phenomenon. This difference is expressed in law as the invariable image of the ever unstable phenomenon. The extrasensuous world is thus a calm realm of laws. These laws are, no doubt, beyond the perceived world, for this world presents law only through continuous change, but they are also present in it and are its immediate and immobile copy. At the end of the Transcendental Analytic, Kant wrote that nature is the collection of phenomena ruled by laws. In their universality, at least, these laws are the forms of phenomena, in their stability they reflect the uninterrupted development of that which appears. Just as force was the reflection back on itself of its externalization, so law is the unity of the sensuous world. But it is a unity which includes difference and which through this constant difference translates phenomenal movement. In the free fall of a body, space and time vary continuously, but their relation remains the same, and the well-known mathematical formula, d equals 1/2gf-, is the invariable expression of the perpetual variance of these two terms. The law that is the interior of phenomenal nature finds its content in this nature and, in exchange, imparts its form to it. But form and content remain inadequate. According to Maimond's early interpretation of Kantianism, a form that completely determined content, or a content that was completely taken up into form, would be the idea. 9 But this perfect adequation is never realized. Content, the matter of understanding, is infinitely diverse and varying. Form, taken to its highest power, is the abstract unity of abstract difference. We can say, in more picturesque language, that the Transcendental Analytic gives us the law of laws, the skeleton of a nature in general. But between this skeleton and concrete nature lies an abyss. To be sure, this abyss is partly filled by empirical induction which rises from particular laws to progressively more general ones, but this induction can never reach the idea, for the idea requires the complete determination of all conditions. The critique of judgment that Leibnizianism of immanence elaborates a philosophy of the as if, a logic of hypotheses, precisely so as to remedy this shortcoming in subsumption and specification. We must finally agree that there remains a side to the phenomenon for itself that is not taken up into the interior, where the phenomenon is not yet genuinely posed as phenomenon, that is, as suppressed aufgehoben being for itself. The laws of nature are characterized by a contingency that appears in two complementary aspects: either law does not express the entirety of phenomenal presence, in which case the phenomenon still keeps as a possible in itself an uncoordinated variety, or there is a multiplicity of empirical laws which cannot be gathered into the unity of a simple law of which they would be the specifications. The problem posed by moving from the phenomenon to its law reappears in the problem of the plurality of laws. We could try to subsume all laws under the unity of a single law. For example, presents phenomena as diverse as the free fall of a body on Earth and the general planetary movement around the Sun as universal gravitation. But ever since his Jena dissertation on planetary movement, Hegel had tried to show the error of such a reduction. It can only reach an abstract formula which, though it has, no doubt, the merit of setting forth lawfulness as lawfulness, completely obscures the qualitative diversity of the content. Are we then to give up difference as genuine qualitative difference in order to attain unity, or are we to give up unity in order not to lose this difference? With this, we are at the heart of the problem of phenomenal identity and reality. Hegel's solution is not to continue to contrapose the two terms but rather to seek their union in a dialectical relation which for him is absolute concept, or infity. The concept of law, the unity of differences, clashes not oj. With the empirical plurality of laws but also with law itself. For it expresses the necessity of the connection among terms which appear as distinct in the statement of the law space and time, for example, what attracts and what is attracted, etc., in such a manner that in the thought of this connection, in the thought of this unity, understanding difference returns once more into the interior, understood as simple unity. This unity is the internal necessity of law. 4. Explanation, the analytic necessity of law. Let us consider a particular law, for example, that of falling bodies, or of gravitation, or of positive and negative electricity. If law contains a concrete difference space and time or positive and negative electricity and it expresses the relation between these two factors. This relation, or concept of the law, which we can also call force, indicates the necessity of law in analytic form. But this necessity is not a necessity, for we cannot see how either factor joins with, or becomes, the other. By the very fact that one term of the law is posed, TL. Other is not posed. And if, finally, we pose the necessity of their relation by starting with a force weight, for example, or electricity in general, then this necessity is merely a verbal one, for we must then explain why this force expresses itself in this or that specific difference, why, for example, the nature of weight is such that weighty bodies fall according to an unchanging and precise law which contains a difference, such as that of space and time, and even states it in a mathematical formula, d equals 1/2. Ge. The problem Hegel poses here is that of the necessity of relation, a question which Hume had posed as that of the necessary connection and which Kant claimed to answer in the Critique of Pure Reason. We know that for Hume everything that is different is separable and nothing that cannot be separated is discernible. For what can discernment grasp where there is no difference? Hume's conception forbids us abstraction while it renders the necessary connection impossible. As Hegel notes in the Jena Logic, what is posed by Hume and Kant is a diversity of substantive terms which are indifferent to each other, terms such as sensuous representation offers, or seems to offer. In this case, Hume is entirely justified in denying necessity and in seeing it as merely an illusion. In fact, necessity is only substance envisaged as relation or as the being one of opposite determinations which are not, like material terms that are absolutely for themselves, absolute substantive terms or qualities, but are in themselves such as to bear another, are essentially the opposite of themselves. 12. As for the identity that understanding claims to reach in the process of its explanation, it is a formal identity, a tautology which in no way alters the diversity of the terms. For Hume there exist only substantive elements which are not interrelated, which remain for themselves and are connected together from outside. Thus, for understanding, identity remains analytic and is a tautology, while sensuous diversity remains diversity. This identity does lead to a synthesis, but only to an empirical synthesis that lacks necessity. This identity remains simply a tautology and this diversity is only a specific being for itself of substances, identity and diversity remain external to each other, the relation of diverse substances is in no way necessary, because this relation is not internal to them. 13. What is needed for this relation to become internal? As Hegel will show, it would be necessary that each determination be conceived as infinite, that is, as other than itself. In this case, space by itself becomes time, and time becomes space. Relation is no longer imposed on substantialized determinations from the outside, it is the very life of these determinations. We can then understand what relation implies: dialectical life. For relation is neither an abstract unity nor an equally abstract diversity, it is their concrete synthesis, or, as Hegel said of life in his early works, the bond of the bond and the non-bond, the identity of identity and non-identity. 14. Instead of thinking through this dialectic which alone confers necessity on relation, Kant failed really to answer Hume. Kant did the same thing as Hume. Hume's substantive elements, which follow each other or come into juxtaposition and are reciprocally indifferent, remain indifferent for Kant as well. That these elements are called phenomena and not things changes nothing. Kant began with Hume's diversity and added to it the infinity of relation, but Ye's addition remains external. Necessity, the infinity of relation, is something separate from diversity. Diversity is phenomenal and pertains to sensuousness, necessity is a concept of the understanding. Each of the two moments remains for itself. For Kant, experience is indeed the bond between concept and phenomenon, that is, it renders the indifferent terms mobile. Outside their relation, each of these terms remains for itself, and the relation itself, qua unity, is external to that which is related. 15. Thus Kant did not truly grasp relation as infinite. We have referred to this illuminating passage from the Genealogic because it seems to us to shed light on the dialectic concerning the laws of nature, the first immediate elevation of the sensuous world to the intelligible. Since this elevation is immediate, it does not yet express the totality of the phenomenal world. In it, the phenomenon is not yet posed as phenomenon, as suppressed being for itself, and this shortcoming appears in the law itself as the indifferent difference between its terms. The law does not express the whole phenomenon, which keeps for itself its instability and its development, or it expresses it immediately in the form of a difference that is stable and lacks necessity. We can grasp here one of the most profound characteristics of Hegel's thought: to introduce life and becoming into thought itself instead of giving up thought and returning to the phenomenon, a phenomenon no longer cut up into substantive elements, as for Hume, but grasped in its ineffable becoming, in an immediate intuition. For Hegel, the immediate givens of consciousness furnish not a discontinuous sequence of terms but, as Bergson later showed, an inexpressible transition. It is by reintroducing life into the law that thought will completely rejoin the phenomenal world, or that the phenomenon will be posed in its integrity as a phenomenon, that is, as complete manifestation of its essence. That this is indeed Hegel's goal is expressed in an important passage of the preface. Hence, the task now is to make the universal actually present and to infuse spirit into it as a result of the suppression of determinate and solidified thoughts. But it is far more difficult to render solidified thoughts fluid than it is to render sensuous Dasein fluid. Similarly, in an article written in Jena, Hegel justified a profound empiricism, that of the man of action, who intuitively grasps the becoming of reality without cutting it up in an arbitrary way, and contrasted it to the empiricism of understanding, which freezes and solidifies experiential determinations. But the philosophic method cannot be simply to return to this profound empiricism, to the ineffable of sensuous certainty at the cost of giving up thought. For this reason, philosophy must raise understanding to reason and render the determinations of thought mobile, that is, it must think dialectically. It is rather difficult to follow the transition from the world of laws, that immediate and inadequate replica of the phenomenal world, to absolute concept, that is, to infinity. Hegel begins by criticizing the explanations offered by understanding, which, in search of necessity, discovers that necessity only within itself, in its own tautologies, while leaving its object unchanged. He then proceeds from this movement, which takes place only in understanding, to the movement in the thing in itself, to the dialectic that infuses life into the quiescent rule of laws and thus allows it completely to rejoin phenomena. This last transition seems to us the most difficult to follow, especially since Hegel makes it rather abruptly. Seeking the necessity of law, understanding creates a difference that is not a difference and, recognizing the identity of what it has just separated, ends up with simple tautologies which it calls necessity. This, one might say, is the soporific virtue of opium. Why do bodies fall according to the law? Because they undergo the action of a force, weight, that is so constituted as to manifest itself in precisely this way. In other words, a body falls in this way because it falls in this way. The unique event of lightning, for example, is apprehended as a universal, and this universal is expressed as the law of electricity. Then, explanation sets down and summarizes the law that is in force as the essence of the law. This force is then constituted in a manner such that when it externalizes itself, two opposite electric charges are generated and then cancel each other. In other words, force is constituted exactly like law, the two are said not to differ at all. But force is posed here as the necessity of law. It is in itself, and it remains what it is external to understanding, while the difference specifically, the very difference between force in itself and the law by means of which force externalizes itself, devolve on understanding. The differences are pure universal externalization and pure force. But law and force have the same content, the same constitution. Difference, as difference in content, i.e., as difference in the thing, is therefore abandoned once more. But TPE difference between understanding and its object in itself, force, is also a difference of understanding. This difference, therefore, disappears in turn, and the thing itself, force in itself, reveals itself as the movement which had at first been considered only a movement of consciousness. But since the interior of things is the concept qua concept of understanding, this change came about for understanding as the law of the interior. This is the difficult transition we noted above. We move from one shore to the other, from the movement of an explanation that is different from its object to the very movement of the object, for this difference, too, is a difference in understanding. Change of form becomes change in content because the difference between form and content is itself part of the process. But in that case, analytic necessity, i.e., tautology, becomes a necessity of the content, i.e., synthetic necessity. Tautology reappears in heterology as identity in contradiction. At that point, we reach dialectical thought, that unity of unity and diversity which, according to Hegel, both Herne and Kant had missed. But let us dwell here on the procedure of understanding which Hegel calls explanation. We might think that explanation is merely a matter of a verbal formula. Opium makes one sleep because it has a soporific quality, and be surprised at the length of the description Hegel devotes to it. In fact, the procedure of explanation is a very general one. It goes from the saw is external to the thing itself. Hegel contraposes a dialectical knowledge which does not contain an alien mediation but is simultaneously the movement of the thing itself and the movement of our thought of the thing. Mathematics, in particular, is unable to think time - the pure disquiet of life, the process of absolute distinction. We rise above Schelling's philosophy of identity, a philosophy that fails to reconcile the identity of the absolute with the qualitative differences of manifestation. For such a reconciliation to be possible, polarity had to be pushed to the point of contradiction. In contrast to content, which remains unchanged, the movement of explanation, then, is a pure movement, a formalism. But this formalism already contains what its object lacks, it is movement within itself. One in it, however, we realize precisely absolute change itself, the lack of which was felt in law. Indeed, considered more closely, this movement is immediately its own contrary. 20. It poses a difference where there is none. It quickly identifies what it has just distinguished. It is the contentless instability of pure form which is straightway its own contrary. When we say A is A, we both distinguish and identify. The equal to itself repels itself but also unites itself. What is the result for content, for the interior, when this movement is noticed in it, the difference between content and form having been suppressed? The experience of understanding reveals that the law of the phenomenon itself is that differences which are not differences come into being. In a parallel way, understanding experiences that the differences are of such a nature that they are not genuine differences and that they suppress themselves. Content, which is noticed through the at first formal movement of understanding, becomes the opposite of itself, and form, in turn, becomes rich with content. We have here absolute concept, or infinity. But let us dwell on what Hegel curiously terms the experience of the upside-down world. It is because the first, supersensuous world reverses, or upends, itself in itself that movement is introduced into it, and that it is no longer merely a replica of the phenomenon but completely joins the phenomenon, which in this way mediates itself in itself, and becomes manifestation of essence. We understand what Hegel meant when he claimed that there were not two worlds but that the intelligible world was the phenomenon as phenomenon, i.e., manifestation, which in its authentic development is only the self-manifestation of self. The two worlds and them dialectical unity. This experience of the inversion of the world is more common than we might think at first. Perhaps if we are to understand it, we should refer less to science or to Schelling's polarity than to the dialectic of the Gospels, which constantly opposes the apparent world to the true one. Whereas in the first transformation of the sensuous world we raise this world to essence only in an immediate way by raising the difference it includes to universality without modifying it profoundly, we now reach a world that is the inverse of the first one. The difference between essence and appearance has become a absolute difference, with the result that we say that anything in itself is the opposite of what it appears to be for another. We could indeed agree with common sense that appearances are not to be trusted, that they must, on the contrary, be negated if their true essence is to be discovered. The profound and the superficial oppose each other as inner and outer. Seen superficially, this inverted world is the contrary of the first one. The first world lies outside the inverted world which repels it as an inverted actual reality. Thus, one world is the phenomenon, and the other is the in itself. One is the world as it is for an other but the other, on contrary, is the world as it is for itself. Thus, in the Gospels, what is honored in this world is scorned in the other, apparent strength is in fact weakness, hidden simplicity of the heart is in itself superior to apparent virtue. In the Sermon on the Mount, Christ repeatedly opposes appearance. It has been said to profound reality. One say unto you. Hegel takes up this opposition of inner and outer and co-deciders it in all its scope. What appears sweet is bitter in itself, the north pole of a magnet is in its supersensuous in itself the south pole, and vice versa. The pole of oxygen becomes the pole of hydrogen. But Hegel passes from these examples borrowed from the science of his time to spiritual examples, which in our opinion manifest the genuine meaning of this dialectic. He speaks in particular of the dialectic of crime and punishment, which recalls his early writings on religion. Punishment appears to be a vengeance externally imposed on the criminal. In fact, punishment is self-punishment. That which, viewed superficially, appears as a constraint is in its profound meaning a liberation. The hidden meaning is the reverse of the apparent tiening. Further, punishment, which appears to dishonor a man, becomes in the inverted world the grace and pardon which safeguard the man's essence and render him honor. We are reminded of Dostoevsky's famous J. Loveland. This is not the only time that we find intuitions in Hegel's dialectic which Dostoevsky later developed. The difference between phenomenon and essence, between apparent meaning and hidden meaning, has become so profound that it destroys itself. It is, in effect, absolute opposition in itself, that is, contradiction. At this point, the interior is full-fledged as phenomenon. Indeed, the first supersensuous world was merely the immediate elevation of the perceived world to the universal element. As a copy, it had its necessary original in the world of perception, which still retained for itself the principle of change and alteration. The first reign of law lacked this principle, but now it obtains it as the world upside down. Now, each did r, machine destroys itself and becomes its other, it is thought through as infinity, that is, it destroys itself in a kind of movement to its own limit, a movement that Hegel had made the technique of his first, Lena, logic. Point 21. But this logic of infinity makes sense only on condition that it not again make the two opposed worlds real as two substantive elements. Such oppositions between inner and outer, between the phenomenon and the supersensuous, are no longer present here as oppositions between actual realities of two kinds. Nor do the rejected differences redistribute themselves into two substances that would support them and furnish them a separate substance. In that case, understanding, having emerged from the interior, would fall back to its earlier position. The phenomenon itself is negative, a difference between itself and itself. The actually real crime carries its inversion and its in itself as a possibility in intention as such and not in good intentions. For the fact itself is the only truth of intention. But, as regards its content, the crime has its reflection back on itself, or its inversion, in actually real punishment. This punishment constitutes the reconciliation of the law with the actual reality that opposes it in the crime. Finally, the actually real punishment has its actual inverted reality within itself. It is, in fact, an actualization of the law, in which the activity that the punishment is suppresses itself. From an act, it again becomes a quiescent and valid law, and both the movement of individuality against the law and the movement of law against individuality are extinguished. The inverted world, therefore, is not to be sought in another world. It is present in this world, which is simultaneously itself and its other and which is grasped in its phenomenal entirety as absolute concept, or infinity. It is possible to think this infinity which Schelling did not grasp if, instead of fleeing contradiction, we agree to think it through in the midst of determinate content, which thus becomes absolute determinateness, or self-negation. What must be thought through now is pure change, or opposition within itself, that is, contradiction. Thus, the supersensuous world, which is the inverted world, has both encroached upon the other world and included it within itself. For itself, it is the reversed, inverted world, which is to say that it is the inverse of itself, it is both itself and its opposite in one unity. Only in this way is it difference as inner difference, as difference within itself, only in this way does it exist qua infinity. Instead of being posed now in their sensuous externality, the terms of the preceding law are animated toward each other like positive and negative poles. Their being consists essentially in posing themselves as non-being and suppressing themselves in unity. But this unity, in turn, is not like Schelling's absolute isolated from multiplicity. It is a moment of the splitting, a specific term in opposition to diversity. According to an image in the genealogic, the absolute itself is anxious if the finite lies outside it, for then it is only relatively absolute or infit. For that reason, it becomes concretely infit only by splitting itself. The unity of which we usually thin when we say that difference cannot issue from it is itself, in fact, simply a moment of the splitting, it is the abstraction of simplicity vis-a-vis difference. But to say that it is the abstraction, and therefore only one of the opposites, is also to say that by itself it is the act of splitting. Since it is a negative, an opposite, this unity is rightly posed as that which includes opposition within itself. Therefore, the differences between the splitting and the becoming equal to itself are merely the movement of self-suppression. What we reach in this way is absolute concept, the genesis of which we have followed since the being of sensuous certainty. More concrete it is universal life, the world soul, the universal bloodstream which is omnipresent and whose course is not disturbed or interrupted by any difference. Rather, it itself is all differences as well as their suppressed being, It pulsates without moving and trembles in its innermost being without disquiet. We have here the synthesis of the Akiv 7, Tov and the Kiv 7, CJTS of which Plato spoke in the Sophist. It is manifestation that is manifestation of self by self, mediation of the immediate with itself. It is already self. But if this is so for us, and if the concept, as universal life, presents itself to us, then consciousness has reached a new stage in its ascent. It has grasped manifestation as its own negativity instead of distinguishing it from both itself and its intelligible object. This dialectic of self-identity within absolute difference at first appears to consciousness in an immediate form as self-consciousness. In self-consciousness, indeed, the I is absolutely other, and yet this other is the one. Consciousness has become self-consciousness. Beyond certainty, truth is posed in that very certainty. Can it preserve itself as truth in the certainty that is pure subjectivity? Partii. The transition from natural self-consciousness to universal self-consciousness. Introduction / the movement of consciousness to self-consciousness. One self-consciousness as the truth of consciousness. Kantian idealism as it was interpreted by the German philosophers who developed it further might well be summarized in a formula which is not to be found in Kant's own writings: self-consciousness is the truth of consciousness. In the Transcendental Analytic, Kant specifies the meaning of his deduction by asserting that the conditions of the possibility of experience in general are likewise conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, and that for this reason these objects have objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. When empirical understanding knows its object, that is, nature, and through experience discovers the multiplicity of the particular laws of nature, it fancies that it knows an other than itself. But the reflection which the Critique of Pure Reason constitutes shows that this knowledge of an other is possible only through an originary synthetic unity such that the conditions of the object, specifically, of nature, are the very conditions of knowing this nature. In knowing nature, then, understanding knows itself. Its knowledge of an other is a self-knowledge, a knowledge of knowledge. The world is the great mirror in which consciousness discovers itself. Point 2. To be sure, Kant does not develop his thought to such an idealism. What understanding determines in nature is, so to speak, only the skeleton, the universal conditions, or the laws thanks to which a nature is a nature. There then remains an a posteriori, an indefinite diversity that is not actually determined by the a priori conditions of knowledge. By nature, in the empirical sense, we understand the connection of appearances as regards their existence according to necessary rules, that is, according to laws. 3. It is certain laws, then, a priori laws, which first make possible a nature. Empirical laws can occur and be found only by means of experience, and only in conformity to those originary laws without which experience itself would not be possible. The existence of an absolute a posteriori in Kant's philosophy culminates in a conception of the thing in itself, a conception from which, although it was transformed at every stage of his philosophy, Kant was unable to free himself. Kant borrowed the notion of the thing in itself from perception, the most common of experiences, and it is at the level of perception that Hegel criticizes it. Point 4. The noumenon of the Transcendental Analytic is no longer the thing in itself of the Transcendental Aesthetic, and the notion of a dialectic which limits knowledge and of an idea which commits knowledge to push back its limit, is of yet another order. Kant's realism of the thing in itself served as a target for all the philosophers of German idealism. For in condemning all metaphysics of the object, of being, and until then all metaphysics had more or less been a metaphysics of being, the Critique of Pure Reason and, especially, the Transcendental Dialectic sowed the seed of a quite different metaphysics, a metaphysics of the subject. It is indeed important to Kant that nature, in the empirical sense of the term, as constituted by the transcendental understanding of the analytic, not be mistaken for what it is not and arbitrarily set up as thing in itself. We must become aware of itself and enjoys only itself. It seems to be dealing with something else, but, in fact, it is engaged and occupied only with itself. The phenomenality of nature. This phenomenality is not, as is often thought, the result of the subjectivity of the categories. On the contrary, this phenomenality, this finitude of our knowledge, we might say is constituted by the non-transcendental subjectivity of matter, by the passivity, the receptivity, which understanding cannot do without. Nonetheless, the finitude of our knowledge exists only because understanding conceives the idea of an unlimited understanding but finds itself limited. The object of a finite subject must itself be finite. 2. Self-consciousness as practical consciousness. Now the finite subject is not limited in the way that an object can be limited. An object does not know its own limit, which is external to it. The subject continually seeks to transgress its limit. It tends toward the infinite, the unconditioned. By virtue of this understanding is reason, but by the same token, it transgresses the very sphere of objects. This infinite is not an object, it is a task the accomplishment of which is forever deferred. It is no longer the concept of reason that regulates experience, as it does in the analytic of principles, but that of the idea, an infinite practical task in relation to which all knowledge and all knowing are organized. For Kant, self-consciousness is not only the sole truth of consciousness, it is also practical consciousness, the negation of all finitude and, therefore, of any consciousness of an object. Already in the transcendental dialectic, the idea as infinite task is not the thing in itself manifesting itself in experience, it does not extend the boundaries of understanding. Rather, it is a maxim of the theoretical will, an imperative for scientific thought. The idea extends understanding not as understanding but as will. It enlarges understanding not theoretically but practically, permeating all of understanding's experimental knowledge of finitude and summoning understanding to the infinite effort of transcending itself. The idea qua infinite task, self-consciousness qua practical I, is the moment with which Fichte starts in his attempt to reconstruct the unity of Kant's entire philosophy, the unity of the critique of pure reason and the critique of practical reason. Fichte's idealism is therefore a moral idealism. This brief discussion of the development of Kant's thought from a Hegelian point of view has been necessary in order that we understand how on the one hand self-consciousness appears in Hegel's Phenomenology as the truth of consciousness, the knowledge of the other as a self-knowledge, and how, on the other hand, this self-knowledge, self-consciousness, is more than the knowledge of the other, or of nature. Self-consciousness is essentially practical, it is the consciousness of transcending the knowledge of the other. Just as in the critique of practical reason self-consciousness, autonomy, is conceived to be the negation of nature, and just as in the science of knowledge the practical I is conceived to be the infinite effort to rejoin the primal identity, the I equals I, the thetic principle of the whole science of knowledge, so in the phenomenology self-consciousness appears, in opposition to consciousness, as active consciousness. The positivity of consciousness becomes negativity in self-consciousness. It is quite true that this activity will at first be envisaged in its most humble form, as desire. But its development will show what desire entails and how, by opposing itself to the world, and to itself as a being of the world, it leads us to higher forms of practical consciousness. This analysis will show us the insufficiency of theoretical consciousness and of practical consciousness, of consciousness and of self-consciousness. It will require a higher synthesis, reason, which, containing the identity of consciousness and self-consciousness, of being and acting, will allow us to pose the human problem in a new and different way. 3. Life and self-consciousness. A. The absolute concept. What understanding sees arising before it in objective form in this world, which inverts itself into itself and whose every determination is its own contrary, is the absolute concept, universal life, the world soul. 5. Moreover, for it self-consciousness becomes self-consciousness. Before moving on with our study, we must try to specify the significance for the philosopher of this ontology of life and self-consciousness. In modern terms, it is the being of life and the being of self-consciousness that Hegel strives to think through. When he speaks of absolute concept or universal life, he proceeds not from a given, specific entity or from a determinate biological consideration but from the being of life in general. Similarly, he describes the very being of self-consciousness, which emerges from this life. This development of self-consciousness at the heart of universal life will later show us how the self-certainty which human consciousness gains and which becomes for it a truth is the very condition of truth, or universal reason. We can speak of reason, of universal self-consciousness, only when certainty takes the form of untruth and truth becomes self-certainty. Absolute concept, or the concept of concept, is what later appears in the logic in the form of the three dialectical moments, the universal, the particular, and the specific. In the Fragment of a System, Hegel had written that the movement from finite to infinite life is religion, not philosophy. 6 If later, in the logic, he managed to express in rational form an intuition of the very being of life or of the self, which he had earlier declared could not be thought through, we should not conclude from this that nothing remains of the first intuition, the kernel from which his whole system developed. When, in the logic, he wishes to explain the meaning of this concept, he uses images to give it meaning. The concept is omnipotence, it is omnipotence only through manifesting itself and affirming itself in its other. It is the universal which appears as the soul of the particular and determines itself completely in it as the negation of the negation, or as genuine specificity. Or, in yet other words, it is love, which presupposes a duality so as continually to surpass it. The universal of the concept is not external to the particular and juxtaposed to it, in this separation, it is itself the particular, it is always both itself and its other. Similarly, the particular is particular only through contractopposing itself to the universal. Now this contraposition is the negation of the particular, and, therefore, its return to the universal as negation of negation. As we see, the concept is nothing else than the self which remains itself in its alteration, the self which exists only in the self-becoming. This intuition, with which Hegel started, cannot easily be conveyed in a perfectly clear manner. It can, perhaps, be compared to the intuition of one of the first German philosophers, Jacob B. 6 HME, whose speculative ambition was to grasp the no in the yes and the yes in the no. It seems that in his research in human life, and Hegel was more interested in human life than in life in general, Hegel came to an idea similar to B6 Holmes. But whereas B6 HME had especially tried to discover in man an image of the divine life, of the mysterium magnum revelans se ipsum, Hegel was more interested in human being. Hegel tried to give a remarkable logical form to his intuition, an intuition the irrational character of which is undeniable. In order for this to be possible, understanding must shatter the framework of common thought, the thingism of perception, and even the dynamism with which understanding seeks to conceive cause and force. For understanding, the omnipresence of the simple in external multiplicity is a mystery. 8 Yet it is this non-separation of the whole and the parts and their simultaneous separation that constitutes infinity, universal life, as the bond of the bond and the non-bond, or as identity of identity and non-identity. It is this infinity that understanding meets when it comes up against separate determinations and the demand for their unity. In thinking these determinations through as infinities, that is, in discovering in them the movement by which they become their own contrary, understanding rises above itself, it becomes able to think the self which by posing itself in a determination negates and contradicts itself. Taken in itself, this movement constitutes universal life, the world soul. For itself, however, it exists in human self-consciousness as consciousness of universal life. We see now why the passage of the Phenomenology that deals with self-consciousness begins by presenting us a general philosophy of life which is in itself what self-consciousness will be for itself. 9 Here, the movement from in itself to for itself will not be a mere change of form without a change of nature. Man's becoming aware of universal life is a creative reflection. If for Schelling life is a knowing that does not yet know itself, and knowing is a life that knows itself, so that the identity of the 2 is philosophical intuition for Hegel, spirit is constituted only by the reflection of life in knowledge. and spirit is superior to nature precisely because it is nature's reflection. Life refers back to the consciousness of a totality which never is given in it for itself. But self-consciousness knows itself as the genus and, in this coming to consciousness, it is the origin of a truth which is for itself at the same time that it is in itself, a truth which, through the mediation of diverse self-consciousnesses, develops historically, a truth the interaction and unity of which alone constitute spirit. It would be wrong to say that the fundamental intuition of Hegelianism was the being of life in general qua mobility, for example. This ontology of universal life only serves as the basis for a conception of the being of man of human existence, we would say today a conception which had been Hegel's essential preoccupation much earlier, in the works of his youth. To think pure life through, that is the task, he wrote in an often quoted early text. And he added, the consciousness of this pure life would be the consciousness of what man is. 11 At that time, Hegel identified pure life with the being of man. Nevertheless, this pure life is not pure, that is, it is not abstracted from the determinate modalities of human existence, it is not abstract unity as opposed to a multiplicity of manifestations, such as, for example, the abstract intelligible characteristic as a universal of the concrete determinations of the empirical characteristic. The characteristic, indeed, is merely abstracted from the activity, it expresses merely the universal of determinate actions. 12 But pure life transcends this separation, or this appearance of separation, it is concrete unity, which, in his early works, Hegel was not yet able to express in dialectical form. This being of life is not substance but rather the disquiet of the self. According to a recent commentator, the fundamental intuition from which Hegel's philosophy issued is that of the motion of life. 13 This seems inadequate. The attributed adjective which recurs most frequently in Hegel's dialectic is disquiet unruhig. This life is disquiet, the disquiet of the self which has lost itself and finds itself agam in its alterity. Yet the self never coincides with itself, for it is always other in order to be itself. It always poses itself in a determination and, because this determination is, as such, already its first negation, it always negates itself so as to be itself. It is human being that never is what it is and always is what it is not. To those who are familiar with Hegel's early works on love, on destiny, or on positivity, this intuition of human being appears indeed to be the starting point of Hegel's speculation. In the Jena period this intuition is expressed through the dialectic of the finite and the infinite. While at Jena, Hegel became aware of the function of philosophy, and, more specifically, of his philosophy, to think through, even if in a non-thinking way. 14 The living relation between the finite and the finite, which the fragment of a system had presented as experienced only by religion. For this reason, Hegel criticized the reflective philosophy of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte, philosophy which never moves beyond opposition, and seemed to adopt Schelling's philosophy of intuition, which grasps the identity of the absolute directly in its various manifestations. But implicitly Hegel already opposed this philosophy which erases qualitative differences, reducing them to random differences of degree. Not only identity must be thought through, but also the identity of identity and non-identity, a formula that takes up agam in technical language the earlier formula, the bond of the bond and the non-bond. The oppositions are not to disappear, on the contrary, in order to think them through we must develop them until contradiction appears in them. It reaches itself only in self-knowledge. Life refers back to something other than itself. It is, therefore, knowledge, and consequently it is self-knowledge, for otherwise it would not be itself. Truth is not outside of life, it is the light that life carries within itself. This light is the truth of life and reveals itself through and in life. Truth is born precisely in self-consciousness, and there it simultaneously becomes self-certainty. b. General philosophy of life. The general philosophy of life results from a double movement, that from the unity of life to the multiplicity of living forms or of differences, and that which, on the contrary, starts from distinct forms and discovers that same unity in and through them. These two movements merge in the vital process, in the die and become, so that the splitting of the entity is as much a process of unification as that unification is a process of splitting. Thus life is a circular becoming which reflects back on itself. But its genuine reflection is its becoming for itself, that is, the emergence of self-consciousness, whose development reproduces in a new form the development of life. This general philosophy of life reconciles monism and pluralism, and synthesizes rest and motion. The essence of life is infinity as the being suppressed aufgehoben sen of all differences, it is pure rotational motion around its axis, it is itself at rest as absolutely uneasy infinity. For it is self, and self is that which cannot genuinely oppose itself to an alien term. In the medium of life, all alterity is provisional, and the appearance of an other is immediately resolved into the unity of the self. Life, precisely, is this movement which reduces the other to itself and discovers itself in that other. This is why Hegel says that life is an independence. In a first moment we have the subsistence of distinct beings. The finite mode, as a particular living entity, poses itself outside universal substance, that is, it poses itself as though it were itself infinite and it excludes from itself the whole of life. Precisely this activity of posing itself for itself is lacking in Spinoza's monism. For Spinoza, the finite mode appears as a negation and infinite substance alone is absolute affirmation. But if infinite substance is what appears in the finite mode, then this absolute affirmation must be apparent through that mode. This affirmation will manifest itself, then, by the fact that the distinct individuality will negate itself, will be the negation of its separation, that is, of its negation, and thus will bring about the rebirth of the unity of life. The particular living entity thus emerges in opposition to universal substance, it disavows such fluidity, disavows continuity with the universal substance, and affirms itself as not being dissolved into it. Rather it maintains and preserves itself by separating itself from its inorganic nature and by consuming it. Life, then, becomes the movement of these figures of consciousness, it becomes life as process. But in this movement, the separated living entity is by itself an inorganic nature, which is why it consumes itself, suppresses its own inorganic reality, feeds on itself, organizes itself from within. 22 Although death appears to arrive from outside and to be the result of an alien negation, as though the universe were suppressing a living individuality, it originates in fact in the living entity itself. Insofar as this entity is the process of life, it must die in order to become, its emergence vis-a-vis the whole is its own negation and its return to unity. The growth of children is the death of parents, for this return is, reciprocally, the emergence of new individualities. Nevertheless, life does not fulfill itself in this becoming. Life is constituted by the totality of this circuit. It is not, as we earlier said, the immediate continuity and the compact solidity of its essence, nor the subsisting figure, the discrete, existing for itself, nor is it their pure processes, nor yet the simple gathering up of these moments. It is the whole, developing, dissolving, and resolving its development, and remaining simple throughout this whole movement. Yet with this result, life refers us back to something other than what it is, it refers us to consciousness, for which it is as this unity or as genus. The genus which for itself is genus, which is not merely what is expressed in vital development but which becomes for itself, is the I as it appears immediately in the identity of self-consciousness. Thus self-consciousness is the truth of life. But with it another life begins, an experience which will grow in richness until it comes to include the whole development we have seen in life. In its immediate emergence it will be posed for itself in opposition to universal life, and it will have to surmount that opposition. We shall follow its experience in the new element of self-knowledge. The spirit which self-consciousness will actualize after having risen to reason, to universal self-consciousness, is for itself the unity and multiplicity which were involved in the medium of life. Spirit as the entity of this process, as I, is what does not exist in nature. Nature is the development of the existence of spirit as one. In nature this development turns itself inside out, its interior appears only as the power that dominates specific living beings. 23. Death, that is, the negation of individualities and of living species, is for these beings the power that is alien to them. In fact, it is the unity of life, the life of the genus, a life which does not yet know itself. That is why in pure life, in the life that is not spirit, nothingness as such does not exist. 24. A significant phrase which more profoundly than any other expresses the fact that the I of self-consciousness is not, properly speaking, a being. As a being it would fall back into the milieu of subsistence. But it is what for itself negates itself and for itself preserves itself in that 8th negation. Self-consciousness as the truth of life, spirit as the truth of self-consciousness, leave nature far behind nature which is spirit only for the spirit that knows it. The independence of self-consciousness. Introduction, the movement of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, which is desire, can reach its truth only by finding another living self-consciousness. 3 moments. The two self-consciousnesses posed in the element of externality and also externality itself, the Dasein of life, give rise to a dialectic which leads from the battle for recognition to the opposition between master and slave, and from that opposition to liberty. Indeed, in accordance with an ever-recurring pattern in the Phenomenology, this dialectic which arises in the midst of externality transposes itself to the interior of self-consciousness itself. Just as the forces discovered by understanding, which appeared to be alien to each other, proved to be a unique force divided within itself, each force being itself and its other, so the duality of living self-consciousness becomes the splitting and reproduction of self-consciousness within itself. The independence of the master and the harsh education of the slave become the self-mastery of the Stoic, who is always free, regardless of circumstance or the hazards of fortune, or the skeptic's experience of absolute liberty, which dissolves every position except that of the I itself. Finally, the truth of this Stoic or skeptic liberty comes to be expressed in unhappy consciousness, which is always divided within itself, a consciousness both of absolute self-certainty and of the nothingness of that certainty. Unhappy consciousness is the truth of this entire dialectic. It is the pain felt by pure subjectivity which no longer contains its substance within itself. Unhappy consciousness, the expression of the pure subjectivity of the I, leads back, through the movement of self-alienation, to consciousness of substance. But this consciousness is not the consciousness described at the beginning of the Phenomenology, for being is now self, itself alienated. Self-consciousness has become reason. 1. We shall follow this movement, the positing of self-consciousness as desire, the relation among self-consciousnesses in the element of life and the movement that recognizes self in the other, and, finally, the internalization of this movement in the 3 stages of Stoicism, skepticism, and unhappy consciousness. Positing self-consciousness as desire. Deduction of desire. Self-consciousness is desire in general. In the practical part of the science of knowledge, Fichte discovered impulse to be at the base of theoretical consciousness as well as of practical consciousness, and he showed that the first condition of this sensuous instinct was an instinct for instinct, a pure action in which the I strives to rediscover the thetic identity of self-consciousness. We have already compared Fichte's and Hegel's conceptions, and we shall not dwell on that. See Ampal 1s0n here. Why is self-consciousness desire in general? And, as we might ask in contemporary terms, what is the intentionality of this desire? What is the new structure of the subject-object relation that is being described here? Hegel deduces desire, and the necessity of the presentation of self-consciousness as desire, in a few dense lines. The starting point of this deduction is the opposition between self-knowledge and knowledge of an other. Consciousness was knowledge of an other, knowledge of the sensuous world in general. Self-consciousness, on the contrary, is self-knowledge, and is expressed in the identity I equals I. The I that is an object for itself. It is simultaneously subject and object, it poses itself for itself. The I is the content of the relation and the very movement of relating. At the same time, it is the I that opposes itself to an other and exceeds that other, an other which for it is only itself. This seems far removed from what is commonly called desire. But let us note that this self-knowledge is not primary. Self-consciousness is reflection issuing from the being of the sensuous world and of the perceived world. It is essentially this return into itself starting from being other. Unlike Fichte, we do not pose the Ich bin ich in the absoluteness of aesthetic act in relation to which antithesis and synthesis would be secondary. The reflection of the I, which takes the sensuous world, the being other, as its starting point, is the essence of self-consciousness, which, therefore, exists only through this return, only through this movement. Qua self-consciousness, it is movement. However, when we consider only the abstraction I equals I, we have merely an inert tautology. The movement of self-consciousness, without which it would not exist, requires otherness, that is, the world of consciousness which in this way is preserved for self-consciousness. But it is preserved not as a being in itself, as an object which consciousness passively reflects, but as a negative object, as the object which must be negated in order that through this negation of the being other self-consciousness establish its own unity with itself. We must distinguish two moments. In the first moment self-consciousness exists as consciousness, and the complete extension of the sensuous world is maintained for it, but maintained only insofar as it is related to the second moment, i.e., the unity of self-consciousness with itself. That is what we mean when we say that the sensuous world, the universe, stands before me now as no more than phenomenon, or manifestation. The truth of that world now lies in me and not in it, that truth is the self of self-consciousness. I need only establish that unity by the movement that negates being other and then reconstitutes the unity of the I with itself. The world no longer subsists in itself, it subsists only in relation to self-consciousness, which is its truth. The I is the truth of being, for being exists only for the I which appropriates it and thus poses itself for itself. This unity must become essential to self-consciousness, which is to say that self-consciousness is desire in general. Desire is this movement of consciousness which does not respect being but negates it, appropriating it concretely and making it its own. Desire presupposes the phenomenal character of the world which exists for the self only as a means. The difference between perceiving consciousness and desiring consciousness can be put in metaphysical language even though neither consciousness is aware of this metaphysics. We have already glimpsed this difference in the first chapter of the Phenomenology, the chapter on sensuous certainty. Not even the animals are excluded from this wisdom but, rather, they show themselves to be profoundly initiated in it. For they do not stand before sensuous things as though these were in itself, they despair of this reality and, absolutely convinced of the nothingness of sensuous things, they grab them without further ado and consume them. Like the animals, the rest of nature brats the revealed mysteries that teach what the truth of sensuous things is. The meaning of desire self-consciousness, then, is not the inert tautology, I equals F, it presents itself as engaged in a debate with the world. For self-consciousness, this world is what disappears and does not subsist, but this very disappearance is necessary for self-consciousness to pose itself. Self-consciousness, therefore, is desire, in the most general meaning of the word. And the intentional object of desire is of a different order than the object intended by sensuous consciousness. Hegel describes this new structure of consciousness in a precise, although very condensed, manner. We should recall that in his first essays on the philosophy of spirit, especially in the System der Sittlichkeit written in Jena, Hegel had constructed a kind of philosophical anthropology in which objects were grasped not so much in their independent being as in their being for consciousness, as objects of desire, as material for work, as expressions of consciousness. In the same vein, the philosophies of spirit of 1803-4 and 1805-6 studied instruments, language, and so on, in an attempt to describe, and to present in an original dialectic, the human world as a whole and the surrounding world as a human world. All these dialectics must be presupposed if we are to understand the transition from desire to the encounter between self-consciousnesses, an encounter that is the precondition of social and spiritual life. The individual object of desire, this fruit I wish to pluck, is not an object posed in its independence. Insofar as it is an object of desire, we can just as well say of it that it exists as that it does not exist. It exists, but soon it will no longer exist. Its truth is to be consumed and negated, in order that self-consciousness might gather itself up through this negation of the other. From this arises the ambiguity that characterizes the object of desire, or, rather, the duality of the end intended by desire. Henceforth, consciousness, qua self-consciousness, has a double object. One is the immediate, the object of sensuous certainty and of perception, which for self-consciousness is characterized by negativity. The other is precisely itself. 3:11 object, which is true essence and which is present at first only in opposition to the first object. The end point of desire is not, as one might think superficially, the sensuous object that is only a means, but the unity of the I with itself. Self-consciousness is desire, but what it desires, although it does not yet know this explicitly, is itself. It desires its own desire. And that is why it will be able to attain itself only through finding another desire, another self-consciousness. The teleological dialectic of the phenomenology gradually unfolds all the horizons of this desire, which is the essence of self-consciousness. Desire bears first on the objects of the world, then on life, an object already closer to itself, and, finally, on another self-consciousness. Desire seeks itself in the other. Man desires recognition from man. Desire and life. We have translated Begierde, the word Hegel uses, as desire désir rather than as appetite. Appétit, for this desire contains more than appears at first, although insofar as it bears on the various concrete objects of the world, it merges initially with sensuous appetite. It carries a much wider meaning. Fundamentally, self-consciousness seeks itself in this desire, and it seeks itself in the other. This is why desire is in essence other than it immediately appears to be. We have already shown that at each stage of the phenomenology a certain notion of objectivity is constituted, a truth appropriate to that stage. It is less a matter of thinking individual objects than of determining the characteristics of a certain kind of objectivity. At the stage of sensuous certainty we dealt not with this or that particular sensuous this but with the sensuous this in general. At the level of perception we dealt not with this or that perceived object but with the perceived object in general. Similarly, at the level of self-consciousness, objectivity is defined in a new way. What self-consciousness discovers as its other can no longer be the merely sensuous object of perception, but must be an object that has already reflected back on itself. Through such a reflection back on itself the object has become life. And, Hegel adds, that which self-consciousness distinguishes from itself by considering it as an existent not only has, insofar as it is posed as an existent, the mode of sensuous certainty and of perception, but also is being reflected back on itself. The object of immediate desire is some living thing. In other words, life is the medium in which self-consciousness experiences and seeks itself. Life constitutes the first truth of self-consciousness and appears as its other. As we ourselves have grasped it as the result of the previous dialectic, it is the term that corresponds to self-consciousness. At the level of self-consciousness, truth is possible only as a truth that experiences and manifests itself in the midst of life. All the more must we emphasize the duality of self-consciousness and life, a duality whose philosophical meaning we have already considered. Life in general is genuinely the other of self-consciousness. What does this opposition mean, concretely? What I, as self-consciousness, find facing me is life, and life is simultaneously irremediably other and the same. When in his early works Hegel describes the consciousness of Abraham, he shows how a reflection shatters a prior and immediate unity. Abraham separates himself from himself. his life, and life in general, appears to him as an other than himself, yet it is also what is closest to him, what is most intimate and most distant. Point 2. To desire life, to wish to live, and all particular desires appear to aim at this goal as only, it seems, to desire to be oneself. Yet this life that is myself, and biological life especially, escapes me absolutely. Considered as other, it is the element of substantiveness with which I cannot completely merge insofar as I am a subject. It is the universal, indestructible substance, the fluid essence that is equal to itself. But self-consciousness as reflection signifies the break with life, a break the full tragedy of which will be experienced by unhappy consciousness. This is why Hegel's abstract text has such concrete implications. But, as we have seen, this unity is also the act of rebounding away from itself, and this concept splits, giving birth to the opposition between self-consciousness and life. Self-consciousness, specificity in Hegel's terminology, opposes universal life. It claims to be independent of it and wishes to pose itself absolutely for itself. Nevertheless, it will encounter the resistance of its object. Thus the object of consciousness is as independent in itself as consciousness is, self-consciousness which exists uniquely for itself and which immediately characterizes its object as negative self-consciousness, which is at first desire, will experience instead the independence of that object. How does Tills experience, in the course of which I discover that the object is independent of me, present itself? We can say that it is born at first from the continuous reproduction of desire and of the object. The object is negated and desire is quenched, but then desire arises again and another object presents itself to be negated. The specificity of the objects and the desires matters little, the monotony of their reproduction has a necessity. It reveals to consciousness that the object is needed so that self-consciousness can negate it. In order for this suppression of Heben to be, this other, too, must be. Desire in general, then, is characterized by a necessary otherness. This otherness appears to be merely provisional in the case of this or that particular desire. Its essentiality results from the succession of desires. Indeed, the essence of desire is an other than self-consciousness, and this truth becomes present to self-consciousness through the experience of the succession of desires. During the course of this experience, I discover that desire is never exhausted and that its reflected intention leads me to an essential otherness. Yet self-consciousness is also absolutely for itself. It must therefore satisfy itself, but it can do so only if the object itself presents itself to it as a self-consciousness. In this case indeed, and only in this case, the object is I as well as object. Otherness, the necessity of which we have discovered, is maintained. At the same time, the I finds itself, which is the most profound aim of desire, and it finds itself as a being. Illy is only the element of substantiveness, the other of the one. But when life becomes for me another self-consciousness, a self-consciousness which appears to me at once alien and the same, a self-consciousness in which desire recognizes another desire and bears on it, then in this splitting and reproduction of itself, self-consciousness reaches itself. Here already we have the concept of spirit, which is why Hegel says here that spirit is present for us. And this way the concept of spirit is already present for us. Consciousness will later experience what spirit is, that absolute substance which, in the complete freedom and independence of its oppositions, that is, of the various self-consciousnesses existing for it, constitutes their unity, the I that is a we, and the we that is an I. This movement from desiring self-consciousness to the multiplicity of self-consciousnesses suggests several comments. First of all, about the meaning of a deduction of this kind. Deduction is obviously an inappropriate word here, because the dialectic is teleological, that is, through exploring the horizons of desire it discovers the meaning of that desire and poses its conditions. The condition of self-consciousness is the existence of other self-consciousnesses. Desire is able to pose itself in being, to reach a truth and not merely remain at the subjective stage of certainty, only if life appears as another desire. Desire must bear on desire and discover itself as such in being. it must discover itself and be discovered, it must appear to itself as an other and appear to an other. In this way, we can understand the three moments that Hegel distinguishes in the concept of self-consciousness. Its first immediate object is the pure, undifferentiated I, but this immediateness itself is absolute mediation, that is, it exists only as the act of suppressing the independent object, only as desire. The satisfaction of desire is indeed the return to the first immediate object, the I, but it is a return 1 degree removed. It is no longer certainty but a truth, it is the I posed in the being of life and no longer presupposing itself. For this reason, the truth of this certainty is rather divided reflection, the splitting and reproduction of self-consciousness. In this way, Hegel returns to the definition of spirit as opposed to nature and to life which he gave in his Jena philosophy. 1. Nature, spirit is spirit to itself, as spirit unaware of itself as absolute spirit, as absolute self-reflection which is not that absolute reflection for itself, which is not for itself the unity of a double knowledge discovering itself. 3. This unity of a double knowledge discovering itself is realized in the movement of the recognition of self-consciousnesses. One more thing needs to be said here, at least in order to characterize Hegel's venture. It would have been possible to present the duality of self-consciousnesses and their unity in the element of life as the dialectic of love. The importance attributed to love by the German Romantics, by Schiller, for example, and by Hegel in his early works, is well LMOWLL. Love is the miracle through which two become one without, however, completely suppressing the duality. Love goes beyond the categories of objectivity and makes the essence of life actually real by preserving difference within union. But in the Phenomenology, Hegel takes a different tack. Love does not dwell sufficiently on the tragic nature of separation, it lacks the seriousness, the torment, the patience, and the labor of the negative. For this reason the encounter between self-consciousnesses appears in the Phenomenology as a struggle between them for recognition. Desire is less the desire that characterizes love than that of one desiring consciousness for the virile recognition of another desiring consciousness. The movement of recognition, thus, will manifest itself through the opposition between self-consciousnesses. Each consciousness, indeed, will have to show itself as it is to be, that is, as raised above life, which conditions it and by which it is still imprisoned. The concept of recognition. What consciousness, as understanding, contemplated outside itself as the interplay of forces, which is only the experience of the mutual action of causes, has now moved to the heart of consciousness. Each force, each cause, seemed to act outside consciousness and, reciprocally, to be solicited by the outside. But understanding discovered that each force contained within itself what appeared to be alien to it. Such, for example, was Leibniz' monad. This process has now moved from the in itself to the for itself. Each force, each self-consciousness, knows now that what is external to it is internal to it and vice versa. This truth is now no longer thought by an alien understanding, but by consciousness itself, which, for itself, splits, reproduces, and opposes itself. What in the interplay of forces was for us, now is for the extremes themselves. As consciousness, each extreme indeed moves outside itself, but its being outside itself is at the same time kept within itself, it is for itself, and its being outside itself is for it. This dialectic expresses what Hegel calls the concept of the mutual recognition of self-consciousnesses. This concept is at first for us, or in itself. It expresses infinity realizing itself at the level of self-consciousness, but then it is for self-consciousness itself, for self-consciousness which undergoes the experience of recognition. This experience expresses the emergence of self-consciousness into the medium of life. Each self-consciousness is for itself and, as such, it negates all otherness. It is desire but a desire that poses itself in its absoluteness. Yet it is also for an other, specifically, for an other self-consciousness. It presents itself as immersed in the being of life, and it is not for the other self-consciousness what it is for itself. For itself, it is absolute self-certainty; for the other, it is a living object, an independent thing in the medium of being, a given being. It is, therefore, seen as an outside. Now this disparity must disappear on each side, for each self-consciousness is both a living thing for the other and absolute self-certainty for itself. And each can find its truth only through having itself recognized by the other as what it is for itself, and by manifesting itself on the outside as it is within. But in manifesting itself, each will discover an equivalent manifestation on the part of the other. The movement, thus, is wholly and simply the movement of two self-consciousnesses. Each sees the other do what it does itself, each does what it requires of the other, and therefore does what it does insofar as the other does it too. Self-consciousness, then, comes to exist only by means of an operation which poses it in being as it is for itself. And this operation is essentially an operation on and by another self-consciousness. I am a self-consciousness only if I gain for myself recognition from another self-consciousness, and if I grant recognition to the other. This mutual recognition, in which individuals recognize each other as reciprocally recognizing each other, creates the element of spiritual life, the medium in which the subject is an object to itself, finding itself completely in the other, yet doing so without abrogating the otherness that is essential to self-consciousness. The concept of self-consciousness is indeed the concept of infity realisque itself in and by consciousness, that is, it expresses the movement by means of which each term itself becomes infit, becomes other while remaining self. This dialectic was already present in the development of life, but it was only in itself. Each term indeed became other, but its identity was so internal to it that it never manifested itself. Now self-consciousness itself opposes itself within being, and yet recognizes itself in this opposition as the same. We must consider again the difference between a being that is merely alive and a self-consciousness. Self-consciousness exists as a negative power. It is not merely a positive reality, a Dasein which disappears and dies absolutely, crushed by what exceeds it and remains external to it. It also is that which at the heart of this positive reality negates itself and maintains itself in that negation. Concretely, this is the very existence of man, who never is what he is, who always exceeds himself and is always beyond himself, who has a future, and who rejects all permanence except the permanence of his desire, aware of itself as desire. To be sure, the discrete figure which is merely alive also suppresses its own independence in the very process of life, but when its difference ends, it ceases to be what it is. The object of self-consciousness, on the contrary, is equally independent in this negativity of itself, and is thus for itself genus, universal fluidity in the particularity of its own differentiation. This object is a living self-consciousness. Let us repeat, for this is the simple meaning of this entire dialectic: human desire occurs only when it contemplates another desire, or, to put it in a better way, only when it bears on another desire and becomes the desire to be recognized and hence itself to recognize. The vocation of man to find himself in being, to make himself be, is realized only in the relation between self-consciousnesses. We should recall that this being is not the being of nature but the being of desire, the disquiet of the self, and that, consequently, what we are to rediscover in being or make actual in it is the mode of being proper to self-consciousness. Hegel even doubts that the word being is appropriate to this form of existence. To present oneself as pure abstraction of self-consciousness consists in showing oneself as pure negation of its objective mode of being, or in showing that one is attached neither to any determinate Dasein nor to the universal singularity of Dasein in general, in showing that one is not attached to life. To say that spirit is to say that it is a thing. £1 We ordinarily say of spirit that it has a being, that it is a thing, a specific entity. We do not thereby mean that we can see it or hold it or stumble against it. But we do make such statements. Self-consciousness thus is what exists through refusing to be. Yet this essential refusal must appear in being, it must manifest itself in some way. This is the meaning of the struggle for mutual recognition. The whole dialectic about opposed self-consciousnesses, about domination and servitude, presupposes the conception of two terms, other and self. The other is universal life as self-consciousness discovers it, different from itself. It is the element of difference and of the substantiveness of differences. The self which faces this positivity is reflected unity which has become pure negativity. The self now discovers itself in the other, it emerges as a particular living figure, another man for man. This split and reproduction of self-consciousness is essential to the concept of spirit, but we must not neglect the duality on the pretext of grasping the unity. The element of duality, of otherness, is precisely the Dasein of life, the absolutely other, and, as we have seen, this other is essential to desire. To be sure, the other is a self, and as a result I see myself in the other. From this two things follow, that I have gotten lost, since I find myself as an other I am for an other, and an other is for me, and that I have lost the other, for I do not see the other as essence but see myself in the other. This has, in Hegel's phrase, a double consequence. The other appears as the same, as the self, but the self also appears as the other. Similarly, the negation of the other, which corresponds to the movement of desire, becomes self-negation as well. Finally, as we shall see in the case of Stoicism, the complete return into the self, while claiming to suppress all otherness, in fact merely leaves the other free of the self and thus leads back to absolute otherness. Being is then other but no longer self. One point is essential in this dialectic, a dialectic easy enough to grasp in the subtle interplay which it presents: neitherness does not disappear. We can say that three terms are present, two self-consciousnesses and the element of otherness, that is, life as the being of life, being for an other which is not yet being for itself. It is useful to distinguish these three terms, for as we shall see in the case of the master-slave relation, there can be a master and a slave only because there is animal life, an existence according to the specific mode of life. What sense would desire or work or enjoyment have if this third term did not exist? But in fact, if we look more closely, we see that there are only two terms, for the duality of the I, the fact of speaking of two self-consciousnesses, of a master and of a slave, is the result of this moment of nature, the result of the otherness of life. It is because this moment of life is given that self-consciousness opposes itself. Thus, we were right to begin with the self and the other, noting that the other now appears as a self, and this comes to the same thing, that mediation is essential to the positing of the I, though that need is generally not noticed by the consciousness engaged in experience. In this experience, self-consciousness learns that life is as essential to it as pure self-consciousness is. In immediate self-consciousness the simple I is the absolute object which, for us, or in itself, however, is absolute mediation and has as its essential moment subsisting independence. The struggle for recognition, the fight for life and death. Life, Hegel writes, is the natural position of consciousness, independence without absolute self-consciousness and life/I 69. Negativity. At the beginning, self-consciousness which emerges as a particular form in the midst of universal life is only a living thing. But we know that the essence of self-consciousness is being for itself in its purity, the negation of all otherness. In its positivity, self-consciousness is a living thing, but it is directed precisely against that positivity and it must manifest itself thus. As we have seen, this manifestation requires a plurality of self-consciousnesses. To begin with, the plurality lies in the vital element of difference. Each self-consciousness sees in the other only a particular figure of life and consequently does not truly know itself in the other, and, similarly, is an alien living thing for the other. Thus, each is quite certain of itself but not of the other. Its certainty remains subjective, it fails to attain its truth. For certainty to become truth, the other, too, must present itself as pure self-certainty. These two concrete R's, which confront each other, must recognize each other as being not merely living things. And that recognition must not initially be a merely formal recognition, The individual who has not risked his life can of course be recognized as a person, but he does not attain the truth of this recognition of an independent self-consciousness. All spiritual life rests on these experiences, experiences which human history has superseded but which remain its underpinning. Unlike animals, men desire not only to persevere in their being, to exist the way things exist, they also imperiously desire to be recognized as self-consciousnesses, as something raised above purely animal life. And this passion to be recognized requires, in turn, the recognition of the other self-consciousness. Consciousness of life rises above life. Idealism is not only a certainty, it also proves itself, or rather establishes itself. In the risk of animal life. That men are wolves, in Hobbes's phrase, does not mean that, like animal species, they fight to survive or to extend their power. Insofar as they are animals, they differ, some are stronger, others weaker, some more clever, others less so. But these differences are merely within the sphere of life, and they are, therefore, inessential. The fight of each against all is a fight not only for life but also for recognition. It is a fight in which the spiritual vocation of man is manifested to prove to others as well as to oneself that one is an autonomous self-consciousness. But one can prove that to oneself only by proving it to others and by obtaining that proof from them. To be sure, historians can cite many causes for the struggle against others. But those causes are not the genuine motives of what is essentially a conflict for recognition. The human world begins here. One can preserve one's liberty only through the risk of one's life, and through that risk one proves that the essence of self-consciousness is not existence, is not the immediate mode in which self-consciousness initially arises, immersion in the expanse of life, that there is nothing present in self-consciousness which, for it, is not a disappearing moment, that self-consciousness is only a pure being for itself. Human existence, the existence of the being who is continually desire and desire for desire, breaks loose from the Dasein of life. Human life appears as of a different order, and the necessary conditions of a history are thereby posed. Man rises above life, which is nevertheless the positive condition of his emergence. He is capable of risking his life and thereby freeing himself from the only slavery possible, enslavement to life. The struggle for recognition is a category of historical life, not a specific, datable moment in human history, or rather prehistory. It is a condition of human experience, which Hegel discovered through his study of the conditions of the development of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, then, experiences the struggle for recognition, but the truth of that experience gives rise to another experience, that of relations of inequality in recognition, the experience of mastery and servitude. Indeed, if life is the natural position of consciousness, then death is merely its natural negation. For that reason, the supreme test by means of death suppresses precisely that truth which ought to have emerged through it, and simultaneously suppresses the certainty of oneself in general, though self-consciousness appears as pure negativity and hence manifests itself as negation of life. The positivity of life is essential to it. By offering its life, the I indeed poses itself as raised above life, but at the same time it vanishes from the scene. For death appears only as a natural fact, not as a spiritual negation. Therefore, another experience is necessary, an experience in which negation would be spiritual negation, that is, an Aufhebung, which preserves while it negates. That experience will present itself in the labor of the slave and in the lengthy elaboration of his liberation. Through risking life, consciousness experiences it to be as essential to it as pure self-consciousness is. For that reason, the two moments which at first are immediately united separate. One of the self-consciousnesses rises above animal life, able to confront death and not fearing the loss of its vital substance. It poses abstract being for itself as its essence and seems thereby to escape the enslavement to life. This is the noble consciousness, that of the master, and it is recognized in fact. The other self-consciousness prefers life to self-consciousness, it chooses slavery. Spared by the master, it is preserved as a thing is preserved. It recognizes the master, but it is not recognized by him. The two moments, self and other, are here dissociated. The self is the master who negates life in its positivity, the other is the slave, a consciousness too, but only the consciousness of life as positive ity, a consciousness in the element of being, in the form of thingness. We see a new category of historical life here which plays a no less important role than the former category. It constitutes the essence of many historical forms, but it constitutes only a particular experience in the development of self-consciousness. Just as opposition among men leads to domination and servitude, so, by a dialectical reversal, domination and servitude lead to the liberation of the slave. Historically, genuine mastery belongs to the laboring slave and not to the noble who has merely risked his life and thrust aside the mediation of the Dasein of life. The master expresses the tautology I equals I, immediate abstract self-consciousness. The slave expresses the mediation essential to self-consciousness and frees himself by consciously carrying out that mediation. In this new experience, the life element, the medium of life, becomes a new self-consciousness and immediate self-consciousness poses itself facing it. Whereas in the prior experience the life element was only the form of the emergence of differentiated self-consciousnesses, it is now integrated to a type of self-consciousness. The two moments of self-consciousness, self, and life, confront each other now as two unique figures of consciousness. This is the case throughout the phenomenology. Just as master and slave oppose each other as two figures of consciousness, so noble consciousness and base consciousness, and sinning consciousness and judging consciousness, oppose each other until finally the two essential moments of every dialectic are simultaneously distinguished and united as universal consciousness and individual consciousness. The dialectic of domination and servitude has often been expounded. It is, perhaps, the best known section of the phenomenology, as much for the graphic beauty of its development as for the influence it has had on the political and social philosophy of Hegel's successors, especially Marx. It consists essentially in showing that the truth of the master reveals that he is the slave of the slave, and that the slave is revealed to be the master of the master. The inequality present in the unilateral form of recognition is thereby overcome, and equality re-established. Self-consciousness is recognized, legitimized, in itself in the element of life as well as for itself, it becomes the Stoic consciousness of liberty. It is noteworthy that Hegel is interested here only in the individual development of self-consciousness. He will show the social consequences of the recognition he discusses here only in the part of the phenomenology that deals with spirit. There, the juridical world of persons, the world of Roman law, corresponds to Stoicism. For the moment, however, we are not concerned with that extension of the dialectic. We need only consider the education of self-consciousness under slavery, and the truth of that education in Stoicism. Hegel's argument draws on all the ancient moralists. Let us also note that this historical category not only plays an essential role in social relations, in relations between peoples, but also serves to translate a certain conception of the relations between God and man. In his early works, Hegel used this dialectic in his discussion of the Jewish people and of man living enslaved to the law, and even in his discussion of Kant's philosophy. He dealt with it in a special way in his System der Sittlichkeit, but it was in the real Philosophie of Jena that he elaborated it in the precise way in which it is later developed in the Phenomenology. 5. The relation between master and slave results from the struggle for recognition. Let us first consider the master. He is no longer merely the concept of consciousness for itself, but its actual realization, that is, he is recognized as what he is. It is a consciousness existing for itself which now relates to itself through the mediation of another consciousness, of a consciousness whose essence is to be synthesized with independent being, or with thingness in general. This passage already contains the contradiction inherent in the state of domination. The master is master only because he is recognized by the slave, his autonomy depends on the mediation of another self-consciousness, that of the slave. Thus his independence is completely relative. Moreover, in relating to the slave who recognizes him, the master also relates through that intermediary to the being of life, to thingness. He relates in a mediated way both to the slave and to the thing. Let us consider this mediation which constitutes domination. The master relates to the slave through the intermediary of life. In fact, the slave is, properly speaking, the slave not of the master, but of life. He is a slave because he has retreated in the face of death, preferring servitude to liberty in death. He is, therefore, less the slave of the master than of life. That is the yoke from which he has been unable to free himself through struggle, and that is why he has shown himself to be dependent, having his independence in thingness. The being of the slave is life. Hence, he is not autonomous, his independence is external to him in life and not in self-consciousness. The master, however, has shown himself raised above that being. He has considered life as a phenomenon, as a negative datum, which is why he is the master of the slave by means of thingness. The master also relates to the thing through the intermediary of the slave. He can enjoy things, negate them completely, and thus affirm himself completely. For him, the independence of the being of life and the resistance of the world to desire do not exist. The slave, on the contrary, knows only the resistance of that being to desire and cannot, therefore, attain the complete negation of this wardi. His desire encounters the resistance of the real, and he is able only to elaborate things, to work on them. Servile labor is transition from the concrete master-slave relation to unhappy consciousness, which contraposes the universal and the particular within consciousness. The lot of the slave, who in that way arranges the world so that the master can negate it purely and simply, that is, enjoy it. The master consumes the essence of the world, the slave elaborates it. The master values negation, which grants him immediate self-certainty, the slave values production, that is, the transformation of the world which is a delayed enjoyment. But the master's self-certainty in his dominance and his enjoyment is in fact mediated by the being of life, or by the slave. Mediation has been made real in another consciousness, but, as we have seen, it does not thereby become less essential T6 self-consciousness. Besides, recognition is unilateral and partial. The slave acts on himself as the master acts on him, he recognizes himself as a slave. His actions are those of the master, they do not carry their own meaning, but depend on the essential action of the master. But the slave does not act on the master as he acts on himself, and the master does not act on himself as he acts on the slave. The truth of the master's consciousness thus lies in the inessential consciousness of the slave. But how can slave consciousness be the truth of self-consciousness when it is alien to itself and when its being lies outside it? Yet in its development, in its conscious mediation, it genuinely makes independence real. It does so in 3 moments: fear, service, and labor. Point 6. Servile consciousness. When the slave first appears, his being lies outside his consciousness, he is a prisoner of life, submerged in animal existence. His substance is not being for itself but the being of life, which for a self-consciousness is always being other. Nonetheless, the development of the notion of servitude will show us that in fact slave consciousness brings about the synthesis of being in itself and being for itself. It carries out the mediation implicit in the concept of self-consciousness. Point 1. In the first place, the slave regards the master outside him as his own essence, his own ideal. For insofar as the slave recognizes himself as a slave, he humiliates himself. The master is the self-consciousness that the slave himself is not, and liberation is presented to the slave as a form that is outside him. This humiliation and the slave's positing outside himself of an ideal of liberty which he does not find within himself constitute a dialectic that will reappear at the heart of unhappy consciousness when man, as consciousness of nothingness and of the vanity of his life, will stand opposed to divine consciousness. In Hegelian language, the master appears to the slave as truth, but as a truth that is external to him. Yet this truth is also in him, for the slave has known fear, has feared death. The absolute master and all that was stable within him has been shaken. In that fundamental anguish, all the moments of nature to which he adhered as a consciousness immersed in animal existence dissolved. This consciousness experienced anguish not concerning this or that thing, not at this or that instant, but concerning the entirety of its essence, for it has felt the fear of death, the absolute master. The master did not fear death, and he raised himself immediately above all the vicissitudes of existence. The slave trembled before it, and in that primordial anguish he perceived his essence as a whole. The whole of life appeared before him, and all the specificities of Dasein were dissolved in that essence. For that reason, the slave's consciousness developed as pure being for itself, but such a pure and universal movement, such an absolute dissolution of all subsistence, is the simple essence of self-consciousness, pure negativity, pure being for itself, which is in that consciousness itself. Human consciousness can take shape only through this anguish throughout the whole of its being. At that point, specific attachments, the dispersion of life in more or less stable forms, disappear, and in that fear man becomes cognizant of the totality of his being, a totality never given as such in organic life. In pure life, in life which is not spirit, nothingness does not exist as such. Moreover, the slave's consciousness is not only the dissolution in him of all subsistence, it is also the gradual elimination of all adherence to a determinate Dasein. For in service in the particular service of the master that consciousness disciplines itself and detaches itself from natural Dasein. Fear and service cannot by themselves raise the slave's self. Consciousness to genuine independence, it is labor that transforms servitude into mastery. The master is able to satisfy his desire completely, through enjoyment, he completely negates the thing. The slave, on the other hand, comes up against the independence of being. He can only transform the world and in that way render it adequate to human desire. But it is precisely in that apparently inessential action that the slave becomes able to give to his own being for itself the subsistence and the permanence of being in itself. Not only does the slave shape himself by shaping things, he also imprints the form of self-consciousness on being. Thus, in the product of his work, he finds himself. The master attains only a transitory enjoyment, but the slave attains, through his labor, contemplation of independent being as well as of himself. This being for itself externalizes itself in labor and passes into the element of permanence. Laboring consciousness thus comes to the intuition of independent being as an intuition of itself. The labor of the slave thus attains the authentic realization of being for itself in being in itself. The thingness before which the slave trembled is eliminated, and what appears in that element of thingness is the pure being for itself of consciousness. Being I in itself, the being of life, is no longer separate from the being for itself of consciousness. Through labor, self-consciousness rises to its self-intuition in being. Stoicism will manifest to us the truth of this intuition of self in being in itself. In every case, for such a liberation to come about, all the elements we have distinguished must be present: primordial fear, service, labor. In the absence of that primordial fear, labor does not imprint the true form of consciousness on things. The I remains immersed in determinate being, and its proper meaning remains only an empty meaning. It is stubbornness, not liberty. When the entire content of natural consciousness has not been shaken, that consciousness remains in itself part of determinate being. Then, meaning itself is simply stubbornness. Der ein Sinn ist Eigensinn, a liberty still in the midst of servitude. As little, in this case, as pure form can become its own essence, can that form, considered as extending beyond the specific, be universal formation, absolute concept. It is merely a specific skill which dominates something specific but does not dominate universal power or objective essence in its totality. This universal power, this objective essence, the being of life, is now dominated by a consciousness which is not content to negate it but discovers itself within it, and puts itself on stage within it as a spectacle for itself. Self-consciousness has thus become self-consciousness in universal being. It has become thought. But this thought, of which labor was the first sketch, is still an abstract thought. The freedom of the Stoic will be a freedom only in thought, not an actual and living freedom. Many more developments are needed before self-consciousness can realize itself completely. Stoicism and Skepticism. Stoicism. In the preceding stage, self-consciousness emerged immediately from life, of which it was the first reflection. In its abstract form, it reached only a purely vanishing state. For the abstraction I equals I excludes all otherness and is expressed concretely in pure enjoyment. But as enjoyment was merely the negation of the being of life, self-consciousness could not thereby actualize itself in a subsisting form or acquire a stable being. In confronting each other in the interplay of recognition, living self-consciousnesses began to emerge from the medium of life. But while, by dint of courage, the master's consciousness posed itself above life, only the Shive's consciousness proved able to dominate that objective being, the substance of being, and to transpose the I of self-consciousness into the element of being in itself. Tested through anguish and disciplined by service, self-consciousness became the form which found its matter in being in itself and inscribed itself therein. Being in itself and being for itself are then no longer separate. Self-consciousness now gains not only living independence but also liberty, which pertains to thought. The concept of liberty presents itself in Stoicism and is further developed in Skepticism. What Hegel here calls thought, and what allows him to speak of the liberty of self-consciousness, manifests itself as the truth of the whole preceding movement. That is, the effort of thought and the labor of the concept appear as the higher form of the labor that molded the world and impressed the pure form of the I onto being. Thus the I, which discovers itself in being and discovers itself there as consciousness, allows us to define liberty. This liberty first arose in world history in the form that it took in Stoicism, which is the name not merely of one particular philosophy but of a universal philosophy that is a part of the education of every self-consciousness. If one is to be a free self-consciousness, one must at some point in one's life be a Stoic, and in the country of Montaigne and Descartes, the scope of this Hegelian description is evident. Moreover, the passages we shall comment on can be compared, mutatis mutandis, to Pascal's famous conversation with M. de Sacchi. 1 Self-consciousness is no longer a living self-consciousness, it is now a thinking self-consciousness. The stage that the development of self-consciousness reaches here is that of thought. What does this mean, and how has the transition been effected? Let us consider the slave's consciousness, which appeared to us as the truth of the master's consciousness. For the slave's consciousness, essence is being for itself. The slave's consciousness regards the master's consciousness as its ideal but finds itself driven back within itself. On the other hand, through his own labor the slave's consciousness becomes for him an object in the element of being. The form of self-consciousness as the form of the thing that is formed appears in the being of things. The slave does not yet know that this form is consciousness itself, because for him the two moments are separate. But for us, this is not the case. For us, who philosophize about the development of consciousness, what is manifest is the emergence of the universal form of self-consciousness which has gradually appeared in human labor. From this point on, self-consciousness and being in itself are not separate. Being in itself, or thingness, which received form through labor, is a substance in no wise different from consciousness. We may recall the elaboration of the notion of form throughout the whole of classical philosophy. For Aristotle, form was opposed to matter as a statue is opposed to bronze. But the notion of form that we reach is universal. It is no longer a specific form which imprints itself on a given matter but the form of thought in general, the pure one. Hegel seems to lead us here from Aristotle's concept of form to the modern Kantian or Fichtean concept. Thus, to the extent that it is able to become an object to itself without thereby losing itself and vanishing, self-consciousness is now thinking self-consciousness. To think is to make real the unity of being in itself and being for itself, of being and consciousness, for to thin means to be an object to oneself, not as an abstract I but as an I which at the same time has the signification of being in itself, or so to relate to objective essence that it have the signification of the being for itself of consciousness, for which it is. Both parts of this definition are essential. On the one hand, the I must acquire subsistence and genuinely become its own object, on the other hand, it must show that the being of life is not valid for it as absolute other, but is itself. To think, precisely, is not to portray to oneself or to imagine, which supposes that the I is in an alien element and requires only that the I may accompany all my portrayals. To think is to conceive, and the concept is simultaneously a distinct being in itself and my pure being for me. In conception, I only appear to go beyond myself. The distinction is resolved as soon as it is made. The I discovers itself in being and consequently remains close to itself in that otherness. But thought also signals the liberty of self-consciousness. Thinking self-consciousness is free self-consciousness. Freedom is defined by the notion of thought. Thought and will become identified, so long as we do not confuse will with stubbornness. To be free is not to be either master or slave, not to discover oneself in this or that situation in the midst of life, it is to behave as a thinking being in all circumstances. In its highest form, thought is will because it is the self-positing of self. And will is thought because it is knowledge of itself in its object. Stoic liberty represents precisely this identity of thought and will. Does this definition of thought lead us to the end point of the phenomenology, or only to a particular, still imperfect, stage on the road of experience? The ideal proposed here to read is cover oneself in being, the possibility for the I to settle in the element of externality without thereby leaving itself is indeed characteristic of Hegel's idealism. Yet the stage reached here is only a stage, for the unity realized in it is still an immediate unity. This figure is thinking consciousness in general, its object is the immediate unity of being in itself and being for itself. The concept at this stage is not yet the penetration of thought into the variety and the plenitude of being. As yet, that penetration is only postulated, and for this reason Hegel raises against Stoicism the objection he had raised in his youth against Kant. Now that we have seen how this phase of the development of self-consciousness presents itself to us, we must follow the experience of it that consciousness enters into and demonstrate its inadequacy. This experience is indeed that of Stoicism, which could arise as the universal form of the world spirit only in an era of universal fear and slavery, but also only in an era of a universal culture which had raised education and culture to the level of thought. This form of world spirit will present itself with a more concrete signification in the course of the very development of spirit. Or the disappearance of the happy city, in which nature and spirit were harmoniously merged in such a manner that natural difference had spiritual significance and all spiritual significance was expressed in a moment of nature. Divine law in the woman Antigone and human law in the man Crean imperialism arose and was most completely realized in the Roman Empire. The I then was no longer bound to a particular nature, it posed itself in its sovereignty, as person. And, in some respects, Roman law corresponds to Stoic philosophy. In fact, however, this liberty of the I is a liberty only in thought, a liberty that leaves existence on one side and poses itself on the other in such a way that the truth of this world of abstract persons will be similar to what skeptic confusion is for self-consciousness, and will lead only to an unhappy consciousness in the social and ethical domain. The liberty of Stoicism. The liberty of Stoicism is in effect defined by the negation of prior relations. Differences within life which had presented themselves with a certain subsistence now lose all meaning. No concrete situation can stand up to a thought which seeks only to maintain itself. The position of master or of slave no longer counts. The object of desire or of labor posed in a consciousness, or by means of an alien consciousness, is no longer the goal. The only goal now is the equality of thought with itself. The liberty of self-consciousness is indifferent to natural Dasein. But for this reason, Stoic liberty remains abstract, not vital, a liberty in thought but not in actuality. The Stoic who wishes to live in accord with nature discovers that all his tendencies have in common only this disposition to live in accord with nature. what he does and the concrete situation in which he is matter little. What counts is the manner in which he behaves, or rather, the relation he establishes between the situation and himself. The essential is to preserve one's liberty as well on a throne as in chains, in the midst of any dependency of one's specific dossier. The genuinely free man rises above all the contingencies and the determinations of life. The art of morality is compared not to the art of a pilot. It is not a technique that has a particular end in view but to that of a dancer. It is a means of being on top of any situation and of preserving oneself in one's liberty. But in that case reflection is split, according to Hegel's terminology. Pure form again separates itself from things, for the essence of such a liberty is only thought in general, form as such, which, detached from the independence of things, returns into itself. Things, in turn, manifest themselves as opposed to thought, and this opposition can be seen in subsisting determinations, which are alien to pure thought. The opposition that then feeds the whole skeptic argument is that between the particular content of the concept and its universal form, content and form are juxtaposed, not merged, they separate. The content appears to be grasped by thought, but this grasp remains superficial. In fact, form in its universality stands contract opposed to content in its particular determination. This reflection, which is the result of Stoicism, is the basis of all skeptic liberation. Stoicism limits itself to offer the coherence of thought through all the various contents of experience. Free self-consciousness thus rises above the jumble of life and preserves for itself that lifeless impassiveness that has been so much admired in the Stoic sage. But the determinations remain what they are. Thought extends itself and affirms itself, but the determinations exist, and their particular being, arbitrarily raised to the level of the universality of thought, maintains itself in its particularity. Dogmatism appears in this thought, which arbitrarily erects one or another determination to the status of dogma. At this stage, pure thought does not contain its own content. Stoicism was embarrassed when it was questioned, according to then current terms, about the criterion of truth in general, that is, on the content of thought itself. To the question what is good and true, it again offered in answer thought itself without content. The true and the good consist in rationality. But this equality of thought with itself is again only pure form in which nothing is determinate. Thus the universal expressions true and good, wisdom and virtue, at which Stoicism necessarily stops, are no doubt generally edific, but since they cannot in fact lead to any expansion of content, they soon engender boredom. Thus free thought remains formal here, formal in the sense that having disengaged the essence of pure thought from all the differences within life, it is able to surmount all those differences and rediscover in them the essentiality of thought. But in that case, form only superficially affects a content which, in spite of everything, preserves its specificity and tends to affirm itself as a content that remains given. Similarly, in the world of law, juridical recognition transforms de facto possession into property, but this transformation merely clothes with universal ity a world that preserves its contingency. When thought, reflecting back on itself, determines itself as pure form, the differences within life, differences of social position, remain. The given content which, in spite of everything G, remains imperm. Able to thought is the being other which emerges at the endpoint of this experience of dogmatism as determinability become permanent. Nonetheless, Stoicism represents the first notion of will as thought. Stubbornness was the permanence of the I in a concrete determination, a particular form of servitude. The stubborn person has not risen above a life and a situation of which he remains the prisoner. He finds not the pure I, but the I that is still bound to a nature that he has not made. His goal is an alien goal presented by nature, his desire and his labor remain limited to a particular sphere. The multifarious expanse of life distinguishing itself within itself, the differentiation and the complication of life, is the object on which desire and labor act. The Stoic is able to have a universal will. He does not will this or that determinate thing, he wills himself in every content. Yet the duality of a content that thought does not engender and thought which is equal to itself finally cannot but manifest itself. It is not the Stoic but the skeptic who realizes the genuine negation of these determinations which claim an absolute value qua determinations. Skepticism. The same relation pertains between Stoic self-consciousness and skeptic consciousness as between master and slave. The master was only the concept of independent self-consciousness, the slave was its actual realization. Similarly, the Stoic raises self-consciousness to thought, to the universal form which is the form of all determinate content. But this positing of the I as a thinking will is abstract, and it finally results in a separation, on one side the form of thought, on the other the determinations of life and of experience. These meet only superficially. Form remains what it is, that which is posited by thought, so, too, do the determinations, which preserve their absoluteness and are not penetrated by the self-conscious I. In this way, the master affirmed his independence but confessed himself unable to actualize that independence in the midst of life. Only the service and the labor of the slave could penetrate the substance of life and imprint it with the I. So too, skepticism penetrates all the determinations of experience and of life, it shows their nothingness, dissolving them in self-consciousness. In skepticism, form is no longer merely the absolute positivity of thought, it is omnipotent negativity, which, indeed, is the genuine signification of form. It is the infinity of negation, and it is as such that it must finally manifest itself. Skepticism is the realization of that of which Stoicism is merely the concept, it is the actual experience of freedom of thought, a freedom which in itself is the negative, and which must necessarily present itself as such. Indeed, form is infinity, the absolute concept, and, as such, it is the negation of every particular determination, the soul of the finite. Whereas Stoicism isolates form and allows determination which has become permanent to fall outside it, skepticism discovers that omnis determinatio est negatio. In Stoicism, self-consciousness reflected itself in the simple thought of itself, but vis-a-vis this reflection, independent dasein, or determination that has become permanent, in fact fell outside the infinity of thought. In skepticism, on the contrary, the complete inessentiality and dependence of that other becomes manifest to consciousness. Skepticism as Hegel conceives it a necessary moment of the development of self-consciousness has nothing to do with modern skepticism, example the phenomenalism attached to Hume's empiricism. In his Jena article, Hegel had dwelt precisely on the difference between ancient skepticism, the skepticism of Pyrrho's tradition, and modern skepticism. The latter is a negation of all metaphysics. It claims to show the impossibility of moving beyond experience, and it limits itself to authenticating the unshakable certainties of common sense. Since we cannot know things in themselves, we should cultivate our garden and simply oppose all ventures which claim to go beyond the experience of common sense, either in order to reach truths in themselves or even, under the guise of a critical philosophy, to found experience. Ancient skepticism, on the contrary, was directed against the unshakable certainties of common sense. The greatest Greek metaphysicians, Plato, for example, could be considered skeptics because they showed the nothingness of sensuous determinations as these are ordinarily taken. This skepticism, which Pyrrho had inaugurated, connecting it to several strands of Oriental thought, is the dissolution of everything that claims to posit itself with a certain independence or stability with regard to self-consciousness. All the differences within life, the determinations of experience in knowledge, the concrete and particular situations in the ethical world, are in fact only differences within self-consciousness. They have no being by themselves, they exist relative to others. The human illusion is to take them as stable and to accord them some positive value. To dissolve this stability, to show the nothingness of the determinations which man vainly grasps, is the function of a skepticism which is nothing other than the experience that human consciousness has of the dialectic. Later Hegel will show that ancient comedy, we might also mention romantic irony, is an art form which corresponds to the skepticism. In this comedy, the solid determinations admitted by thought are prey to a dialectic which manifests their inanity. Everything which claims to pose itself with some value vis-a-vis self-certainty is shown in its vanity. The finite is finite, that is, it is nothingness, but the consciousness which thus affumes itself as superior to any destiny, to any particularity, enjoys itself. The consciousness of ancient comedy, which succeeded tragic consciousness, is the raising of the I above all the vicissitudes of existence. That is why Hegel, who had already spoken of ancient comedy in his article on natural law, says of it in the Phenomenology. What this self-consciousness intuitively contemplates is that, within it, that which assumes the form of essentiality vis-a-vis it is resolved in its thought, in its Dasein and its action, and is given up to its mercy. It is the return of everything that is universal into the certainty of itself and the complete absence of essence and of fear from all that is alien, a well-being and a relaxation of consciousness such as can no longer be found outside of this comedy. This comparison between skepticism and ancient comedy, curious though it may at first appear, was quite necessary in order to clarify what Hegel meant here by skepticism, and what connects the Greek skeptics to Ecclesiastes, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Skepticism, as Hegel envisages it, is similar to the skepticism of which Pascal speaks, a skepticism that leads human consciousness to the double feeling of its nothingness and its grandeur. How else can we understand the passage in which Hegel defines this skepticism? Thought becomes perfect thought, annihilating the being of the multiply determined world, and the negativity of free self-consciousness becomes, at the heart of this multifarious configuration of life, real negativity. It is here that self-consciousness reaches absolute certainty of itself. It is not only the abstract positing of itself, as in Stoicism, it is the positing of itself through the actual negation of all otherness. It is the self-certainty obtained through the annihilation of all the determinations of existence. It is the exploration in depth of subjectivity. For this reason, this happy consciousness, rising above all the vicissitudes of Dasein, will discover its own misfortune and unhappiness, entangled as it is in what it constantly negates. Skeptic consciousness will become lacerated consciousness, divided within itself, unhappy consciousness. This development moves from Stoicism, the still abstract concept of free self-consciousness, to unhappy consciousness through the intermediary of skeptic consciousness. How does skeptic consciousness become a consciousness divided within itself, two consciousnesses in one? Skeptic consciousness is the very experience of the dialectic. But whereas, in the preceding stages of the phenomenological development, the dialectic occurred, so to speak, without the knowledge of consciousness, now it is its deed. Sensuous consciousness believed that it held truth in the immediate here, but it saw its truth disappear without understanding how this was possible. Perceiving consciousness posited the thing outside of its properties and imagined that it had thus found a stable position, but in fact, although it did not understand how this was possible, that stability still escaped it. Henceforth it is consciousness itself that will eliminate this other that claims objectivity. As skepticism, on the contrary, this dialectical movement has become a moment of self-consciousness. No longer does it happen that what is for it the true and the real disappears without its knowing how. It is this self-consciousness which in the certainty of its freedom eliminates the other that tries to pass itself off as real. Thus consciousness procures for itself the unshakable certainty of its liberty, it brings its experience of liberty to light and raises it to truth. Thus nothing subsists except absolute self-certainty. All values, all positions, are values and positions of the I, but that I is not this or that a particular contingent I, the vanity of which is also manifest. It is the very depth of subjectivity which is manifested only in this negative action with respect to all particular content. As in romantic irony the poet discovered himself by considering the many characters whom he played to be hollow and ephemeral, so self-consciousness becomes sure of itself through the annihilation of all the forms of being. What disappears is the determinate or the difference which, in one way or another, from wherever it may come, imposes itself as solid and immutable difference. The infinity of self-consciousness is now revealed in its annihilating action. However, skepticism has not yet risen to consciousness of itself, it is merely the joy of destruction, dialectical action as purely negative. We must see how skeptic consciousness can pose its own self-certainty. It is clear that it can only do this through the negation of what is other, hence it is itself bound to this otherness, and that is why its duality must manifest itself. It does not yet itself have a genuine consciousness, for if it did it would be unhappy consciousness. The skeptic contraposes the equality of the I to the disparity of the differences. But that equality is in turn a difference, and contract opposed to it there is a disparity. This is why skeptical irony turns on itself. This absolute self-certainty is contract opposed to what is not itself and hence discovers itself as opposition, that is, as a particular consciousness. For this reason Hegel can say why, but in fact, this consciousness, instead of being a consciousness equal to itself, is here finally nothing but a contingent imbroglio, the dizziness of a disorder which continually engenders itself. This is what this consciousness is for itself, for it is consciousness itself that nourishes and brings forth the movement of this confusion. The contradiction of skeptical consciousness manifests itself clearly here, but not yet completely for itself. On the one hand, it rises above all the vicissitudes of Dasein, it negates the concrete situations within which it immerses itself and takes them for what they are, pure contingencies, inessential differences whose inessentiality, precisely, it manifests, but on the other hand, as it admits itself, it remains caught in these situations, continuing to see and to hear, to obey the orders of the master whose inanity it nevertheless knows. The same is true of the man who proclaims that all is vanity and that life is but the shadow of a day. In this very thought he rises above all vanity and poses authentic self. Certainty in its sublime grandeur, but at the same time he himself appears as a contingency. By lowering himself he rises, but as soon as he rises and claims to reach that immutable certainty he descends anew. His immutable certainty is in contact with ephemeral life, and the eternity of his thought is a temporal thought of the eternal. Thus the subjectivity of self-consciousness is a double consciousness. At times it places the world in parenthesis and rises above all the forms of the being that it constitutes, at other times it is itself caught in this world of which it is only a contingent fragment. More precisely, these two poles cannot be separated, and self-consciousness knows it dual ity and the impossibility of remaining at one of these moments. Self-consciousness, then, is the pain of the consciousness of life which is simultaneously beyond life and in it. But skepticism is not yet this consciousness, for it does not gather up the two poles of this contradiction into itself. If equality is pointed out to the consciousness, then it in turn points out disparity. And when precisely that disparity which it has just pronounced is fiery held up before it, it then moves to the other side and points out equality. Its chatter is in fact the quarrel of stubborn young people, one of whom says A when the other says B and says B when the other says A, and who through the contradiction of each with himself give to both the satisfaction of remaining in contradiction with each other. Yet the truth of this skeptical consciousness is unhappy consciousness insofar as it is the explicit consciousness of the internal contradiction of consciousness. Henceforth it will no longer be the case that an I will confront another I in the midst of universal life, or a master oppose a slave from the outside. With Stoicism and skepticism the two consciousnesses have become the split of self-consciousness within itself. Every self-consciousness is double for itself, it is God and man at the heart of a single consciousness. Unhappy consciousness is the fundamental theme of the Phenomenology. Consciousness, as such, is in principle always unhappy consciousness, for it has not yet reached the concrete identity of certainty and truth, and therefore it aims at something beyond itself. The happy consciousness is either a naive consciousness which is not yet aware of its misfortune or a consciousness that has overcome its duality and discovered a unity beyond separation. For this reason we find the theme of unhappy consciousness present in various forms throughout the Phenomenology. 1 Nonetheless, unhappy consciousness, in the strict sense of the term, is the result of the development of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness is subjectivity constituted as truth, and this subjectivity must discover its own inadequacy and experience the pain of the self that fails to reach unity with itself. As we have seen, self-consciousness is the reflection of consciousness on itself. This reflection implies a split from life, a separation so radical that consciousness of it is consciousness of the unhappiness of all reflection. As Hegel says, consciousness of life, of Dasein, and of its acts is only pain concerning that Dasein and those acts. For it is conscious only that its contrary is essence and that it is nothing. This passage concretely defines the misfortune of self-consciousness. Consciousness of life is a separation from life, an opposing reflection. To become aware of life is to know that true life is absent and to find oneself thrown back on nothingness. This feeling of disparity within the self, of the impossibility of the self coinciding with itself in reflection, is indeed the basis of subjectivity. We should not be surprised that Fichte's early philosophy, for example, which is a philosophy of subjectivity, of self-consciousness, should end with an unhappy consciousness. Nor should we be surprised that the chapter on unhappy consciousness in the Phenomenology occasionally reminds us of Fichte's first philosophy, as interpreted by Hegel. Hegel had reflected on the unhappiness of consciousness from the time of his first theological works. We can even say that the essential preoccupation of those early works was to describe the unhappiness of consciousness in its most diverse form in order to define the essence of that torment. At the time, Hegel was preoccupied with extra-individual entities, with the spirit of a people, or with a religion, and he envisaged the Greeks as the happy people of history and the Jews as the unhappy people. He also viewed Christianity as one of the great forms of unhappy consciousness. The Jewish people is the unhappy people of history because it represents the first total reflection of consciousness away from life. Whereas the Greek people remain in the bosom of life and attain a harmonious unity of self and nature, transposing nature into thought and thought into nature, the Jewish people can only oppose itself constantly to nature and to life. Through this opposition, it discovers a subjectivity more profound than that of the Greeks and prepares the way both for Christian subjectivity